Good evening, fellow debt slaves. Thank you for joining me on the Burn the Corporate Fiction YouTube/Rumble channel. Appreciate you guys for stopping in. Tonight's going to be a little bit different stream, type of stream. If you guys read the description for the video, as I said, there's two great hoaxes that are keeping the collective mind of mankind in both a mental and spiritual prison. And the first is a belief in authority, right? And the second is about what you are and where you are. And I'll kind of get into that a little bit more here shortly. Let me say hi to some people that are already in the chat. We got Jerry, son of Mick. Julio Lewis says first. We got Core Endurance, Chicago Cubby Bear. Let's see here. Let me check the Rumble side, see who's shown up. Suppose I should already had that open, huh? That's my bad. It's weird. They won't let me talk to people on the Rumble side, but I guess it does. Yeah, so got a couple people. We've got Snuffle. How do you say that? Snuffly Pegas X, who's been a subscriber for a while. So I'm glad you stopped in. And if there are other people, they are not commenting right now. So I'm sure more people will drop in. So as I was saying, there's two great hoaxes that keep mankind in a spiritual and mental prison, okay? And the first is a belief in authority. It's the belief that some other man or woman, some other human being has authority over you without your consent, okay? This whole concept of kings, queens, dictators, rulers, presidents, politicians, right? Absent the consent of the people which they serve is ridiculous. But the elite have fostered a culture of basically perpetual voluntary slavery where you're raised from a young age to you do what your teacher tells you, you do what the doctor tells you, you do what the police tell you, you do all this stuff, right? All these different positions of authority. And there's no authoritative basis behind it. And the only way that they can actually accomplish this is by making you think that there is no power higher than man. Well, how do they do that? They lie to you about the shape of the earth. They lie to you about where you live, okay? And this is where these two subjects intersect. These two subjects intersect at the conditioning you to be brainwashed stage, right? Conditioning you to be docile and subservient, okay? So, for instance, if you believe that there is no power, no greater authority than mankind, like you have no spiritual foundation to you, okay, then you will believe that this hierarchy of kings, queens, presidents, whatever is the absolute is an absolute necessity for society to exist. All right. If you do not believe in God, and I don't care if you just don't believe that in a creator, and you believe you're the random happenstance, or you're the product of random happenstance, right? A series of events happened randomly and so perfectly under such perfect conditions as to, have a ball of gas somehow come together in a vacuum, which is physically impossible. And then all of a sudden, various elements are created from that gas. Don't know how, just randomly, because all this exploded from nothing, right? And then you evolved from pond scum to a monkey to a human. And right now you're currently standing on a ball, spinning at 1,000 miles an hour, circling around the sun at 66,000 miles per hour, and hurtling through the universe at 1.4 million miles an hour. None of that which you can experience or feel, right? Or prove. You're on a speck of dust in a vast expanse of nothingness, and you're insignificant. And that's the idea. That is the impression. Back before I knew there was a God, I used to always go back to that. Oh, we got Max 65625 in the house on the Rumble side. Good to see you, man. Thanks for stopping in. I used to think about that. What is God of the other planets too? Why isn't there life on other planets? Why, how could God just be concerned with this one place? Yeah, we only hear about him ever talking about Earth and blah, blah, blah. And it only says he created the Earth, but you've got all these other planets and all that stuff. It's meant to separate you from the creator. And when you become separated from the creator, you no longer, you'll never be able to understand that there's a natural law written on the hearts of men. So, I've actually got Sovereign Soul Unchained Mind. This is a joint stream with him this evening, and I'm going to bring him up on stage. Hold on, guys. How you doing?
I'm doing fantabulous. How are you?
Doing good, man. So tonight we're gonna focus on this a little bit, and it's not even so much about the shape of the earth, but it's about the links that this the satanic corporate oligarchy, because whether you believe in the devil or not doesn't matter. They do, and what they believe does affect you. Okay, I promise you that. Mm-hmm. And maybe not one night, but the links they'll go to make sure that you stay ignorant of who you are and where you are for those two specific reasons, so that you remain obedient to authority.
Wait a second. Wait, Ryan, they're saying they can't hear you. Oh, I know why. Maybe that's why. There, try it now.
They can't hear me on your channel.
On my stream, I think I had that. I think I had the tab muted.
We're gonna work the glitches out, guys. First time we've
got sound now. Is it okay now?
We've done this. We got Ulick McGee in the house and Rem. Good to see you, man. Says he's gonna head over to your stream. So it doesn't matter which one you guys
can't hear either one of us. What the fuck is going on? Oh, wait. Hang on, we're working this out. Let me see here. Okay, you can hear me now, right? Everybody can hear me now? Yes? No? I have my thing open. Yeah, there's on that.
Got Mojo Shop in the house, unindoctrinated, the true few.
Let's see. Wait a second. Why?
Angela Baby Carson.
Yeah, you don't know that?
Yeah. So yeah, we've got a decent amount of people in here. Did you get it worked out over there?
Yeah, I think so. It's gonna be freaking me out because of the echoes and shit, though. I'm probably gonna end up having to use my
headphones. Yeah. All right. So so there is this question, right, about the shape of the earth, and people who think that it's ridiculous probably have trouble understanding why there's even a debate, right? Because it just should be so obvious that we live on a globe. But why would you ever think that? As my dad says all the time, he says, if you weren't taught this in school, why would you ever think that? Well, go ahead.
She says she still can't hear you on my stream.
That's weird. Can everybody else hear you hear me on your stream?
I don't know what the fuck is going on with this, man. Let's see. I've got yours shared over. Nobody can hear you, and I don't know why.
Interesting. Chicago Guppy Bear said you're killing the vibe. We're just working the kinks out. We've never done a joint stream.
All right, well, I'll tell you what we're going to do with this. All right. Everybody, I'm going to put the link. It should be pinned up in the chat. Okay, it should be pinned up in the chat. So click that link and go over to Ryan's. I'm going to shut this one down. I don't want to have to fool with this shit. This is too important.
We need to do just a trial run for when we want to do this, because I never even thought it would be this freaking complicated.
No, I didn't either.
Joint stream. It seems like they should have a feature that allows multiple creators to stream to their own channels.
Wait. I got it worked. I think I got it worked out. Okay, I think I got it worked out. I think everybody can hear you now.
All right. Yeah. Can you guys hear me? Hopefully. So if you think that you're evolved from pond scum on a speck of dust in a infinite void of nothingness, right? with no direction, nothing. You know, you're easier to control, simply put. So so with the lucky for us, there is a pastor, right, who just so happens to be a millionaire at the age of 33. Well, is so generous that he's going to fork out 6 figures to send two globe people and two flat Earth people, which I don't even like the term flat Earth really, because it's like, it's obviously topographical plane, but whatever. To see if there's a 24. He's going to send them to Antarctica to see if there's a 24-hour sun. Now, I don't know about you guys, but when I first heard this, right, red flags went off in my head. I'm like, wait a minute. So who is this guy, right? How long has he been rich, and why is he just now? It's like, has he ever been in the flat Earth globe debate circuit? You know, it's a community, a circuit, a circle of people. People go on and debate all the time. Everybody generally knows everybody. My channel's not specifically in that, but still a lot of people in that group know my channel because I have my dad on and we do discuss this stuff sometimes here. Nobody's ever heard of this guy. Well, except for Mick Toon. We'll get to that in a little bit. And he comes in out of nowhere and just says he's going to fork out 6 figures, and he's not even going to go. He's not even going to go. He's going to send Austin Whitsitt, Jaron from Jaronism, who is it, Mick Toon, and one other fella who's going down there. Anyways, he's so generous, he's going to send them down there to see if there's a 24-hour sun, because he just has this burning need to answer this question once and for all, even though nobody's ever heard of him. He came out of nowhere, and the amount of money he's spending is freaking ridiculous. So I may not even be very good at podcasting, but one thing I am great at is researching. And I went in and dug up some dirt on this guy. Okay. I went in, looked, I wanted to find out who's Will Duffy. And the most important thing you can ask when you're looking into somebody is not it's who they are, but who do they hang out with? Because we are the sum of the people we hang out with. Yeah.
One second, I'm going to do something here. I'm going to shut down my stream and be just over exclusively on yours. So everybody, I want to go ahead and I'm going to put Brian's link. It should be a second here. Yeah, there we go. Sorry about that, guys. We'll figure this out next time. Go over there. This is very important information. So everybody go ahead and go on over there. I'm going to shut this other one over.
Okay.
There it goes. Okay, we should be good now.
Should be good.
Yep.
All right. So I started digging into this guy at my dad's request too. It was like, yeah, look into him. And very first thing I found was the fact that Will Duffy wasn't always a pastor. Now, if I tell you that he's a millionaire pastor and you ask him, he says, oh, I became rich. I wrote some books. What do you assume he wrote? I'm sure you assumed, just like I assumed, he wrote what? Like religious books, right? Like what's that chick's name? Like Joyce, whatever, and Joel Osteen and them types of people. He wrote those types of books, right? Not at all. Not at all. He wrote get rich quick books. Okay. And he actually used to own a company called WD, which I assume stands for Will Duffy Wealth Strategies. Okay. And so when you do a search for him, it's kind of interesting. Let me show you guys real quick. I'm going to share the window for now because I'm not playing a video. Let me go over here, put a screen up. So I always use Yandex. Okay. I always use Yandex because it's a Russian search browser, bypasses the Google censorship. I'm sure if you try to look up dirt on Putin, it's probably not going to pull it up. But if you're looking up dirt on anybody in our country or anywhere, in the West, you're going to find it because they don't censor none of that shit. So you end up with this WD Wealth Strategies is Will Duffy's company, right? I know for sure it's Will Duffy's company because there's I'll show you because I'll go back to the earlier searches I was doing where it links him to, but it's Will Duffy. Yeah, see, Will Duffy from WD Wealth Strategies saying he's a genius and that. everybody should refer to him for unconventional ways to get rich. It's very pastorly to be teaching people to get rich, right? So click this, error 404, gone, right? Interestingly enough. So when we go back to my previous searches, and this is just the beginning, we go back to my previous searches, this one, this one. He was a Forbes member. Now my dad, the other night I had sent it to him. When you're actually going to send the, so it blurred everything out, blurred his picture out, everything's blurred out. It says his active. His website's down. He's no longer a Forbes member. It's almost like they're trying to get rid of this identity that he had in favor of this new identity that he has as like a talk show host and a pastor and all this. He's actually producer of talk shows. We'll get into that in a second. But when you go to send this, it shows his face. So it didn't scrub it on the link. It just blurs it out on the actual website, right? So, whoops, everything.
You can still tell that. You can still tell that's him.
Yeah, you can still tell it's him for sure. And so we've got.
Wonder why. Now, why would somebody want to scrub their, not have their picture known? I mean, it seems to me that would be considered a prestigious place, a prestigious position to be a member of Forbes, right? So even if you were no longer a member, wouldn't you still want, hey, look, this is great on my resume because I was a member of Forbes, So why would anybody do like that? Remove, try to not be there anymore?
Because what I think is it's not a real good look for a humble pastor.
Okay.
You know what I mean? And on top of that, so here's another thing I know is that the intelligence agencies and these elite Illuminati cults, which the Illuminati's real, it is. There's been books written about it from firsthand accounts from going all the way back to the late 17th. There are letters in founders.archives.gov between George Washington and a guy named Reverend G.W. Snyder talking about the Illuminati. So it's a real organization, didn't go anywhere, went underground when it got caught. But anyways, they recruit from the wealthy, the elite circles. And this guy, obviously, is a Wall Street type of fella. He's got lots of money that he now wants to just throw into flat earth for some reason, right? Well, to disproving it, very suspicious. So we've got this. I clicked on the military millionaire podcast, but I actually clicked on it's over here. So they introduce Will Duffy. They don't mention anything about him being a pastor, by the way. Let's see where the rest of the website go. Okay. Don't mention Will Duffy, right?
You're starting to robot a little.
Huh?
You were starting to robot out a little bit.
Oh yeah. There's something weird going on with my audio, probably because of this. They're not gonna like what I'm showing. So this is just the tip of the iceberg, guys. This is just the tip of the fucking iceberg. This is nothing yet, right? But they mention nothing about being a pastor. And it says, in the world of investing in finance, there are those who follow the crowd and those who know how to turn unconventional strategies into potentially winning hands. Will Duffy became a millionaire at age 33, right? By following the same contrarian wealth building and tax saving strategies he teaches his clients. Not just a financial advisor, Will's specialized excellence as a chartered financial consultant, retirement income certified professional, and enrolled agent lets him create, customize, innovative financial plans and partner with the client's current team of CPAs, advisors, or attorneys. And on that note, I can guarantee you guys that he is very well versed in the fact that our entire economic system is intertwined with our system of law, and it is debt slavery. It's a trust indenture. It's securities farming. If you don't know what I mean by that, go watch my episode entitled Securities Farming. People are actual livestock, because all our currency is debt securities. This guy got rich off that understanding. And in order to get to that level, you have to know what the money is and that it's not money. They're basically slave tickets. But anyway, it says he's the author of multiple financial books and a go-to source for other financial professionals nationwide. The Duffy Method, trademarked Duffy Method, Oh, that's interesting. I didn't notice that earlier. So he's got his own trademark method of getting rich, right? Because it's very Christian-like. So,
Well, I've often thought, isn't it kind of conflict of interest type of thing to be engaged in the act of usury when that's a sin?
Usury, absolutely.
I mean, and you're a pastor that's engaged in the act of usury. Okay, all right, I got it.
Well, yeah, and not only that, but I'm pretty sure in the New Testament it says it's easier for a camel to pass through the eye of a needle than it is for what?
A wealthy man to pass into heaven.
Yeah, for a rich man to get into heaven, exactly. So interesting. So it says Will's proven roadmap to help high net worth individuals, meaning the elite, family offices, and businesses realize their financial goals. So he's in with the financial elite. He wrote books. He was promoted by all these different, venues, basically entertainment venues. This is a podcast. Did his little podcast circuit amongst the wealthy investor demographic, right? And it says nothing about him being a pastor. Nothing about it. But this is, in fact,
could be very off-putting to a lot of people in the. It'd be best to just leave it out. It would be kind of off-putting to people, I think, in the financial industry. There's a high degree of Luciferians, Satanists, and small-headed individuals that are in there too that don't really view Christ like some of us others do.
Well, I'll tell you this. He's let me just get to, I don't spoil anything before I get there. So this guy is wealthy, right? And it says nothing about him being a pastor. And so I start looking into his circle of associations. Basically, the way I research, I use alternative web browser. Just start seeing what articles come up in an association with who. Well, it turns out that Will Duffy, like I said, this is just here. Will Duffy is intimately connected to a guy named Bob Enyart. Okay, now this is a hit piece. And when I looked into it, he has Agape Kingdom Fellowship Church is supposedly his church that, according to, who was it that went over there? Mr. Super Sidewinder or somebody?
There's been a couple of people. I think Greg Brayton has gone by there. Mr. Super Sidewinder. There was somebody else too. I think Roger. Was it Roger that went there too? I'm trying to remember.
I knew I was watching your show one night and somebody passed there or was going to head there and then get back to you while you're still on the air, and it was closed for renovations.
Yeah, right? Yeah.
I find pretty interesting. Well, he has his co-pastor for this church. His name is Brian Enyart Jr. Okay, and that's important to remember. So I start coming across these articles about Bob Enyart and Will Duffy. Now, this guy is some kind of atheist, and he didn't like that they were Christians. Now, at this point, Will Duffy has produced Bob Enyart's show for a long time. So Will Duffy is the producer of Bob Enyart. Now, before we go any further into the association between Will Duffy and Bob Enyart, let's talk about who Bob Enyart is. Now, I don't know how many of you remember a low-profile story about the murder of a young girl named JonBenet Ramsey.
Low profile, that shit's on the Inquirer still every time you look at it, man. It's been 20 something years, 30 years.
Yeah, JonBenet Ramsey. Well, it turns out that this guy Bob Enyart was one of the suspects in the murder of JonBenet Ramsey. Now, Bob Enyart is actually the head pastor of Denver Bible Church, which Will Duffy speaks at least according to their website, at Sundays at 9:30 in the morning. And Bob Enyart in the late 90s had an entire FBI probe into him. And there's still a great number of people that believe that he is responsible for the death of JonBenet Ramsey. And not only that, but that he is a satanic cult leader, and that his public image of being a far-right anti-abortionist extremist is an image to throw people of the fact that he is actually a high-profile, let's just say, satanic cult leader, and everything that goes with that, like Pizzagate-ish stuff, right? Let's take a look at some of this stuff, right? So you've got, literally entire websites dedicated to this. It's this is called Bob Enyart murdered John Benet Ramsey .com. And here's the thing, Bob Enyart just passed away of the vid, okay, randomly, psyop written all over that. And Will Duffy
Foster's Wildlife Sanctuary in Homestead. No, we don't have a link up to the studio, but perhaps after we get all done here, we can, you know, entertain somebody who needs to maybe have more information or something like that. But yeah, hang tight, man.
Once we get through the presentation of this evidence that we have so far, we'll post a link up and you guys can come on as long as it's appropriate and not, you know, trolling. So, anyway, so he, like it says right here, Pastor Bob Enyart, and this is actually, so this website was created by an FBI informant named Danielle, I'll get her name in a second because her last name's weird. I can't remember it, but she was actually an FBI informant. We're going to listen to her calling the FBI and explaining to her. Now, she was a member of the church, Denver Bible Church, which Will Duffy speaks at, according to their website, for 10 years. And they were part of a lot of protesting abortion clinics. And then there's a more extreme aspect to Bob Enyart. He's got this cult that he calls the Shadow Government. He's got a website called the Shadow Government. And apparently, according to this informant, the Shadow Government goes to the highest levels of law enforcement in both the local, state, and federal government. So much so that she was being gang stalked and harassed. Now, he never publicly denied any of these accusations either. And that's another interesting thing, because prior to being charged with something, okay, it's generally, you know, if you don't deny accusations when prior to being charged with something, then that tends to make you look guilty. So you got it's called the pre-Miranda silence, basically. And pre-Miranda silence is generally not, it's indicative of guilt, but who can say for sure? We're going to look at some of the evidence. One thing's for sure is this guy's got a lot of sketchy, including he's behind I don't know if you guys remember when Planned Parenthood was caught for selling the parts of back in 2015. That was his organization. And, you know, the first thing I thought, I was actually with you out in Olancha when that story broke. And the first thing I thought, and I'm pretty sure I brought it up to you, is how the hell you get a number to call to buy that stuff in the first place? Everybody's concerned about the fact that Planned Parenthood's selling this, which, yes, that is obviously horrendous. But how do you even know who to call for something like that and what credentials to present? Right. Do you know what I mean? Right. And this guy did, though. He knew who to call. Okay. So there's that one. There's the Planned Parenthood shooting psyop that they did. He was behind. He's behind a bunch of
allegedly.
Well, according to this FBI informant, who the FBI are intentionally ignoring the amount of evidence that she has against this guy. Well, now he's passed away, but still. And here's the thing. One thing's for sure is all this, where there's smoke, there's fire, and there's a bunch of smoke around this guy. And he seems to wield a lot of power for how he's been able to escape, because even his public image is a far right-wing extremist, anti-abortionist, like the type that would threaten abortion clinics. And he escapes scrutiny from any law enforcement agency, any of them. I mean, there's videos and audio, and we're not going to have time to go through all of it tonight, but there's videos and audio of her speaking with different Denver detectives, and they basically ignore her. They don't even entertain the idea of investigating this guy.
Well, it's par for the course with the FBI, it seems like, you know.
Yeah, by the FBI, yeah. And
that's the whole thing. I mean, it's like, it wasn't that long ago they got caught with a bunch of CP on their computers and shit, and then you didn't hear anything more about it.
Right. Yes, exactly. So from the evidence that I've been gathering, I'm going to give you guys just a generalized what it looks like to me based on my experience and the information I've been able to acquire, is that they may be part of an elite pizza trafficking situation. Okay.
Very possible, man. You know, because this stuff does run deep. And what was that? That Homestead School, or you know that one, the Hempstead cover-ups.
Yeah.
it was almost kind of the same thing, you know, very religious people, pastors and shit. And then they find out they're talking to these kids, and these kids are telling some fuck stories, man, about, you know, rituals and all kinds of crazy shit, man. And it's like, come on, that didn't come out of the mind of a kid, man. Where did they saw that shit, you know?
Well, here's the thing. He was the guy that called Jack Horner about testing the soft tissue. That was him, or somebody associated with him. But he's got this thing called Soft Tissue Dinosaur. That is Bob Enyart's. It's like a website and a whole. I didn't really look into it too much, but that's Bob Enyart. This guy's high profile psyop fella, right? And here's the thing, Will Duffy. So now that we're going to go back into this, because like I said, it's not just about the person's past, but who they hang around, and especially who they invest their money in. And so when this guy was supposed to have a debate with Will Duffy and Bob Enyart, because they do go on radio shows together. But here's the interesting thing. He says, you read that, and apart from the creationist crazy, you get the impression that this guy is just someone with no ties to Enyart other than his deep and abiding passionate love for him, who listened to the radio show, found out about these evolutionists, and ran over there to see what's up, right? So it says...
Blow that up a little bit.
Okay, hold on. So if I'm not mistaken, this is how... Let me double check. Can you see that good?
Yeah, that's better.
Okay, so it says... we've got another chittering weasel of a creationist raving in the comments, a fellow going by the name You Need Jesus, right? Let's see. So this is the letter, whatever. He's talking about how much he likes Bob Enyart and all this stuff, because this guy's... And so you read that in the part. He says, Enyart and his other... found out about to see what was up. That's not the case. His name is Will Duffy. Oh, shit.
Oh,
so I guess
so that letter, that email's from Will Duffy.
Yeah, that's what I'm getting the impression of here. So it says, please, or PZ, I first heard about you on Bob Enyart's radio show about the fact that you turned down an offer to debate Bob. I must say that my first impression of you is that you are smarter than most evolutionists. Smarter because the evolutionists that debate Bob get absolutely destroyed every time. Every evolutionist that I spoke to who was at the debate between Bob Enyart and reasons to believe willfully admitted that their side lost. Bob's debate with Eugene Scott was just a flat out epic and is still my all-time favorite science debate. Of course, they all made the mistake of debating Bob, and you did not. You are smart. I'll give you that. I think they made the mistake of underestimating Bob because he's just a radio talk show host. Personally, I think that Walt Brown is the greatest scientist of our day. But after Walt Brown, Bob is one of the most brilliant scientific minds I've ever listened to. That's one of his shows, too, is like Real Science or something like that. So he's into the science scene, scientism scene. I believe that the evolutionist new tactic is to avoid debating creationists because their arguments are just becoming impossible to refute. While that's quite the tactical strategy and may work for a short time, it is encouraging to see the creation movement grow like a wildfire. And I do believe it's just a short amount of time before we see evolution become the next spontaneous generation and become obsolete. Don't forget that if you dared question spontaneous generation, you were labeled as anti-science. Good luck to you. That almost sounds like a debate between flat and globe Earth, too, doesn't it?
It does, yeah.
So he says, you read that, and apart from the creationist crazy, you get the impression that this guy is just someone with no ties to Enyart, other than his deep and abiding, passionate love for him, who listened to the radio show and found out about these evolutionists and ran over here to see what was up. This is not the case. His name is Will Duffy, and this is the same Will Duffy we're talking about with the final experiment. I'll show you guys. Something revealed in the first few minutes of the video below, and he is Bob Enyart's producer.
Yeah, he comes off in that note like, I heard you on his show.
Right.
Yeah, which isn't really a lie, but it's kind of deceptive. I'm the producer, such and such, and I wanted to reach out and talk. No, yeah.
See, he says that too. He says, this kind of thing really bugs me. Why do you have to lie and mislead and conceal on the little trivial things? Why hide the fact that you have a vested interest in Enyart's show and are actually deeply involved in the program? I see that, and right away, I know I'm dealing with a shameless liar for Jesus. Oh, shit. This guy went hard. That's really crazy.
Wow.
Yeah. Then he's got the video here, right? Which I can put a link in the comment or in the chat if you guys want to check this out sometime. But we've got a lot of information to go through here, and there's definitely, I'm going to put links to all this stuff for you guys so you can check it out.
We got 96 people watching. Be sure and hit that like and share this out too. This is important information, man.
So this is the same Will Duffy, okay? And so, like I said, Will Duffy's partner or co-pastor is, what's his name? Brian Enyart Jr. Now, this is an article about Bob, and whatever this Theology Online, this is like their website. Like, this is Bob Enyart, Will Duffy. All the Enyarts, and Duffy has some stuff on here too, where they post. It's like a blog, right? So this is talking about a show between Bob and Brian Enyart. Now, this I assume is Enyart Sr., which would be Bob's brother. Enyart Jr. is Will Duffy's co-pastor. Okay. So let me see if I can, which one is this? Not that one. Here you go. This is one of Will Duffy's creations. It's, look, 33 categories of verses, just like how he got rich at 33. This is Will Duffy's site.
33 again.
This is Will Duffy's site, right? And so here you have our friend Will Duffy. You can see him sitting right there, right? The same Will Duffy that was on Sovereign Soul Unchained Mind speaking with us, right? Versus Matt Slick. And then down here, you've got James White versus Bob Enyart. Same association, same circle, producer of his show, right? So it's not like there's another Will Duffy. This is what has happened. Oh, shit. My screen went black. Bear with me. I have probably 1,000 tabs open. That's not an exaggeration. I'm being dead ass serious. It's probably about 1,000. Anyway, so this is a News 21 KTVZ article about how he died. Now, this seems like a psyop to me too. This seems like a way for them to reinforce the fucking.
I remember this now. I remember this.
Right. So it says that he died. He swore off the COVID-19 vaccines and has died from complications due to the virus. His co-host announced on social media Monday. It comes with an extremely heavy heart that my close friend and co-host of Real Science Radio has lost his battle with COVID. Okay. And this is from 2021, right in the heat of them trying to, so in a phone call with CNN, following the ruling, Enyart said, so yeah, he had sued. Yeah. In October, Enyart won a lawsuit against the state of Colorado over its COVID-19 restrictions. You guys have to understand why that's significant to this, that all of this is headquartered in Colorado, because that is like the satanic state of this republic, without question. I mean, have any of you guys seen the Denver International Airport? Daniel Becker says lost his battle with the poison. No, he didn't actually. That's the whole thing. He says this whole article is geared around him protesting it. I think obviously he's controlled opposition, and this was a fucking psyop. He probably, if he even died, he probably passed away of something else. And then they were just like, oh, well, this is a perfect opportunity to, they're like, he probably knew he was going to pass away. And they're like, okay, we need you to protest the COVID stuff, like real hardcore, so that when you pass away, we could say it was because of that. And then it'll be, like ironic and karma and all that stuff, right? Guaranteed. That's how these people work. They're not very bright, but they're clever. Once you know what the plan is, it's pretty easy to see through their shit. Well, the interesting thing about that is, let me find, here it is. Will Duffy, on the same website, Will Duffy gave the eulogy for Bob Enyart. Will Duffy gave the fucking eulogy for Bob Enyart. Okay. It says right here, I guess is supposed to be kind of lightheartedly funny in a sad moment. It says, Will, in case I forget to tell Cheryl, please let her know I asked you to do my funeral. Right. And then these are some pictures. And then right here, you have this. And here's the concrete evidence linking these two people together. Right. What does, and hold on, let me zoom in. Let me zoom in for you guys, because everybody knows Will Duffy's church is Agape Kingdom, right?
Right.
What does that say?
I can't see.
It says
Wait.
Agape Kingdom.
Oh, yeah.
Agape Kingdom. Where are they now? So these guys are in thick. And the Enyarts, I'd say if one Enyart has that much juice to avoid FBI probes, which I haven't shown you yet, so you're like, well, we don't know that he did it. Well, we're going to get to that. But he has enough juice to avoid FBI probes and to keep the Denver police from investigating him or any other law enforcement agency. He's able to gang stalk people and all this stuff that we'll hear from a former member of his church and an FBI informant. Then I'd be willing to bet the rest of the Enyarts in this little group are, and I'd be willing to bet that this church is actually a front for some kind of nefarious criminal organization, allegedly, right? And I would say that Duffy is right in the thick of it. So if I was Austin or Jaron, I would not be entertaining this idea. You're going to end up at a black site somewhere, but let's go. And then you won't even remember.
Dude, these are some heavy players. These are some heavy fucking players. This ain't just some random fucking pastor comes out of the blue and says, "Hey, we're gonna have this final experiment and everything else like that." That's a cover. That's a front, man. There's more. There's a hell of a lot more to it. This guy's got his fingers in a lot of pies, man.
That he does, especially when it was we had all that abortionist psyop going on that was distracting us from other shit. He was a huge player in that, a huge player in the control. He's controlled opposition. That's what I think ultimately they used his death for, was to, okay, you're about to die. So, he probably had like some illness or something. He knew his time was short. So they're like, listen, we want you to go out and rail against this and act like you're completely opposed to it. And then when you die, we're going to say it was because of that.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's a perfect thing, man.
So check this out. Here's an article I found.
Well, there's a thing that really gets me too, is there, I'm not a Q-tard or anything else like that, but I remember one of the things that the Q thing put out there, and it was really stuck with me. It was that those who scream the loudest are the most guilty.
Yeah, and I think
that the ones who scream the loudest. So this guy's out there screaming about how bad abortion is and all this other shit, where is it actually the antithesis of that? That's his cover, because he's actually...
No, that is exactly what the witness, the FBI informant, says. That's exactly the point. It's an image. It is an image. That's what this article's about to say right here. And when you're talking about that, being overly boisterous about a certain view, actually being guilty of supporting the opposite or what have you, you got to remember that this, and I'm not going to really go into it too much, but, McToon seems to be a pretty big part of this. And I think there's a concerted intelligence effort on behalf of the intelligence community, or whatever you want to call them, the satanic cult, to hide the true earth from people. And I firmly believe now, while somebody like Craig might just be a useful idiot, somebody like McToon, it goes down to Will Duffy's church and talks to the congregation, all that stuff. He probably, I'm just saying, he did get overly defensive about certain things. That was cause for pause.
I have to think, what in the hell would Toon have to offer a Christian congregation in his own community, much less go from Minnesota to Denver to a small little church in the middle of a neighborhood? I mean, that just doesn't add up. There's more to it than that.
And when you link Duffy to Brian Enyart, and then what Brian Enyart's linked to, and the fact that they are all in a big circle that support each other, help each other, produce each other, the fact that Will Duffy is Brian Enyart's producer, was Brian Enyart's producer of his show, and even was deceitful about it to that one guy. Like, he likes to maintain a low profile. So I don't even know how they got him to show his face on this shit. I think he's a much bigger player than we even think. I don't think he's a pawn at all. I think he might be above the Enyarts, but that's just my opinion. Can't prove that necessarily. But when you take all that into account and then you throw McToon into the thing, and then you look at how McToon responded to certain things and accusations, you know, and then you look at what it is that this group is accused of participating in, it's cause for pause, man.
I'll tell you what, knowing what they're capable of, and, you know, they've done this with other people that have become outspoken. And let's face it, man, Witzett's a fucking formidable weapon. He really is. Okay. And I really don't want to see anything bad come about. I mean, I think he should just go. He was already planning on going to Antarctica on his own freaking trip. I think he should just go ahead and do that himself, you know? And then this comes out of the blue and it looks good. Like, hey, here's somebody that's willing to pay for it and blah, 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 blah. Yeah. I'm just saying, you look at things like Kanye, right? A fucking guy was out there talking shit, and the next thing you know, we got to take him into the hospital and shit. Now he's not. It ain't even Kanye anymore. That ain't even the same fucking dude, you know. No. And it ain't the first time. Dave Chappelle, anybody like that, you know. And it's so innocuous how it happens, and it just shoot, you know. And I'm telling you, man, I would just go with my own freaking trip. I wouldn't worry about this. This is like the guy revving it up at the light going, what are you, chicken? What are you, chicken? You know, and yeah, okay, no, I'm not going to race you.
Well, you know, here's another thing too. So like, and that's what's important about the way we're doing this research on Will Duffy, right? Is so somebody just said that Nachikita did a great breakdown of Duffy, but I want to know Forjack said that, right? And I'm sure he did. I'm sure he did. Did he look at the people around Duffy? Did he find the Enyart connection? Because this is the big red flag right here, because Enyart is connected to some pretty serious players, especially being involved with the John Benet Ramsey situation, which they never. So this informant we're going to watch in a little bit actually told the FBI, like, he left his DNA at the scene. He left it in, like, why don't you have DNA sample? Why don't you test Bob Enyart? And they refused to do it. They refused to even bring him in and question him. They wouldn't touch him. So when you've got somebody that's giving you, like, hey, I was a part of this church. I know he was in the area when she died. I know he did this. Why don't you just at least question him, look into it, test him, you know, take his DNA or any of that? Why wouldn't they just at least entertain it and say, okay, especially as persistent? I mean, she has multiple websites dedicated to this stuff. She has put in so many calls to the Denver police, to the FBI, all this stuff we're going to look at. And they just ignore her. In fact, the police participated in gang stalking her. She has video evidence of it. And we're going to take a look at some of that. Actually, we'll be watching that for the first time together, because I haven't had a chance to watch it yet. I've been watching her interviews about her FBI, about the FBI probe and the backlash. He would never publicly attack her or anything like that. He'd privately gang stalk her and her husband and send CPS to their house and fucking send cops to randomly come by, because he has all these cops in his pocket, right? Allegedly. So this is an article I found curious, right? So they're talking about the John Benet Ramsey case, right? And it says researchers, blah, 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 talking about John Podesta connection with the fish. I don't know if you guys know about that or not, with the fish on her palm, the fish picture, all that stuff, right? So down here, which we don't really want to show that, I think it's up higher. Yeah. So trying to find where.
Just take it off screen for a minute and find it, and then bring it back up.
Yeah, I think it's down.
So you don't show something that they might freak out.
Here we go. Here we go, and that's who it is. So it says evidence that John Benet Ramsey's murder may be linked to Satanism and cannibalism emerged in 2016 when a Colorado couple, Curtis and Danielle Cocoa, who are the informants, they were part of his church for 10 years, went public with their experiences at Denver Bible Church, Wheat Ridge, Colorado. During an FBI interview regarding Planned Parenthood attacks and abortion videos, Danielle Cocoa told the Denver FBI that her former pastor, Bob Enyart, is secretly running a satanic cult. Right? So Right Into Action has acquired FBI interviews that show Danielle Cocoa told Special Agent Kimberly Milka of the Denver FBI that Enyart and members of what Enyart calls his shadow government have soundproof torture rooms. Yeah, have soundproof torture rooms and are murdering children at serial killer scale and eating babies' hearts.
Oh my God. Oh my God.
Yeah. Yeah. So, and I don't know if you guys know this, but when you start looking into Satanism, your Satanists aren't like the goth looking guys or ladies wearing the black with the nose piercings and all that stuff. Real true Satanists are lawyers and judges, doctors, politicians, people that run shit.
Yeah, it's like I've seen these movies like that before. Somebody moves into a neighborhood and they see this suspicious shit going on, and oh my God, there's a satanic cult going on, and they're performing sacrifices and whatnot. And they go to the fucking sheriff, and the sheriff's like, "Oh my God, let's go check it out." And they get him in there, and it turns out that the sheriff's like the head fucking priest.
So
and they're next. It's like, oh wow, yeah.
Well, when you deep dive into the study of SRA, especially like the satanic panic of the 80s and stuff like that, that's what you find. It's like administrators of schools. It's like people that you would trust to be like they're prestigious individuals. I mean, one that was out in the open and still prestigious and the military gave no fucks was Colonel Michael Aquino.
Oh my God, yeah.
Yeah. Michael Aquino, I mean, he was openly a Satanist, and he had a lot of power within the military, and everybody just looked the other way. And he had so many accusations. They explained, like kids would explain things that they could only know if they were, in a bad situation with this guy. And he still got off of everything. They wouldn't touch him.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
So it makes me wonder who is Bob Enyart, if any of these allegations are in fact true, which I'm always of the opinion that where there's smoke, especially this much smoke, there's fucking fire. There's fire, man, somewhere. You know what I mean? So this is actually Bob Enyart's own website. So he liked to present himself, and this is another reason why I know he was controlled opposition. He was meant to look like make the far right conservative look like a terrorist, and that was intention. That was his job. That's what he did, and he did it well. And this is the website he dedicated. This shadow government is what he called his like group of operators. And these people were in the same town as John Brene Ramsey when she passed away also. So we're going to get into some of this stuff. So he actually speaks about this case as if he was there in the very first article. You know what I mean? It says, I don't even want to read this shit. It's heinous. But the whole thing is he talks about the DNA evidence they have, and it's almost like he's bragging because even though he was clearly implicated and was a suspect, they never tested his DNA against it. But here, you guys can check this out. This is Bob Enyart's. A lot of the stuff is pretty heinous. They're talking about it'll make me a little nauseous to read it, but if you guys want to, you can read that. So he, of course, like anybody, one of the funniest jokes I think is, what the difference between an alcoholic and a heroin addict is? An alcoholic will steal from you and lie to you about it. A heroin addict will steal from you and help you look for it. Right. And that's true. And I find that's the case. Like with this guy, he's acting like he's trying to help solve the case when he knows damn well, quite possibly, allegedly, of his involvement. So
easier to help control the narrative too.
Absolutely using his influence and stuff like that. So without further ado, let me see what else I have over here. Oh, this is an article. Dominic Enyart is another Enyart, and he's one on the little talk show circuit. I'd be willing to bet that Will Duffy produces him as well. This is some more psyop stuff, right? So it's like today on the Dominic Enyart show, we're joined in studio by co-pastor of Agape Kingdom Fellowship. That's why I pulled this up. Co-pastor of Agape Kingdom Fellowship, which is Duffy's church, Brian Enyart Jr., to discuss the abortion rally last week at the Capitol after the Roe v. Wade opinion draft was leaked and the left went nuts. They called for protests at state capitals across the country. being who we are, we decided to counter-protest. During our time there, we enjoyed being harassed and threatened with serious bodily harm. Harm including, but not limited to, being hospitalized, throwing out into moving traffic, etc. One such tolerant, kind, and loving leftist threatened to rape a pro-life advocate with a rainbow-colored umbrella. That's awful. That's pretty fucked up if that actually happened. But
people are fucking crazy, man.
Crazy, man. So anyways, yeah, there's this, and this is his. So, you know, his Agape Kingdom Fellowship is obviously part of this this far right extremist image too. But why has none of that been mentioned? And it's almost like when we're talking about this stuff, or the fact that I was even able to uncover this stuff, it's almost as if they had hoped that enough time had passed where people wouldn't even think to look at Will Duffy's associates. And perhaps maybe even that is why Bob Enyart suddenly passed away. And so that it wouldn't be, you know, people are like, oh, well, he's dead now. No use looking into any of this stuff, right? Who knows, you know? So, but anyways, without further ado, let's get to this. Is Danielle Kakoa's website, one of them, and this is called policerecordingkakoas.com, right? And so here she's got videos of these people harassing her. So they sent a task force to her house for ignoring the neighbor. Well, let's start with the interview, or not the interview, the police informant. So I'm going to go ahead and stop sharing this and just share the actual tab. All right, we're going to play this for you guys. Let me know if you guys can hear this okay. If it ever plays. Oh. It'll be okay. Okay, it's taking a minute. There we go.
Metro Police, Lamontagne, 9135.
Yes, hi. I was wondering if I can speak with an investigator about some possible criminal activity.
Are you in Las Vegas?
I am not. I'm in Denver, Colorado.
Did the event occur in Las Vegas?
The individual who is committing the crimes is claiming to live in Las Vegas.
Okay, good. Stay on the line for dispatch,
please.
Sure. That's interesting. I didn't notice that before.
You have reached the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department's non-emergency line. Please hold for the next available call taker. Usted se ha comunicado con el número de no emergencia del Departamento de la Policía Metropolitana de Las Vegas. Permanezca en línea. En un momento atenderemos su llamada. No cuelgue.
So this is going to be a little like tedious at first, but you guys got to see how they just hung up on her. It's pretty crazy.
Metro Dispatch, Albert, P number 9110.
Yes, hi. I was wondering if I can speak with an investigator regarding an individual that's claiming to live out of Las Vegas, who is participating in a large amount of high-profile
Whoop, sorry. That was my bad.
crimes across the country.
What type of investigation, ma'am?
Well, this individual is claiming to be a criminal expert, and she has inserted herself into a number of child abduction and murder cases across the country, and she's attacking victims' families nationwide. And I'm just calling to get some verification who she is, because she's now saying that I am a serial killer, and she's threatening to have CPS called on my kids and whatnot. And I'm just trying to find out exactly.
Okay, so this is one of Enyart's. This isn't the one I meant to play first. This is one of Enyart's associates. You were asking who that Chelsea chick was on those PDFs.
Yeah.
All right, so apparently this is who Chelsea is. We'll have to come back to this one because you guys got to hear the actual police recording of, if I can find it, because her website's very hard to navigate, but it should be in the sidebar over here somewhere. And I got to be careful where I scroll because she has, yeah, okay. Here we go, this one. And we'll come back to the other one. Once she's going to talk about Chelsea and Bob in this one.
I'm asking for evidence. On the evidence. I asked for evidence. And no videos of self-harassment. And that's not all. Okay. All right. I have a list of you.
So this is stuff with her harassment. Damn, where's that recording?
That won't link you to the original video where you could like blow it up?
It might. I will start experimenting with that as soon as I can find the damn recording of the FBI informant, because she explains everything that was going on. And now it's not. Let's see if this is it. Yeah, this is it. Okay. So
It would start.
where? No, this might not be it, but let's just go ahead anyway and see if she starts.
They're
Okay.
just taking information on our behalf and forwarding it to our police department.
Okay. And so even though she's claiming to live in Las
This is frustrating.
Times a Charm, calling Las Vegas FBI Citizens Division
Here we go.
about Chelsea Hoffman.
Yeah, Chelsea Hall.
Oh shit. Sorry about that, guys. My computer freaked out probably because 1,000.
Hello, you've reached the Las Vegas division of the FBI. Our answering service has changed, so please listen carefully to the following selection. Your call may be recorded. If your call is an emergency, please hang up and dial 911 or your local police or sheriff's department. If you are law enforcement or calling to report a bank robbery, please press 0 now. If you would like to speak to a representative to report a federal crime or suspicious activity, please press 1 now. Please hold. You have reached the Federal Bureau of Investigation's public access line. This call may be recorded or monitored. FBI, how can I help you?
Yes. Hello. My name is Danielle Keiko, and I'm calling from Denver, Colorado. And I was suggested your number through the Las Vegas Police Department. I have a report about an individual who claims to live in Las Vegas that I believe is responsible for organizing child abductions and other high-level crimes across the country. I need to speak with someone to give some information to have this person investigated.
Okay, I can take that information.
Great. Okay, this individual goes by the name of Chelsea Hoffman. And she has a website chelseahoffman.com, where she claims to be a crime analyst and reports on numerous child abduction cases, murder, suicide, and other suspicious
God damn it. Technical difficulties.
crimes across the country, and she targets victims' families, and has just recently come out and said that I am a serial killer, and that she's reported me to the FBI, and that she's going to try to have CPS take my children, which would be an ongoing thing that's been going on for over 2 years now with this individual. And so I don't really even believe this individual's real, but I could give you as much information I have to have the FBI check it out.
Okay. You said your first name's Danielle, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. May I go ahead and get your last name and telephone number?
Sure. It's Kekoa, Kekoa. My number is 720-443-3264.
Okay, and she lives in Las Vegas.
She claims to, and she actually claims to be a resident of Henderson and Las Vegas, but her registered domain name registers to Las Vegas.
Okay. Do you spell her name Chelsie?
No. That right there, that Victory SBTC, that was one of the things that was written on the note in the John Benet Ramsey case.
Right.
And I forget how that applies to him, but it does. She explains it. So
Chelseea.
EA, okay.
that one
And how do
right
you spell her
there.
last name?
ShadowGov breaks the code or breaks the case, SBTC, right? But then ShadowGov is his organization that he has, that actually he has an entire manifesto on that website. I can't believe I forgot to show you guys that, where he's talking about overthrowing the government and shit.
Oh my God.
Yeah, no shit.
Name is just Hoffman?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Do you happen to have any information on her, like her date of birth or anything?
I don't have that. The person who I actually believe it is, I believe Chelsea Hoffman is being used as a fake identity that's actually being run by a serial killer here in Colorado. And he's organizing high-profile abductions, and then targeting the family, trying to frame them, and then writing about it to mislead investigations. And Chelsea Hoffman recently just published a book about sexual sadism, and it's quite graphic and alarming. It's a snuff novel and a little video that goes along with it. And so that individual's date of birth is 1/10/59.
So obviously she's talking about Bob
How did you
Enyart.
get their date of birth?
Well, this individual's name is Robert Adolph Enyart, and he is a convicted child abuser here in Colorado who...
Whoa. That's
Convicted.
Convicted. We're going to have to look into that here in a little bit. Maybe we'll open up the panel after we go through some of this stuff. But damn. So I'm watching this part of the video. The video I watched earlier was her first attempt to talk to the FBI, and they shut her right down. They're probably going to shut her down here too. That's why she's posting all this stuff. The reason I can't expand it is I believe she downloaded this and put it on her website from YouTube. I would be surprised if this is still up on YouTube.
We've been reporting him to law enforcement for 15 months or so, because he is a serial killer, and he is responsible for John Benet Ramsey's murder in 1996, in addition to some other high-level abductions that happened in 2012.
Will Duffy loves
and
it,
so
man.
Chelsea Hoffman is an identity used by him to insert into the investigations and to mislead people and to...
I wish that I had come across this stuff. I should have done this research prior to him coming on your show. I'd have asked him about all this.
No doubt, right?
target family members further. And I got it because we purchased his court documents after he tried to abduct my children and frame us for multiple crimes. We purchased many of his court records and got that information. And we also attended his church for a long period of time before we knew he was a serial killer.
That's serious, man.
Okay, I understand what you're saying, but I'm very confused, so I may ask you several questions, and I hope you don't get angry with me.
I won't get angry. I understand it's very confusing and it's high profile, but I'm happy to answer any questions you have.
Okay, now who is a serial killer?
Okay, Robert Adolph Enyart. He goes by Pastor Bob here in Colorado.
And you spell his last name Enyart?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Is he currently in jail, or is he still a preacher?
He's still a preacher. He's running many rackets as a pro-life. He's behind the personhood movement that's gone national, trying to ban abortion. It's a cover, and he runs a Christian radio show here in Colorado and a church. And the police have known about him, like I said, for well over a year.
That Will Duffy produces, by the way. Just want to throw that back in there.
And they have yet to go question him on any number of crimes that we've been reporting. And so I'm just doing my part, because Chelsea has now said I am a serial killer and she's reported me to the FBI. So I'm just doing my part to clear my name and to report her for the individual I think
now,
she is.
You guys probably can't see this, but she's showing screenshots of that Chelsea Hoffman, which she says is a fake identity used by Bob Enyart to harass and, like, well, you guys all heard what she said. It's all allegedly. But these screenshots say, I told the FBI that you are a killer and that you eat, little ones. And I can't read the other little shit, but it's probably heinous. So
I think I can get that document. Oh.
Yeah, so just before I for some reason can't open this. She's got this Danielle Kakoa has all this evidence that she's talking about on here. She's actually put it on a PDF in a PDF format on Google Drive or whatever it's called. And I couldn't open it, but I sent it to my dad, and apparently he can open it
right now.
Yeah, so he's going through that, and that should be pretty interesting. So it's all these documents she's referencing that she says she paid for from the courts.
Bob Enyart has an FBI number that I can give you. Perhaps that would be helpful.
Yeah, let me go ahead and get that.
Sure. It's 678532LA7. He has a lengthy criminal history that goes on for decades.
Okay, and you believe that he is a serial killer, is that right?
Yes.
I haven't put up any information, I'm just getting this from you. So that
yes.
Serial killer.
Yes, we do. We know for a fact that
this is an interesting and inconspicuous way to say some stuff. So, pays to be careful what you say and to who. Says it's a satanic world run by an evil magic entity, and those that don't see it are a part of it. Pays to be careful what you say and to who. It's an interesting statement. Just wanted to put that up there on the record. Anyway.
He is, and we've gone public. We've confronted him hundreds of times, and we've put his social security number and all of his personal information all over the internet and contacted all of his supporters. And we've contacted, he knows that we know. And so what he's doing is he's organizing a whole bunch of crime here in Colorado and nationally, and he's overloading the system with arson and hit and runs and abductions and rapes and murders and everything you can think of, because he knows he's caught. And so for whatever reason, the police or FBI have not gone even so much as to question him is beyond me. But he communicates with me on a regular basis.
My dad just posted the link to those documents in the chat. If you guys want to go ahead and see them for yourself as well. I'm sure we could probably pull some up here shortly. Did you get any of them actually open?
None that you were showing there. I mean, I found some regarding dealing with this Chelsea Hoffman turned around saying, I reported you as a serial killer and shit. And it's like, whoa, hold on a second, man.
Right. Yeah.
Marxist tactic of,
It kind of sounds like the fucking trolls online, doesn't it?
Exactly.
Through fake identities. And so it's no secret to anybody that he is a serial killer. We just are waiting for somebody to act.
According to her, that property is Chelsea Hoffman's property, and it's blurred on Google Maps. According to her.
And what is the property?
I don't know. We're about to, hopefully she'll, or you know what? Hopefully it's in one of those documents you have. Actually, go to chelseahoffman.com on the side, because I got so much shit open right now, and see if it lists her address, because apparently that's why she has that up there. She assumes that
chelseahoffman.com.
Chelsea Hoffman, yeah, with 2 F's. So while you do that,
there it is. It's a writer and artist based in Las Vegas, Nevada.
Okay, and you think that he is running the
hold on. I'll pause it.
Yes.
I'll pause it. Go ahead.
I said, hang on. That's her webpage.
Hey, let us know in the chat what you guys think of this information so far.
I've been seeing some shit on fire in there, man.
This is pretty, and I tell you what, I hope Jaron and Austin, one of them, gets to see this, because I wouldn't go on that fucking trip. There's no way. They'll end up being Project Monarch in a heartbeat.
This is now her website ain't nothing. It says it's just Chelsea Hoffman is a writer and artist based in Las Vegas, Nevada. Known for her prolific true crime coverage of homicides and missing people, Chelsea Hoffman is the author of several nonfiction novels, as well as a few works of fiction. She has written on a professional level for over a decade, providing her talents for the Huffington Post. Well, there you go. The Inquisitor, and many, many other news commentary publishers. Much of her work has attracted worldwide attention, such as her coverage of the 2013 Hannah Anderson disappearance, as well as the tragic case of Dylan Redwine, Heather Elvis, and so many more.
We'll pull hers up in a second once we get through this, but we got lumpy gas in a vacuum.
That's about it. That's it. That's about all they got.
So they scrub that website too, probably. Once they had to pull all her videos off YouTube a million times, exposing all that shit. He's not dumb enough to leave that up there. So clearly he wasn't stupid at all. He fucking evaded any kind of investigation, even with, like, I'm sorry, but when, at a certain point, somebody's got to look into this in the law enforcement. And it looks to me like they were probably told to, actually, I'm pretty sure in one thing she talks about, it's an interview. So there's a whole interview on YouTube. We'll go through a couple parts of it later that I found pertinent, if I can remember them properly, where they're at in the timestamp. But when you listen to this stuff, she says that, like, people are told, stay away from Bob Enyart, don't investigate Bob Enyart, he's crazy, all this type of stuff, right? So I suppose I should be thankful that he is no longer a player in the game, but here we go.
We're almost certain. If he has multiple people that work for him, it's anybody's guess, hundreds, thousands. I really don't know. But he works as he himself operates hundreds of fake identities and fake websites, verifiable. He does this. I've snapshotted thousands of snapshots, and I've had communications with him for 2 years online alone. And so there's lots of documentation. And so I believe.
Wait, real quick. I put that comment up there and forgot. Lumpy Gas in a Vacuum says that Jaron and Whitsitt are part of it.
Well, we'll see.
I guess, right? I don't know. I mean, if Whitsitt was part of it, Jaron has a pretty big channel, and I like Jaron. I like what I watch of Jaron, so I'm not saying this because of anything he does or anything like that, but the amount of attention he gets is the only reason I'd say that could be a possibility. But Austin, and I don't think it is, for the record, I don't think Jaron's a part of it. But Austin Whitsitt, if he was part of it with his skill level and stuff in debate, like, he makes everybody look stupid when he debates them, for sure. And he would be way more, he'd have a way bigger platform, and he wouldn't be as damaging to that side of the argument if he did, you know. What would be the point of him destroying like physicists and shit on it? Yeah, it just doesn't, I don't see that. But I could be wrong, and I'm willing to concede that also.
He is responsible behind the Chelsea Hoffman entity and the website and the whole organization she has, publishing snuff films and, you know, books and everything. All her documentation online, I believe, is largely crimes that they have committed.
Okay.
That poor FBI lady's probably like, what the fuck? There's a lot of
Right?
don't know what's going on. Yeah.
Certainly
You know,
didn't think today would be this interesting.
Well,
Right?
has he admitted to you that he has killed anybody, or is this just information that you're aware of? Or
He operates, like I said, dozens and hundreds of fake identities at any given time. So I've communicated with him through many fake identities, and I have confronted him, his real identity multiple times.
This Jessica Ridgway, I know you guys probably can't see it, but on the screen, she's brought up a Jessica Ridgway case updates. And Jessica Ridgway was a 17-year-old. So she apparently had given this Bob Enyart guy an ultimatum and said, you need to turn yourself in. I know what you did. You need to turn yourself in and put the evidence in a brown paper bag, which that is weird, but why she would say that. This is what she said. So I don't know if it's true. She apparently is meticulous in getting her receipts for everything. But like I said, my dad can open that stuff. I haven't been able to yet. But she said she told him to turn everything in that he has in a brown bag, right? Or else, you know, or for whatever reason. Like basically she's telling him to turn himself in. And I guess shortly within a month after that, somebody in her area was abducted. A Jessica Ridgway was abducted on her way to school in the morning. And she, the mom got a call from the school that she didn't show up, but the mom ignored the call because she was busy or whatever, didn't even find out her daughter was missing until the end of the day when she didn't come home. And then a couple days later, a piece of her remains, just to put it politely, was dropped off in a brown, or was found in a brown paper bag. And so she makes that correlation. Apparently she's experienced a level of gang stalking. Now that in itself doesn't mean anything, and that could be a huge extrapolation or a huge jump. And I understand that, but this woman has experienced so much psychological terrorism, and she was a member of this guy's church for 10 years, right? Mm-hmm. So she's experienced so much psychological terrorism from this fellow that she believes that that guy was taunting her with that. So, I mean, this is either this lady's crazy, or we're talking about one of the most prolific monsters ever, right? So
what's that girl's name?
Danielle Kekoa. Kekoa.
I've made a website about him, posted all of his criminal records online. I have a website that's called Bob Enyart Murdered JonBenéRamsey.com. And so he's done absolutely nothing publicly to even correct any of these details or even ask us to stop or sue us. And so you have to wonder what kind of pastor.
That's interesting. And all the research I've done, especially regarding this case, she's right. There has never been any public, at least no record of any public denial or outrage or cease and desist order or any of those things about her telling people this. And I think that if I was to say, well, why wouldn't somebody just allow somebody to actually make websites saying that you killed, you know, doing something that heinous, right? And why would you not come out and be like, hey, dude, that's you know, try to clear your name or something, right? But instead, he chose to ignore it. And I think because by coming out and saying something, it took her a long time for this website to even reach me. And I don't have, you know, like, I love you guys and I'm glad you guys are all here and listening. But, you know, I don't have any kind of, even you compared to like the other channels out there, don't have any kind of following. It took that long to reach me. So he figured if I ignore this and if I don't ignore this and I say something and I refute the allegations and stuff, it's going to draw attention to it and people are going to start investigating it. people
Right.
like me, right? And people are going to look into this, and then it's going to blow up. So my best course of action is to ignore these people. And also that's probably why she hasn't been, done with. So because that would draw undue attention to the situation as well. And he must have
Well,
had.
see, what I'm finding interesting though is this fact is now as involved as Duffy is with this guy and everything. Surely he's got to know about this.
Oh, definitely he knows about this. Dude, do you see that love letter that he fucking wrote about Bob Enyart on the one agnostic guy's channel?
Yeah.
Or webpage. Yeah. So, no, he produces his fucking show. His nephew is his co-pastor. Bob Enyart's nephew is Will Duffy's co-pastor. There's no way something this big he doesn't know about it. There was an FBI probe into him. So
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, obviously they were banking on it, and that's why I say these people are clever, but they're not very bright. Right? They get overconfident in their power and authority and ability to snow over the public that they think that stuff like this won't make it to the surface.
And Christian pro-life leader in the community is okay with an entire so-called smear campaign against him on the internet, calling him a serial killer. And so he has not said he's threatened to kill us multiple times through his fake identities, threatened to dismember us, rape our dead bodies, cut our heads off, so on and so forth. And so he has behaved like a serial killer, but Bob Enyart himself has not officially confessed, if you will, but he knows that he's caught.
Damn.
Wow.
Okay. Let me go ahead and get your date of birth, if you don't mind.
I don't mind at all. It's 4579.
What the fuck does that have to do with anything?
Dr. Bass says shit just got weird. I'm just saying, man.
May I also go ahead and get your address?
Certainly, it's 865 West 97th Avenue,
Yes, he would.
and that's in North Glen, Colorado, 80260.
Yeah. Actually, I don't know if you guys seen the comment I just put up, but that's a great point too. Seeker said if he did sue her for libel, he would have to prove that what she's saying is bullshit.
Yep.
And he was already a person of interest there. Actually, I think he's a suspect. Like I said, you guys are looking at the product of a deep dive where there's so much information that I've been sifting through it in between working and taking care of my family and stuff like that. So there's still so much to look into on this. And I'm just showing you guys what I got so far. We're posting stuff in the chat so that you guys can do your sleuthing and come back and tell us what's up. And like this, there's a lot of information to get through here. And if this stuff is true, which where there's smoke, there's fire, that's implicating this whole little operation to being part of something that, like, how Clinton had that chick that got caught trying to smuggle kids out of Haiti and all that, right?
Yeah. Laura
yeah, she got in trouble and she did a little bit of time or whatever. And then when she got out, she now runs the Amber Alert.
Yep.
That's how big this shit is. That's how deep this goes. It's like that. It's in why wouldn't they run it? Why wouldn't they run the Amber Alert? They can selectively put out what they don't care about and keep other shit. So,
well, I see that there's enough.
Sorry,
so far.
You said what?
I see that there's enough so far that we could actually. I mean, if it were me, I wouldn't fucking go.
I wouldn't fucking go.
I wouldn't fucking go. I would weigh it out. What is that going to actually? Is that going to show that the Earth's a globe? No, it's not going to show that at all. Okay. And just looking at all the connections, people it's connected to. No, sorry, no.
Well, this is a pretty big, situation for Duffy to be associated with and just nobody, he's already suspicious coming in out of nowhere, right?
Right.
And now, while I'm not saying that, I definitely have zero reason to believe he had anything to do with the Ramsey situation or any of that stuff. The fact that he's associated and so enamored with this Bob fella is, and seeing how he must have been real close with Bob. He produces his show. He fucking praised him, in that article we read earlier. And he has to know this guy's dark side.
Yeah.
He has to. And so that's, I always find that birds of a feather, that what do you call it, a proverb or saying or whatever, that's true, man. Birds of a feather. It's, you are the sum of who you surround yourself with.
Yep. Yep. I'm just saying, man, there's too much hinky shit around this, man. And I knew there was going to be something hinky as soon as I knew Toon was involved. And then that whole thing about him, so unlikely for you to even collaborate. So unlikely.
Well, dude, where the fuck did he even come from? We're talking about a guy that's got millions, clearly. Who knows how many millions? And at one point in time was paraded around the investor circles and articles and podcasts and all this for being a financial genius, right? And now all of a sudden he's interested in flat Earth. And here's the nexus. This whole what better cover for any nefarious activity is there than church, right? Or a network of churches, more specifically.
What I said as a kid, I stand by. I said, Bible school teacher, I said, how do you know that Satan hasn't disguised himself as church?
Right, because Whitney,
he was like, and I was like, yeah, see, you don't know.
Yeah, you have no idea,
do you?
Exactly. So, I mean, yeah, where there's smoke, there's fire with this, guys, and we're definitely going to keep digging into this. We'll open up the panel here shortly, but let's check out a couple more things on this website. Let's give this a couple minutes and see if she says anything else that's interesting. And I want to look and see if I can pull those other videos up on YouTube or if they've been removed, and if I can pull them up on YouTube. Now that we know who this Chelsea individual is actually just an alternate identity of Bob Enyart, according to Danielle here. But I do find it suspicious that she obviously posted a link to that website, and I didn't get a chance to pull that up yet. Actually, that's what I'll do next, is we'll show that website and then we'll come back to this and look at other videos. It sounds to me like what my dad read, they scrubbed that website after she
did, and then some ads for a couple of her books, and that's pretty much it.
Yeah, so, and all the articles she's posting are articles of children that met a misfortune. And
what's that boy's name?
Dylan Redwine.
Okay, yeah, that's one of her books. It says in here that let's see, as well as the tragic case of Dylan Redwine. Yeah, and there's a book on that on here listed, I think, too.
But like she said, Enyart is a leader of a satanic cult and a serial killer whose MO is killing and then framing the family for it. Who's to say that the elite cult, the satanic elite, weren't so enamored with his work that they didn't go ahead and give him a debut with a high profile demonstration of his work, as in the John Benet Ramsey. That's how I could see that. Maybe that's how he got noticed, or maybe he's always been a part of it, and there is always the possibility, maybe none of this. But like I said, she's got some receipts, and she shows some receipts, and that's what I want to look at next, is the videos of her gang stalking and harassment by the cops. That should be interesting. Let's see how she presents that, because we do have to also look at everything with a critical mind. But this looks pretty bad.
How many people would you say that he has killed or kidnapped?
It really is hard to say. This goes back to the 80s, and so For sure, John Benet Ramsey. For sure, Dylan Redwine and Jessica Ridgway, and his ex-wife, and Ayla Reynolds up in Maine. And so I would estimate anywhere
Whoa.
between 100 to.
His ex-wife was killed too?
Yeah.
Wow. Okay. Well, I mean, isn't the husband usually the first, or the ex-husband?
Yeah, that's usually the first person of interest, you know. Did you take out an insurance policy on your wife?
Right, or something. Yeah, exactly.
2,000. I really can't say for sure, because he frames people for crimes like boyfriends or roommates or fathers or mothers or any kind of smear campaign like you've seen with the Ramseys. That's how he's been successful in all of his crimes.
And it sounds like he has the help of law enforcement.
Yeah.
To do it. So, I mean, that's a dangerous motherfucker right there. Excuse my language, but yeah, that's a dangerous dude.
Since then, and and so it's hard to say. I would like somebody to go ask him that.
Okay.
Interesting. Uh-oh. So Heresy Seed says, Will Duffy said Bob Enyart was his best friend and mentor. That's why he's always got that forced smile going on, right? That you can tell is disingenuous, but still, you can't quite place your finger on. It's like, this guy, nothing gets under his skin, or he doesn't feel any kind of,
It came off to me like Duper's Delight.
Yeah, maybe I could see that. It could be.
Mm-hmm.
All right, ma'am, I'm so sorry. I didn't know I deleted your telephone number. Can I get that?
Hold on. Go ahead.
One Neo here said his constant smirk is suspicious.
Yeah, he even has it in like his financial interviews, his financial videos and stuff. Like he's got that little smirk, and it's just like, like you're smarter than everybody around you.
It's okay. It's 720-443-3264.
Okay, and what was your address one more time?
865 West 97th Avenue.
Oh shit, I gotta scroll.
In Northland, 80260.
For a second.
Okay, I'm going to go ahead and submit this
bad.
information to our agent.
That is bad.
And if there's anything we can do, or if we have any other questions, someone will be in contact with you.
Good. Can I give you the other information real quick about Chelsea and just the address that she has listed?
Uh-huh.
It's 5094 Laurelwood Avenue in
I'm
Las
just trying
Vegas.
to make sure this video stays up, and some of the stuff she's showing on the screen, if anybody can see it, and some of the pictures on the side are not so good. You know what I mean? So
while you're searching for shit,
and her telephone contact is 702-723-6541. I've also reported her to the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children over 6 months ago. And so I'm very serious about who I believe this individual is. I've had private communications and now recently have gone public with her latest. She's just recently published The Sins of the Sexual Sadist, which is graphic violence and mutilation towards women and glorifying it, and made a little video about it. So it's a snuff film of a serial killer. And so we've recorded all of our conversations with the police over the past year and uploaded those onto a website as well. I can give you if you'd like to have them check that out.
All right, so that's pretty much the gist of that video. Let's go ahead and pull up my dad's thing real quick.
Oh, let me put that back up there.
It's this is that Chelsea, what's her name? Chelsea Hoffman.
Yep.
Her website that apparently Danielle Kakoa was able to get the address from prior, but now my dad says that it is just
so it just says here, known for prolific true crime coverage of homicides. Now, she was posing as an actual FBI agent, though, in a lot of those documents we saw. Chelsea Hoffman is the author of several nonfiction novels.
Hold on, back up. That's serious. You got one of those documents?
Shit. Let me see.
Just do your thing. We'll come back to it. We'll,
Yeah,
we'll circle
I'll have
back.
to look for it.
But now she's just an author. Yeah, I got you.
Yeah, so she has written on a professional level for over a decade, providing her talents for the Huffington Post, the Inquisitor, and many other news commentary publishers. Much of her work has attracted worldwide attention. I don't even think she really exists. Because look at what happened. Let me show you something that happened. Look here. Educational background, right?
Yeah, no, that's
where the
she,
fuck is it? It's nothing there. Just a blank page.
I think Danielle Kakoa is right, because this whole website right here, police recordings, kakoas.com, she says hours of evidence. And like what we just watched, now those were her allegations, but now we're about to go look at some of the proof. So let's see. And I mean, yeah, that website looks suspicious. Why even bother making that website? What is the point of that fucking website? There's no point. No point of that website. So, and she's got shit going from, so she hasn't made anything since 2018. I wonder if she's still alive. Danielle Kakoa. Can you search that up while I go
I'm looking for that other thing real quick.
Oh, okay.
Where I saw that, where she had been posed as an investigator.
Yeah, the Huffington Post and all that is real reputable establishments for sure. But the fact that if you can look up articles that were written by her and she is a fake identity for this Bob Enyart fella, that means he has some serious connections in the media, as well as we're about to see in law enforcement. And this is Duffy's mentor and best friend. He sponsors the guy. I mean, this is pretty, I wouldn't go to Antarctica. So.
I wouldn't do it either. No, there's too much fucking fishy shit involved here that just does not look.
Yeah, it's not about.
Listen. I mean, I knew there was rats as soon as I found out Toon was involved. Right? I knew that because we know he's a dishonest piece of shit. Right?
Well, now it makes more sense in this light why he would travel out of state from where he's from to go visit a church.
What were we going to search for in here? I couldn't.
See if Danielle Kakoa, see if she's still alive or there's anything.
Oh, yeah, there was some emails. Hang on. Yeah, Curtis and Danielle Kakoa. And he was getting in their shit for homeschooling and smoking weed and shit. Yeah, I got a whole email. There's a whole email.
No, I'm saying recent.
Oh, what do you mean recent? Oh,
well, I mean, like, here, let me put this back up here.
I was looking in those documents.
So she started coming out with in 2012, and it looks like she went to 2018, but then this website hasn't had anything since 2018, and you could tell she's very serious and passionate.
How do you spell her last name?
Kekoa.
Kekoa. Yeah, there she is. There's 2 videos on YouTube. The video of her. Kakoka, right?
It might be Kakoka.
Kakoa.
No,
Kakoa.
Kekoa.
Yeah. Well, let me see. I'll show you what I got when I did that search. Let me get back over here. Let me go to here. Let me go to here. There we go. So there's a YouTube video comes up. And it's her, it looks like with a wolf. Colorado Wolf and Wildlife Center.
What year?
March 11th, 2015.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. She's radio silent since 2018. I'm going to have to do some digging after this stream or tomorrow or something and see if I can see what she's doing now, because that's weird. She just stops. She's so passionate about this for 6 years. She made 2 websites and she's calling the FBI, recording it, got all these videos and stuff, and then she goes radio silent in 2018.
Hold on, wait a second. Here's something from 2023.
Oh, okay. Let's see.
It's still the old picture of her. Oh, wait. While she still demands certain respect, wolves have a reputation for being aggressive. Here, let me undo that one and get this different one right here. This is the most recent article I can find on her. And this was from Animal Network. and it was dated April 5th, 2023, last year. So a little over a year ago.
Shit. Live music. Hold on before I pull that up. Live music said anyone watched Duffy talk to Sean on Kick a few days ago? His Adam's apple was jumping around throughout under his fake evil smile. Sean asked him to grab a Bible, and he wasn't sure he had one. Yeah, he'd probably fucking catch on fire if he touched it. But
oh man,
yeah, a demon jump right out of him if he touched the Bible.
That's something fucked up right there.
Go ahead.
Yeah, this is, like I said, this is from Animal Network. It's the latest one, 5th of April, 2023, it says on here. And it says wolves have a reputation for being aggressive and fierce animal creatures, and many people, including me, would be downright frightened to actually meet one face to face. The large gray wolf seen alongside Danielle in the beginning is named Kakoa, which in Hawaiian means brave one. Now,
so there's two possibilities here. One, she was either, for her to be this passionate, compile this much evidence, and go to the links that she's gone to expose Bob Enyart and then just stop and only be doing stuff about wildlife, she was either threatened, or that's just a fake account they're keeping up for her, just like all his fake identities, because something happened to her and they know that some people will look, because she did reach some people, and to avoid suspicion. But that, to me, is fucking suspicious.
Well, I'm wondering, is this Danielle in this article actually, is her last name Kakoa? Because they named the wolf Kakoa, which in Hawaiian means brave one.
Hold on, I got to get
that could be, is Danielle Kakoa a made-up person?
I don't know. There's a lot of, we got to look through more of this and see, because she's got a lot of stuff going on there. But, I mean, there is something about her that seems off too, but that just makes this whole situation even worse, in my opinion, if that is the case. Because holy shit, what are they trying to hide? If this is a false trail, what are they actually trying to hide?
Right.
And I can't imagine anything worse than this. So let me, hold on. I got to give Angela Baby Carson a wrench real quick, because I don't know if we've got some troll activity or what, but I trust her. She's a moderator on, she's a moderator on yours. So I'll add her. All right, there you go. You got a wrench. Do what you do. Thank you. I appreciate you for being a moderator. All right, let's look at some of these harassment. So here she says, bang on our door, you're going to get videotaped. Let's see what happens here. We're all watching this for the first time, so I apologize if there's a lot of filler and bullshit, and I don't know exactly where the meat is, but I think it's worth watching, don't you guys? You know what? Let me do something first. Let me see if this is actually on YouTube, right? Or if it got taken down. Where did it go? No, did it change? Is that why I had trouble finding the new one earlier? Oh, it's right here. Okay, there is no YouTube link for this, so I guess this is just going to be what it is. She must have downloaded this stuff. I would be highly surprised if it's on YouTube. Okay, took me to another page. And it just does not work. Okay. Okay, let's
see. There it is, right.
There we go. Let's see if it'll go to. Okay, take me to YouTube. So let me stop sharing. I'm going to take you guys to this page. This is just a preview apparently. Courtesy, professionalism, respect, process.
I was asking for evidence. On the evidence. I asked for evidence. And no videos of self-harassment. In the backyard, no music video. Okay. All right. I have a list.
Pause that for a second, Ryan.
Yep.
So here I am said the one reason this washes is because JBR is more than likely a psyop. Well, that still makes it just as bad, my friend, because if Will Duffy is that highly tied to someone involved in psyops like this, then what are we dealing with, right?
Well,
Is it truly some benevolent fucking millionaire that wants to, you know, prove to himself and to others once and for all? No, it's not. There's some fucking sinister shit behind this, man, and you know it.
no, here's the thing. Here's what I honestly think psyops are, and especially in light of this Bob Enyart situation, is I think that the elite were fans of his work because they see everything that's happening. Think about anything going on since smartphones have been out. They see it. They know it. They know what's going on. They were fans of his work, and they needed a distraction at a certain time. And he probably got either pulled in, or he was already a part of, you know, the oligarchy that's running everything as whatever, counterintelligence, controlled opposition, whatever you want, because he's also, his involvement in the anti-abortionist movement going so far as to this Danielle Kakoa accuses him of being behind the Planned Parenthood shooting incident that made that. Yeah. So, you know, he's doing jobs. It doesn't mean he didn't do this shit. They just use it for a multifaceted purpose. Like the stuff that happens, sometimes it doesn't happen at all. And you're right. And who knows, maybe this one didn't happen at all. Right. But then you have to ask yourself, then what are they distracting us from with it? And anybody who's involved in that level of manipulation and counterintelligence, that's a big red flag, man. Like, so even if all of this was a psyop, I had a debate one time with my one of my cousin's friends. He was like I worked for my cousin doing construction, and that was his partner. And we started talking about chemtrailing, all this stuff. And I proved everything I said, just like I do with you guys. You know, I proved every single thing I said. And he finally got to the point where he said, well, did you ever consider that they just put all that stuff out there to lead somebody like you down this trail and none of it's actually real? And I said, okay, fair enough. But if that's true, then what the fuck are they really doing? And my cousin was going to sleep in the back room, and he heard me say that. And he said, that's a good point, Chris. Like, and my cousin wasn't always, you know, he's not all the way on board, but he's, you know, the last few years have woken him up a lot. And he said, yeah, it's a good point. So even if they throw all this stuff out there for somebody like me and my dad and you guys to follow this rabbit trail, and it ends up all being bullshit, then the fact that they went through that amount of effort and work, they put forth that amount of effort and went through that amount of work to do that, what are they really doing?
Mm-hmm.
None of it adds up to, you know, it's not April Fool's joke. Well, it actually, with what April Fool's is, it probably is in the same vein as why it's April Fool's. But, you know, this is a massive brainwashing and conditioning of humanity. And we're finding a clear link to where this guy hosting the Antarctic, the final experiment, whatever the fuck it's called, it's not an experiment, but where he could be involved in some way or associated with this level of intelligence, psychological operations. So, yeah. So obviously this is without audio. So apparently they came to her house about some code enforcement bullshit. Wow. The fuck is that?
Sound like menopause Mary to me.
My dad's over there, Mystery Science Theater in this motherfucker. Indeed. Holy shit. Gosh. I just thought of something.
Yeah, that music's gonna get you, bro.
Yeah, I know. No, it shouldn't.
Those are awful.
What the fuck? Hey, is this a problem for you, officer? Oh yeah, you come check our backyard and all the fucking illegal activity going on. Now we have a uniformed officer. That's right. Another one, a fourth one now. Wow, this is some serious shit we got going on here. 1, 2, 3, 4 officers from Northland. Wow.
They're just coming around and harassing people for dumb shit. I want to point out that they're just coming out and enforce, like, what are they even there for? They're not doing shit. They're just, obviously, that's an intimidation tactic. And this is the gang stalking thing we hear about. I've never looked too much into that, but I do know one guy who made a series of YouTube videos, ended up unaliving himself as a result of the gang stalking.
Yeah.
And to me, when you die, that's pretty good evidence that what you were saying prior to it is true. Like Boeing, for instance. You know,
Yeah.
guy dies right after giving his first deposition on their safety practices and procedures and all that. He's called the Boeing whistleblower. I fucking posted a meme where it showed, you know, Agent 47 from Hitman. That's Boeing's Employee of the Year right there. Funny.
Yeah. It's amazing and some shit. Oh my God, yeah. It's so important. This is a huge violation. That's right. Oh yeah, peek at my toys and look at how it's so unsightly, right?
Why? So there was a time in this country where if a cop decided to take it upon themselves to do some shit like that, they'd end up with some extra ventilation. Because what the fuck are they doing? They didn't even talk. Like, what are they doing right now? They're just going around her garage and her trucks and all that shit. That's weird, right? I mean, yeah.
Looking for whatever they can find to try to.
Oh man.
Yeah, they're looking for shit. You hear about cops fishing, call it a fishing expedition where, hey, what are you doing? Where are you going? Where are you coming from? Blah, blah, blah. It's called fishing. This is fucking the outdoor Bass Pro fucking league of fishing right here.
There's no apples, so what the fuck are we going to bitch about now? I mean, really, is this a crime?
If this was caused by Robert Enyart, right? What else were they doing that would draw attention anyway in the first place, even though they come up with other bullshit? That this dude has some juice, man.
Yeah, man.
He's got some juice.
Well, not anymore if he's dead, but
wow,
I'm sure that empire was not just abandoned.
No, yeah, no. It's obviously, it sounds like an Enyart empire because you got Dominic Enyart, you got Brian Enyart, you got Brian Enyart Jr., right?
Mm-hmm.
Which, you know what I'm saying? Like, you've got these Enyarts, all of which Duffy apparently is the producer of. In Colorado itself, man, and especially Denver. I mean, dude, just look at the Denver airport.
Yeah, man, for real.
like if I was to pick a hub for the Illuminati, I'd probably say it was Denver. It's inconspicuous. You'd say New York City, Los Angeles, Hollywood, whatever, right? But I mean, just look at the fucking air. They don't even hide it. Have you guys ever been to the Denver airport website? It makes a joke of it.
Shit, Barbara lives out there, man.
It talks about how like, oh, this is a hub, an underground base for the Illuminati and the reptiles and all that shit. And I'm not advocating. I can't prove it. I personally think that is going on. I mean, I just can't prove it, so I'm not going to say that. But they make a big joke of it, which is extra suspicious. Like just go on the Denver International Airport website right now, and that's their like main draw is that they're fucking super evil with all their satanic mirrors.
Well, at this state of the game, though, man, nothing's off the table. You know what I'm saying?
Absolutely.
I mean, the more bizarre shit that we find out all the time, man, come on.
Well, the horse, they got this big black horse with red eyes.
Blue.
And that fucking horse killed the person who sculpted it.
Yeah.
It fell on him and killed him.
Lucifer.
Lucifer. Yes. I forgot about that. It's Lucifer. Get out of here, man. And
Barbara loves that fucking horse, don't you? Jehovah's daughter Barbara, she loves that horse out there.
Apparently so does Joyce B. Oops. Yeah. But that's I mean, that says everything. But it's just coincidental that this is all taking place. You can only imagine with that airport being erected, with all that shit going on, you can only imagine what the like underground of the administration of that city is. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like they sanctioned it. They were like, and nobody does anything, but everybody's like, huh, that's interesting. You got a dude in a gas mask waving a sword in front of a bunch of kids. Like, as a little, isn't that an interesting mural? You got a statue called Lucifer. It's interesting. Apparently people still fly through there, walk through there, buy lunch there, all that shit, that's, man, people are asleep. And see, that's the thing. Like, you'd like to get mad at the people for being so asleep, but I've come to realize it's like it more puts me in a state of awe at the black magic being used to be able to put people to sleep like that.
They're under a spell for sure.
Yeah. It's like, what fucking power is that? To make people just ignore something like that. You go back in time 200 years and you'd probably be, you'd be lynched for even suggesting it.
I know. You guys are going smart. That's right.
Oh, shit. So here's something I noticed that's immediately got a question in my mind, though. If, like, what do they got, double-sided glass there or one-sided glass? You know what I mean? Like one-sided glass. Because how is she able to get this shot right here without her seeing her and initiating a conversation? That's weird. What's going on there? That's some weird shit. Well, I was looking for that video.
God, make that music fucking stop. That's
No,
horrible.
isn't that wretched? Yeah.
God, how could anybody enjoy that?
Absolutely. Wait, what? New photos, FBI witness relentlessly. So it says, okay, hold on. Let's see what she says here. There's very little doubt a Colorado couple has turned valuable information over to the FBI pertaining to the John Benet Ramsey murder. And somebody within the city of North Glen, Colorado's local government, is very worried about it. Curtis and Danielle Kakoa, North Glen, were contacted by the Denver FBI in 2015 regarding information about a fake church suspected of domestic terrorism plots. They now continue to be stalked by local police. And the fake church allegation is interesting, being that Agape Kingdom Fellowship is apparently closed for renovations now that Duffy is gaining some notoriety. Danielle Kakoa was interviewed in 2015 by the FBI regarding information she and her husband, Curtis Kakoa, possessed about Reverend Bob Enyart and organized crime plots being staged out of Denver Bible Church. The Kakoas are defectors from what they call a satanic cult and have turned information over to the FBI regarding Planned Parenthood and murdered younglings, including John Benet Ramsey, Jessica Ridgway, and Dylan Redwine. The Kakoas have, and now that's interesting too. So you've got that Chelsea Hoffman writes a book about Dylan Redwine, but she lives in Las Vegas. And this was a Colorado murder, right?
Right.
Why would she write a book? That's interesting. It's almost like somebody is bragging about what they did.
Huh. If indeed that Chelsea actually is a person, if they actually exist, has anybody actually met her? You know, I don't.
Oh no, I'm on board with
into, because I'm wondering if this guy's got like, well, she already said he's got like all these different pseudo names.
Yeah, he said Chelsea Hoffman is Bob Enyart. That's what I'm saying. And it's like, oh, he was so impressed with himself that he wanted to write a book and his ability to get away with it, which is a standard MO for serial killers. I mean, just look at like the Zodiac Killer or any of those, you know, where they like the high profile attention, and the ability to get away with it is like a rush to them. So the Kakoas have acquired hours of video surveillance that show officers with the North Glen Police Department stalking and harassing their families, stalking that has gone on for years. On February 3rd, 2017, Curtis Kakoa provided right into action a photo of the North Glen Police Department's latest activities in front of their home. NGPD showed up again today about 2:30 p.m. local, 2 of them. That's 3 times this week. And see, what would these people be doing to attract that kind of attention other than this website and, you know, their efforts towards the creepy community police in North Glen behave like they're auditioning for a Stephen King movie as they harass the family of 8 that includes small children and a special needs adult. The Kakoas have received emails that warn they will be murdered and cut into pieces. No investigation. This sounds a lot like an Olifantis MO.
Damn.
You know who James Olifantis is?
Yeah.
Yeah. That's the same shit he did. So I'm thinking this ties right into that whole network, man. Like, look at the poll, the power. Oh shit, that's over there. Yeah, I need to move that. But yeah, so let's look at one more. Or well, actually, there's this other. Let me stop sharing this. Oh, I did stop sharing it. Let me see. Where's this? There's another website that is called. Yeah, I'll show you guys this one. Okay. So this is the one that was. So I think that Police Recordings is created by Danielle Kakoa, but so is this one. And the title of the website is quite literally Bob Enyart murdered John Benet Ramsey.com. So I don't think you'll have trouble remembering that website, but I'll put the link in the chat for you guys as well. Hold on. So It says, and I'll zoom in for you. Whoops, wrong computer screen. Yeah, that just did some weird stuff to my StreamYard there.
Yeah.
Okay, let me click on this and then. All right, it says Bob Enyart, conservative firebrand and pastor, dies of COVID-19. Denver Post. All right, so that's the. I showed you guys an article of that earlier. And the whole thing is they're pointing out how he fought COVID restrictions and the irony that he died of COVID, which anybody who knows anything knows that is a psyop, right?
Mm-hmm.
So this is a link. Let's see if this pulls anything up or if it's just the picture. Okay, it's just the picture. Well, let's see if this is still up, shall we? It appears to be still up. So before I present that, see if this one's still up. It is. That one's even longer. Okay. Well, this looks like a good video for us to watch, actually, right now.
It is said that the truth is sometimes stranger than fiction. Keep listening and find out.
Mr. Adolf Enyart, listen carefully. We are a homeschooling family with 6 children that represents a small foreign faction of truth. We do not respect your shadow gov business, but the country that we serve has been administered in our favor. At this time, we have all of your documents in our possession. If you don't want the entire world to see your secrets that have been concealed since the 1990s, you must follow our instructions to the letter. You will withdraw yourself from all positions of leadership, effective immediately, and confess to your shadow lurker criminal conspiracy deeds in public. Your delusions of grandeur wanting to protect children put society at the increased kind of risk that God does not require us to tolerate. You are a harmful and dangerous influence on others, a pathological liar, and a sadistic convicted child abuser. Hence, you need to be stopped before any more lives are lost and more innocent families are destroyed by your hands. You have preached and protested the murder of innocent children in hypocrisy for decades, using phony pro-life rackets that have robbed many people of hundreds of thousands of dollars from their savings accounts. You will also be required by the IRS to give a detailed financial account of the $250,000 or more that you had Keith Mason, president of Personhood USA, hustle from his pro-life supporters in June 2012 to, quote, provoke confrontation and fight the enemy, unquote. This was before you tried to frame the Keikoas for vandalizing the Masons' home, so you need to explain that in writing as well. Make sure you bring an adequate size of proof, including a handwritten confession note from you and your third wife, Cheryl, that can fit in a large brown paper bag. The delivery of yourself with this evidence directly to law enforcement will be exhausting, so we advise you to be arrested. If we monitor you panhandling the public for more money, lying about our family again, or trying to flee the country, we will dump all of your documents online in a way that will make WikiLeaks blush. You will also be denied any mercy or court appeal before you face a judge and proper trial by jury. There is a nice lady and gentleman watching over your documents now, plus an entire world who does not particularly like you or your followers. So we advise you not to provoke us.
Hey,
Of our instructions.
Ryan, pause that. Now go back to that team rape.
Will result in the immediate document dump of all of your criminal records, thousands of files, anonymous identities,
When it gets to that picture of all those people, just pause it there. What are you doing? You still there? What happened? You're muted, Ryan.
Sorry, I did that not to interrupt. Okay, sorry. Somebody in the chat on the Rumble side posted a link to a website that gives some interesting information about Danielle Kakoa. It's more like one of those like people search websites. And it was Gregory Theodore, and I appreciate that, Greg. I'm gonna pull that up here shortly. But it further reinforces something that was odd to me about this video, that she asked for him to specifically put it in a brown paper bag. Now, why would you put it in a why would you ask for something that specific, like as a means of containing evidence? You know what I mean? Just the way she said, in a brown paper bag, and then all of a sudden somebody ends up dead in a brown paper bag, which I'm sure we'll get to at some point. It was the one girl I was talking about earlier. That doesn't it strike you as odd, the way she says in a brown paper bag? Why would that be something you include? Why describing the color of the bag? You could even just say paper bag.
Mm-hmm.
But even to get that specific about what he is to put the evidence in is weird to me. So this whole thing just fucking stinks to high heaven. I wouldn't go on that trip, Jaron, Austin. I wouldn't fuck with it. But where you want me to go back a little bit to?
Yeah, where they showed that whatever it was, team rape. There was like this picture. It said team rape, and then it faded to another scene. I was hoping we could get a better glimpse of that crew.
Okay, let's see if this is it.
Instructions will result in the immediate document dump of all of your criminal records, thousands of files, anonymous identities, fraudulent organizations, private emails, digital recordings, photos, and more, right onto the World Wide Web for all to see and judge rightly. If we catch you lying to anyone about this situation, such as the police, FBI, etc., it will
Is it before this?
directly to law enforcement will be exhausting. So we advise you to be rested. If we monitor you panhandling the public for more money, lying about our family again, or trying to flee the country, we will dump all of your documents online in a way that will make WikiLeaks blush. You will also be denied any mercy or court appeal before you face a judge and proper trial by jury. There is a nice lady and gentleman watching over your documents now, plus an entire world who does not particularly like you or your father.
See if there's any familiar faces in that.
I can't see a single fucking one of them.
It's way too blurry.
Yeah, it is.
Okay.
Followers. So we advise you not to provoke us. Any deviation of our
You know, a thought just occurred to me. Duffy basically produces this guy, right?
Yeah. How could he not know about that?
And he does and this guy has been charged with carrying out a bunch of right-wing COINTELPRO operations, right?
Mm-hmm.
What if this whole case right here was meant to keep Bob Enyart in line? Right? Maybe all this was sitting in the wings waiting to be released in case he decided to get a conscience about what he was involved in.
Right.
And that would explain the Danielle Kakoa, and something I'm going to show you guys that Gregory Theodore pulled up that's interesting to me. And of course, we can only speculate at this point in time, but this does seem like, in the way she's demanding, and who talks to somebody they're afraid of like that if he had so much power. The whole point is this whole fucking thing stinks, and Duffy is involved with it. And it sounds like, if I was to look at the relationship between Duffy and Bob. I would say that Duffy, being the money man behind Bob's public activities, it's almost like Duffy was Bob's handler.
Maybe.
That's what it looks like to me, but who knows?
Instructions will result in the immediate document dump of all of your criminal records, thousands of files, anonymous identities, fraudulent organizations, private emails, digital recordings, photos, and more, right onto the World Wide Web for all to see.
This is a creepy, like, we'll destroy your reputation if you don't stay in line fucking video. Isn't it?
Yeah, it certainly is.
And judge rightly. If we catch you lying to anyone about this situation, such as the police, FBI, etc., it will result in your documents being boldly broadcasted. If we catch you talking to a stray dog,
That would, if we catch you talking to a stray dog,
Sure.
you better keep your fucking mouth shut. That's what that says to me. Document dump. We've got dirt on you. We're going to dump it. This same MO, going all the way to Epstein and everything. Same MO. And it would make the other anomaly in the last video we watched make sense of how, like, that cop pretended not to see them fucking clearly on the other side of the door, videotaping them. And what if these people were in charge of keeping Enyart in line? I'm sure Bob was sick and twisted to even be involved in this in the first place. But what if we're looking at this wrong? What if Duffy and these other people that are a part of holding this over his head are part of keeping him in line?
Either way, there's deceit going on. This isn't.
Oh yeah, no, it's a yeah.
There's more to this whole fucking flat final experiment than meets the eye.
No, I'm not saying
More
maybe this
than just a simple trip to Antarctica to observe the sun.
No, this doesn't invalidate. I think Duffy's a controller, and I think either way he would have to be involved with this in some form or fashion. The fact that he produces Bob's radio shows, and then he comes out to talk to that guy in that article the way he did, pretending not to be, just to be a fan, basically. Like, he doesn't even, Bob is one of the greatest scientific minds and all that stuff. That's like, you're getting a handler vibe.
Yeah.
Which means Bob was probably into some nefarious shit, and they had that as dirt on him. So I'm thinking there's another option where the cops came to that Danielle Kakoa's house as part of a staged, like, setting up blackmail shit to make it look like Bob was the ringleader if whatever they were involved in hit the fan. I'm not saying Bob wasn't. He's definitely obviously involved, but I'm saying I think they're all involved. And then, yeah, absolutely. That's interesting. But then again, it could just be Bob. Either way, it's one or the other, and they're both bad, and they both involve Duffy being in a controlling position. So,
if you threaten our true story journalist, Rita Quigley-Dorego, ever again, document them. If you dare to make another false alert about child abuse to Adams County Social Services, document dump. If you continue to try to bully and intimidate us, document dump. If you conspire again with Danny's mother, Sherry Roberts, document dump. If you have Danny's brother, Dana Machado, or her former best friend, Jennifer Mason, dedicate any more hate pages or blogs to mocking the Keikoa family, document dump. If you or anyone else from Denver Bible Church talk about looking over our fence again, or make the slightest reference about our children drowning, falling out of the treehouse, breaking bones, bleeding, or mysteriously dying in our backyard, document dump. If you post any more pornographic, vulgar, or satanic photos of our family online again, document dump. If you continue to meet with other men's wives like Susan Sutherland and give unbiblical counsel to divorce, document dump. If your nephew Brian Jr. and his loudmouth wife Maxine ask for their Chip and Dale cartoon DVD back, document dump.
Dude.
If Kim Bowman ever offers to bring cheesy mashed potatoes up and give unbiblical counsel to divorce, document dump. If your nephew Brian Jr. and his loudmouth wife Maxine ask.
That's Will Duffy's co-pastor.
Okay.
Oh, shit. you know, she could actually be a victim. I don't know. I just always treat everything critically, but either way, this is some serious shit that that we've uncovered here. I mean, that's Brian. I did not expect Brian Enyart Jr., who is the co-pastor of Agape Kingdom Fellowship, which is Will Duffy's church. Well, I mean, what else do you need, guys? Jaron, Austin, what else do you guys need? You know? Yeah, I can't believe
there's tons more, man.
And what, yeah, there's tons more. And what else? I mean, like, and think about this. Why is this the first? Like, why weren't we thinking to look at this?
I don't know, man. Because we took it for what it was. We thought, oh boy, here's another screwy thing by the Globers again. Okay, let's see what's going on with this.
This goes
and
deep.
I'm naturally suspicious any fucking way. You know?
See, that's the thing. When I thought about looking into him, I said when I seen they scrubbed him, I said, I'm not going to look at him. I'm going to look at the people around him. That's where you're going to find the dirt. And boom, that's it. Yeah, you can never look at the person in the spotlight to find the dirt, because they're going to make sure he's as clean as possible with nothing tangible or concrete. You got to look at the people around him. This is connected to the highest levels of elite Satanism, and that's what I'm pretty well convinced.
Ask for their Chip and Dale cartoon DVD back? Document dump. If Kim Bowman ever offers to bring cheesy mashed potatoes over for dinner again, document dump. If we so much as smell the stench of the Enyart family nearby, or see any of the cult of conspiracy members driving by our home again to spy on us in any way whatsoever, document dump. If you anonymously harass us on our Facebook page or blog, give any more death threats, or send another libelous email, document dump. Your hard drives will be found and scanned, as well as other electronic devices. And if any files are marked or tampered with to conceal your crimes, document dump. Get it? Don't forget that the Keikoas save everything, and we mean everything. You can try to deceive us, but be warned that we are familiar with your shadow gov countermeasures and tactics. You stand a 99% chance of dumping your own documents if you try to outsmart us. Follow our instructions, and you stand a 100% chance of getting your documents dumped anyway. Either way, you're screwed, Bob Enyart. Your rumor-milled church, your dark agent family, Bound Inc., Slaves for Christ, Doug McBurney, Theology Online, and the dirty snuff writer, Sheriff's Deputy, Gordon Carroll, are all under constant scrutiny, as well as the corrupt pro-life Christians and the authorities in office here in bed. Don't try to grow brain rot. You are not the only fat cat walrus around, so don't think that dumping your documents will be difficult. Don't underestimate us, Bob. Use that dumb demonic perception of yours. It's up to you now, Bob. The bigger they are, the harder they fall. Of course, we know that you are wrong, Bobby. You've been a bad, bad boy. And there will be a long series of consequences.
Why wouldn't she dump it? Anyway, here's the thing. That's why I get the vibe that this is a control. Like, I'm getting the impression, of course, this is all speculation, that he was part of something and he got too big for his britches.
Maybe.
You know what I mean? Like,
putting him back in line.
Putting him back in line.
Because they would have every reason to just go ahead and dump those documents.
100%.
No reason to hold that over him.
Now, when I bring, Scott in New York City says she put a lot of effort into making videos. For sure she did. So, that's the gist of that. Now, in response to this, which I find interesting, and now throws a question on because the way she emphasized a brown paper bag, and then that girl went missing. Wait, what was her name that you pulled up on that website? The girl?
Shit.
She went missing, and then parts of her were found in a brown paper bag about a month later, and she made sure to specifically say brown paper bag. It's almost like they were creating the perfect circumstantial evidence to pin that on him if they needed to, if he didn't do what he was supposed to do. And that means that's actually horrifying, that because that means we're dealing with something even more powerful than we had considered in the first place. I'm telling you, I get every impression of a guy who was part of something, got too big for his britches, maybe got caught up in his idealism, and they had to put him back in line with this. And that they possibly killed people just to be able to have the blackmail that they needed to because why wouldn't she just dump it? And
Right.
And Gregory Theodore on the Rumble side had given me a link. I'm going to show you guys what he sent, and then I'll post a link if you guys want to come up for a little bit. I know it's pretty late, and we're probably not going to run too much longer, but we can.
No, I'm going to have to get off here in a minute. I have to get down in a hot shower as quick as possible. My back is starting to fuck up again really bad.
Yeah, it's not surprising given what we're talking about. So
yeah.
So here, let me put a link in the description if you guys are in the chat. If you guys want to, if anybody wants to pop up here for a moment, we're not going to run too much longer, but we can answer some questions, or maybe you have something to offer on the topic. And then I'm going to show what Gregory Theodore sent me, which immediately started raising red flags in my mind. So this is mylife.com. It says her birthday is 1979, so she's 45, blah, blah, blah. Currently lives in Commerce City, Colorado. All right. Who knows if that's accurate right at the moment, but it says in the past, Danielle has also lived in North Glen, which we know from watching those videos and reading the documents, in Denver. Sometimes Danielle goes by various nicknames. That's weird to me. Danielle Christina Mikado. That's quite different. That's not like, oh, Danny. She goes by Danny, right? Or maybe she goes by Christina, right? Well, you know, if that is even her middle name, but Mikado is quite different, right? And then Danielle Makito, which is only a slight variation. Danielle, well, that's actually a... so who knows? Maybe actually Mikado is her maiden name. So I could be wrong about that. But something about that doesn't sit right. Has her address at 865 97th Ave in North Glen. And it says Curtis. Yep, that's her husband. I don't know. I'd be interested to see if Mikado is her maiden name. Because that's it has to be. It has to be. There's something just doesn't sit right with me about her. There was the brown paper bag thing was a red flag for sure. And then listening to how she put it into the letter. Why would you specifically? Either way, this thing is so sketchy that there's no way in hell that I would ever go on that trip, man. Because they're not gonna, they wouldn't kill him because that'd be too obvious. You know, they would, do what they do to everybody else who's high profile. I mean, don't get me wrong. Getting rid of Whitsitt and Jaron would be a huge blow to the community because of the following. But when you look at their numbers and, I mean, their ability to persuade people is impressive, but it's still a small drop in the bucket. So it's like maybe they put this final experiment out there hoping it would take off more than it is. I don't know, but definitely Will Duffy is connected to some sketchy stuff. So I think my dad may have stepped away. He's been having a situation. Hold on, let me see who just said that. That was, Gregory Theodore says, strange how she just went silent all of a sudden and not a peep now. Unbelievable they didn't whack her yet. Getting some weird vibes. There is some weird controlled op vibes there. You know, but I guess because I know a lot of my regular viewers are like, whoa, how'd we get into this, right? But this shows you how deep the links that they will go to keep the public from knowing the truth, right? These guys, and you can see, you get kind of a peek into the racket, just like we did with Epstein and the Pizzagate situation, all that stuff. You get a brief peek into the dark underworld of the power structure that controls this planet and what it's fueled by, which is some pretty heinous stuff, and see how it even is now stretching its fingers into the flat earth situation, flat earth versus globe earth debate. It's like that information, because let's think about that for a second. What is that understanding, that revelation do for somebody? Just pretend you're an average normal person, never heard any of this stuff in your life. And then you find out that there's been a hoax on such a massive scale that literally most of the people who perpetuate it don't even know they're in on it, because it's just what they've been taught from such a young age that they take it for granted before they were able to think about it critically. And then they propagate it by becoming teachers or scientists or whatever. And they never question the foundation of it. And that means that there's something out there so powerful that it could literally cast that spell on the entire world. And for the average person, if they were to understand that and realize that, there's no question they're going to wake up. That's why I say, like in order to understand either topic, whether it be the law and the fact that you believe that some other human being has authority over you, for what reason? What makes them more perfect and special than you? The reason there's only one judge, God, is because God is perfect. So God can judge. There's no other person that can have authority over someone else unless they agree to it, which is why they have to get your consent. That's why we have an entire society based on contract law. And that's why it's becoming tyrannical, because everybody keeps consenting to it. But they could never get you to go along with that if you knew there was a creator, you knew that you were in the center of creation, and you knew that where we were living is just a small part of a possibly infinite plane of existence. I mean, and that you are the footstool, spoken about on we're on the footstool of God, basically. And when you start studying this stuff, so whether it's flat earth or whether it's the law, you ultimately always come back to God and spirituality, because it is a spiritual war in essence. And that's why these people on that side of the argument are involved with that shit. Like, I don't care whether this was all created just to smear Bob Enyart, which I guarantee it wasn't, because there's just too much shit going on there. But even if it was, to even have that amount of effort put into smearing somebody means that he was a part of something that is nefarious and very serious. You know what I mean? And that's what these people are involved in. Now you look at, that's the nature of the dark side we're going up against, is the stuff I just showed you. And that was basically a PG version for YouTube's sake. You know what I mean? You start doing deep dives into, we got Lumpy Gas. Sorry, I didn't see him, man. Let me. How you doing tonight? Lumpy Gas in a vacuum.
Hi. Hey, before y'all get started real quick, I'm going to get out of here. This has been a great show. I'm going to download this after it's over, and I'm going to restream it online too.
Fantastic.
So we'll get it out there to as many people as possible. But everybody, listen, man, look into the links, do some research, man. I knew something stunk, and goddamn if it doesn't. So
yeah, they're zapping Sov with some ELF right now.
Yeah, something going on. I find that a relief downstairs in the hot shower is the best, man. And it gets off of it. But all right, guys, thanks for letting me be on. I'll see y'all later.
Have a good night, Dad. I'll talk to you later.
Have a good night.
So what's up, man?
Yeah. Oh, I'm good. What's up? Well, I don't know what to say on the Bob Enyart thing. One thing that happened with him, he had some type of involvement with soft tissue.
Yeah, with
I thought. Yeah, so if for some reason all this is framing, but goes back to intelligence anyway to support this evolution stuff, I don't know. I mean, I'm not saying he's innocent or not that. Or and coming against abortion, if he was like public and in some way effective and wasn't robbing people and wasn't actually murdering people, if that's the case, then. But I just say that he did publicly, like with his name associated challenge the dinosaur thing a little bit.
Absolutely, and that's multifaceted for the control structure, the elite, right?
Yeah.
Because one, he identifies as a Christian conservative. So for
Sure.
people who never listen to anything like that in the first place, it's going to immediately make them associate Christian conservative with crazy, right? And they're never going to look
Sure.
into it anymore. So that's a benefit for the control structure. And then when you come to the actual
yeah, you're right.
him doing it himself, and in order to make an effective controlled opposition character like Alex Jones, for instance, who's 100%, I don't know how anybody would ever listen to that guy at this point. And I'm not saying
at this point, I hear you.
some truth out there, because he does put some truth out there. Hold on, listen, because they have to put some truth out there in order to get the trust of the people that they're trying to deceive. And that's what Alex Jones does, and that's probably what Bob Enyart was doing. But another possibility is, and it would explain the whole this even, but I think that happened after this began with the Ramsey and the accusing him of satanic and all that, is he could have been getting too big for his britches with wanting to expose certain things. And then they're like, yeah, you better sit down, or we're going to make sure that, your family name is one that people spit on for generations, so, but go ahead.
Okay. Yeah. I wouldn't know. It's something that could be used as part of a smear campaign, however, right? Especially if the people have like some kind of details that they can associate with somebody they're trying to blame. But now I have no idea on that. What I wanted to get at maybe was there's people in the flat earth community, in some parts of it, I guess you could say, have a firsthand witness that was down there and said that thing doesn't happen, right? The thing that would is the
24-hour sun.
Yeah, it doesn't happen. He was a plumber and a HVAC sort of person, I guess, and he was a pipe fitter, a welder and stuff. So did electrical and so. But he's been interviewed with his name and his face and the fact he was down there.
Well, here's the thing.
But it wouldn't prove it. Yeah, go ahead.
It wouldn't prove it anyway, because we see too far. All right. First of all, there's no measurable curvature. You cannot.
Yeah, that's the most important statement you could make.
That's where you start. It's just the fundamental. There's no, in order for it to be a ball, there has to be curvature. There's no measurable curvature. I mean, the laser targeting systems that we have would not work on a globe, for starters. But of course, they'll try to convolute and create some inventive responses to that. But at the end of the day, this is how I look at it. When you know something, you know it. You know what I'm saying? I don't have so here's how I would look, because I know there's no curvature, and I know that we don't live on a fucking spinning ball in a vacuum of infinite expansion. Just a random happenstance of perfectly synchronized events that led to us evolving from pond scum to monkeys to humans. I know that's not a thing. So if somehow there was a 24-hour sun, all that does, even though I'm sure there will not be, and this is my point, if there is, there's something to it. It just adds an extra dynamic to the situation. It doesn't make the Earth a globe, and it means one of two things.
Let me interject there real quick, because the Earth is something bizarre. I mean, if you start trying to plot the sun and its angular location and plot it on the maps on Earth and then flight times and everything, it's really goofy. Right? Because if you've ever researched that stuff, sunrise and sunset and the angle that the sun's at these locations, and then if you consider things like Enoch, the Book of Enoch, and the possibility of portals. Now, how would you make a model with portals? Who's ever really experienced because I suspect I really do. Yeah, this portal thing. That's kind of what I like. Any of the models, has anybody ever went north enough to come back south? That type of thing. You know what I mean? Certain areas just aren't even going south as well. Apparently, you can't just keep going south. Things about this realm we're in that might not fit a model. You know what I mean? And I think they try to, a lot of work is put into hiding that. I suspect at this point of my journey of this studying what it is we live on. I can tell you this though. Do you want my favorite proof? And it's a really easy evidence for the plane reference of Earth. It would be elevation angle measurement to lights in the sky. So you can, like, say, you know, your latitude. In order to measure an angle, you need a plane of reference, and that's, you're referencing Earth when you measure an angle to Polaris, for example. And if you're using it with the sextant, you're measuring angles to the lights in the sky. You have to have straight lines, and the baseline is Earth. It's a plane of reference to triangulate or trilaterate, really. But there you go. Did you ever hear that argument yet?
No, I haven't. It's a very good point, actually. I mean, well, people
It's
have
extremely
presented
good.
variations of that argument. Like, so basically, in order to, there's no arc in a triangle, right? So
yeah, there can be no curving lines to measure angles. Yeah,
right, exactly. So
Yep.
I've heard that argument not put as simply as you just put it, which I do appreciate how simply you put that. My whole thing is, well, let's welcome Ledwell Michael Roger. How you doing tonight?
Roger Ledwell,
that's
hi.
me. Hey, Lumpy, how we doing, man?
Hey,
You having
brother.
fun today?
Hey, I'm glad to have given him that, and I'm glad you're here. Hi.
Nice.
So
yeah, talk about getting raked
so when it
over
comes
the phone.
to
I got it tonight too. So
Hey, brother, let him know about that because I did bring that up, and I wanted to, and you know about it. I know you do.
yeah,
The interview that happened with the plumber from Antarctica. Bring that up
you're
because
breaking up over there.
Whitsett and these type of people should know. I can mute, so you can go ahead and let him know the name of the person and stuff. So thanks for
I
being
don't
here,
have his name
Roger.
right on me, dude. I don't know the name of that plumber, but I've watched it several times. The interview, it's out there. Banjo has it on his channel and everything else.
Turn up your
And
microphone, Roger. Turn up your mic.
Turn up my mic. Oh, hold on a second. I don't think I can.
No.
Yeah, because I'm on a headset. So do it.
Here, I'll try to turn up your mic. Here.
I don't have a volume on it.
No.
I can play with. No.
Here, I got you.
All right, cool.
Speak.
Hello. Testing 1 2. Testing 1 2.
Yeah, literally did nothing. All right, well, go ahead. I'm sure people can turn up their volume if they need to.
Am I that low? Does it sound a little
it's pretty
bit better
low,
now?
man.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let's see. I'll put my other headphone in. Maybe that'll help a little bit. So both of them know.
Roger's really dialed in with this argument too, or this just the reality that you have to have a straight line to measure an angle. It's just, well, yeah, it's the most basic thing to bring to an average person.
Well, no, it's not, and that's the thing.
No.
When you start talking about that, when you start talking about,
it's been extremely successful with me and just regular people. I'm telling you, my view.
When you start getting scientific and you start talking mathematically, when you're talking about measuring angles and trigonometry type stuff, like where you start getting into first of all, the simplest where I would go with explaining that is they don't know the distance to any of these things. Okay, so you can't even begin to start measuring angles and all that stuff until you know how far.
You do. You don't need to know the height. And in fact, a bizarre fact about this is the elevation you measure from to the. It's bizarre, but it's a fact. You can measure the angle the same at 40,000 feet as you can at sea level.
Listen,
it's bizarre.
Lumpy. I don't want to call you Lumpy. What's your name, or what do you want me to call you?
I'm James.
James. All right, James. So here's the thing that I keep it simple. Right? There's no curvature. We see too far. You can't have a gas pressure system form into anything anywhere, but especially in a vacuum without containment. Right? So there's very simple fundamental things that, like, I don't know why people can even get past. You can't move past those things. You can't move past those things to talk about other things until you show me curvature. Show me an instance where curvature blocks the line of sight at anywhere. First of all, so here's the thing: when you have a given circumference of 24,901 miles, right? There has to be, the radius is like 3,000 something. I forget what it is, but it's like 963, I think, 3,900. Anyways, you have that. This is the stated radius, stated circumference of this ball that we're supposedly on. Well, there has to be a mathematically consistent rate of curvature for it to actually be that size. So this means one of two things with how far we can see, with just our own eyes, but also instruments, optical instruments. It means one of two things. It means either we live on a plane, which is what I think, or if it is a sphere somehow, which I don't believe it could be, it has to be so enormous that the distance that we can see.
No. You can't measure. We can make useful angle measurements, and in order to do that, you need a plane of reference
Well, you need a plane of reference, but in order
to measure
say,
an
like,
angle,
when they're talking about distances,
it's a well-done thing, and it's not bigger Earth. It's not that it can't.
You're talking about for navigation. Yes, absolutely.
Yeah.
You can use it
so
for
we can know.
But when
we
you're
can
talking
know
about the distance between planets and how far away they are, they don't know.
Oh, well, we can't look. Zenith heights of the lights isn't a possible, and biblically, just to add, it in Job 38, you can check it out. But the height, we can't know, or what they are in composition. They're a point of light that we point at. We can point at that thing and draw an angle by pointing at it with a tool that's been calibrated to the reference, and thereby measure that angle and apply it to a convention that's been derived.
Well, while this is somewhat on topic, and it is, and I agree with you 100%, and I appreciate it. What do you think about the Will Duffy situation, the evidence presented? I don't know when you can't.
People that have been around for a while should know that it doesn't prove anything. There's a first-hand eyewitness that says he would.
No, I'm not even talking about the expedition.
So like he was there.
People who know and been around in our community. If you're a veteran,
they know about this. Yeah,
you should.
This thing's been around for a lot. Yeah, that interview should be known by Jaron and Whitsett. Yeah,
they should know. You is what do you think about the evidence I presented tonight with his association?
Oh, dude, oh man, Well, it's just like these players that we get offered. You know what I mean? Like these whatever these characters were offered. I really but if it's actually tied to him and stuff, and they hid the DNA and that type of thing, and they did do that, right? And he should have been checked, right? And the police are helping to cover for it, So, but it's just this cats the characters, man.
Well, here's the thing,
these people, man.
It's not even just whether or not he did kill John Benet Ramsey, right? It's the fact that there's this much smoke around it.
Yeah,
do you know what I mean?
That too. And he was.
Go ahead, Roger. What?
Hey guys, can you hear me? No, I was just checking the mic. Is it louder? Better?
Faster, not really, but you're good, man. Right. You're good.
Yeah.
So,
the whole
but
thing
it's
with the Antarctic thing. I wanted to say right quick, if I could just toss it in there. I think this has happened more than once. From what I can tell, like I've been studying this topic for over 10 years, if not more. And I think that they've done this stunt with the Midnight Sun plenty of times before. I'm just going to throw that out there for you guys, if you wanted to know about that part. And I think they're going to cash in on it, get all these people hyped up about it, and then they're going to sell tickets, and we get to go on our little shows and talk about it later, and nobody ever really accomplishes anything. They don't really come to a conclusion.
There you go. Now your mic's good. Now here's the thing: if they actually even go on this expedition, right? Which I don't think they're going to make it. So I didn't bring this up tonight, but I looked into the company hosting this, and I should have brought it up. I'm not really sure why I didn't, but I guess because the other stuff's so explosive of a bombshell, right? But the company that is hosting it is, let me present this for you guys real quick. So remember Duffy said, I don't know if you guys watched my dad's interview, and I was a part of it, and I was asking him some questions. And
Yeah, well,
somebody
watched it.
Yeah, somebody in the chat actually asked, like, how is it that and I apologize, whoever it was, for not remembering who specifically suggested this, but how is it that your company has the authority to ignore these rules that have been set forth in Antarctica for everybody else? I mean, you clearly have some pull in regards to this, and I'm not going to call it an experiment, observation that you guys are trying to make. Like, you're allowed out after the bedtime hour. Just, you're allowed to break the rules. Who is it that you are going through? And at first we thought it was Duffy himself, but he said, actually, this is being done by a company that we're just kind of tagging along with. We're going to pay them, but they automatically, and this is these people. And he totally sidestepped it like the true fucking slithery snake that he is. And it's called Antarctic Logistics and Expeditions, right? This is the company. So I went ahead and looked up the history, and I was actually looking into, if I'm not mistaken, one of the founders of this company is a lord in the House of Lords in England, but I could be mistaken. Yeah, I could be mistaken about that. But I'm pretty sure, because I was more focused on the fucking satanic cult connection than this, because obviously that's more important. But this is interesting to me. This company is one of the founding. Here, let me zoom in for you guys. And it's actually right here. Founding member of IAATO. So out of the International Association of Antarctic Tour Operators. This company is the one that founded that International Association of Antarctic Tour. So imagine if you have the understanding that we do, that they're keeping this thing under wraps and they don't let people just explore. One of the most important things you're going to do is control access to the limited touring that you're able to provide. And this company just so happens to be the company that founded the organization of Antarctic Tour Operators, or Association of Antarctic Tour Operators. So this is like hey, okay, people are going to want to go and check it out. So we need to mitigate this. We need to make sure that everybody who provides Antarctic tours are part of an association that we control. And so they founded it. And that just so happens to be the company that's hosting this tour to try to prove or disprove the globe. How suspicious is that?
You don't think they already know or not? They already know the answer to your question, dude. They've been down in Antarctica for
They
how long?
do, yeah. Yeah, they do. Yeah.
Oh, no, I wasn't asking you. I'm saying this is pretty, like, this isn't just some touring, like, this isn't just some other company.
It's the way they control it. It's where we look, right? It's these agencies and these pyramid schemes, basically, yeah, and it goes back to the royals. I'll bet you anything, some kind of Jesuit connection to the decision-making.
Without a doubt.
It's Illuminati. Yeah, it's totally controlled.
Let me teach you something if you don't know it.
It's a satanic system. I'll say that, and the liars for sure. These are the deceivers, yeah.
The Illuminati was founded by the Jesuits. Do you know how I know that?
Yeah, the Jesuits are nasty, man.
Do you know how I know that the Illuminati were founded by the Jesuits? Do you want to know so that you can tell people in the future?
Well, Adam Weishaupt was a couple things, but yeah, I don't want to say it was documents, but it was an agenda set forward.
Why wouldn't you want to say on the internet?
Well, I don't want to get anyone in trouble. I'm careful about what I'll say because I don't want to damage anybody's stuff.
I've got it literally.
Well, I can say. Okay, well, one of them religions. I'll just say that.
That's suspicious. But here's the thing.
I'm just saying that. Adam Weishaupt was part of that, the tribe.
No, Adam Weishaupt was not just part of that. He was, I believe they called it a proctor. He was a professor of canon law at Ingolstadt University. And so Adam Weishaupt, yes, he founded the Illuminati, but prior to that, he was a Jesuit. Not only was he a Jesuit lawyer, specifically specializing in canon law, which is huge because that's the law that ends up trickling down into all the other laws because the Vatican controls commercial law. So, it's 100% Jesuit. This all goes back to Jesuits. The fucking Big Bang Theory was promoted by a Jesuit, was invented by a Jesuit priest. I can't remember his name. Somebody in the chat will probably throw it up there for me. But yeah, and so it's obviously controlled by them. But here's the obvious fingerprint: is this is the founding member of the International Association of Antarctic Tour Operators. It means, because if I always put myself, and I know that this might mean that I could be possibly a little bit psychopathic, but at least I'm a good psychopath, is I put myself in the mind, if I wanted to do this, what would I do? That's how I do my research. I say, what would I do, right? If I wanted to do that. And if I wanted to keep Antarctica under wraps, right, I would make sure, I would first of all take into account that I know people are going to want to go down there because, well, we tell people about it. I mean, the most effective way of keeping it under wraps is to never tell anybody there's an Antarctica and just, but there is, and people knew it at the time they decided to cover this up, so that they had to. So if people eventually and inevitably, just like in the Truman Show, I want to be an explorer, right? Oh, everything's already been found, is what his teacher said. I would take that fact into account that people are going to want to explore Antarctica. So I would make sure I control the first company that provides tours. And then once I make sure that I control the first company that provides tours, I would use the power and wealth that I get from being the only company that provides tours to founding, or the biggest company, because there may have been other companies at the time this company was founded. But this obviously has power behind it to be able to found the International Association of Antarctic Tour Operators. And that way I can control who's allowed into that association. And like any other association, I can make sure that anybody that doesn't play ball, first of all, I can make sure that my association is a prerequisite to even providing Antarctic tours. And I can do that through the governments in the Antarctic Treaty. Okay. And that
how about this?
That means I'm connected. And then secondly, I can control who becomes a proprietor of these tours by creating this association and being the founding member and the controlling party to it. And that's what I think we have going on here. And I find it awfully suspicious that not only do we have all this dirt with Will Duffy and his mentor and best friend, Bob Enyart, connected to satanic cults and John Benet Ramsey, but we also have this founding member of the International Association of Antarctic Tour Operators to be the one providing the trip. So go ahead.
Well, yeah, it's bizarre that people that would be familiar in this community would volunteer to be part of something that they know that there's a first-hand testimony that speaks against it with a person's name and the fact he was there. So, like, why would they say they're going to do this thing that has been, like if somebody told me the sun rose the other day and they witnessed it happen or whatever, or it said or whatever, right? Like, then I would know that it happened according to what that person said. So why wouldn't they just bring up the fact that, oh, go ahead and check out this interview, this person was there, right?
I mean, yeah, that's a very basic and fundamental thing that should happen. Yeah.
Why not say that? I mean, like, yeah, we got a guy who, it was interviewed for an hour talking about, specifically talking about that specific detail.
Instead, the only interviews you can find are people saying that there is not a 24-hour sun because they thought that was odd.
Right. So, there's nothing. Yeah. So even if the okay, so as like you have detailed that if you can't measure, drop over distance that matches the geometric claim, which we validated that that's a false claim, right? Over the time of we put into trying to figure out what it is and how to prove that. Well, at any rate, and how to know it. Well, at any rate, Jaron and Witsit shouldn't even entertain this as some type of big deal.
So here's the thing: they put Jaron and Witsit in a hucklebuck, which is also one. So these people never do anything that isn't multifaceted and always ends up in their benefit, right? So if Jaron and Witsit cancel the trip, which I actually think they should, because God knows what will actually happen to them if they go on it, given the players that I believe are behind it. If they do cancel it, this is what's going to happen. All the Globers are going to say that they backed out because they knew that they were going to see a 24-hour sun, and they didn't want they like to present flat earthers as grifters, and which is effective. It's an effective slander. It's an effective way of dissuading people. They like to present them as grifters and people who profit off of a mass delusion. And so they're going to use that to their advantage and say that, oh, they backed out because they knew that it would disprove flat earth, blah, 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 blah. So that's the only reason. I've watched Witsit's debates. I respect his intelligence. I know he knows that. I know he does. I know he knows it. And that's probably the only reason why he agreed to go, because he's so committed to getting the truth out there. But if they do go, I think they're going to do some fucked up shit to him. And now they may not, and we may never know what they've done to them, because they probably won't even remember what's been done to them. If people don't think that kind of technology and procedures exist, you haven't been paying attention. You haven't been looking in the right places. It does. It absolutely does. There's shit that exists that would make you question reality. But
I would trust more that they would inject people into a narrative, right, that would always be available for like the bigger, like going on Alex Jones and not a very good job of, delivering for what the flat earth evidence is, and talking about things that can't even be demonstrated. Like, there's problems with some of the narratives coming out of there, and then like saying things like science doesn't prove things on that side there, when that's the only thing that science can do. You can either prove what you suppose caused this effect or not, right? It's one or the other, black or white. Why would anybody want to muddy that up? Because
apparently Roger had bad connection. Sorry, I don't mean to interrupt you, and we'll get back to that, but he had bad connection. He had to leave. So thank you, Roger, for coming. Also, thank you for the $2. I appreciate it. And hopefully you can come on when you have some better service. I do, so.
Sorry, I'm just trying to go back in the last, there's a couple of years of some, stuff that's kind of come out that, in my opinion, kind of makes it difficult for a person who's witnessed it all and what's all been, claimed and stuff. If you ask my opinion on that. Also, I personally, I want to ask your opinion on this. How do you feel about Jaron's performance in the television on that special that was on?
No, I've never watched it. I've never watched it, but I actually appreciate your suspicion because I've heard a lot about it.
Yeah, I just wanted your opinion.
I've heard a lot about it, and what I'm going to say is these people are masters of propaganda and being able to take a situation and are able to make it look like something else so effectively that they could take just snippets of what I say tonight and probably make me look like a fucking mass murderer. You know what I mean? Like,
can I inject right now? We found a black swan in their video. We found geometry that proves Earth is flat in their upload. There's people have
average. Here's the thing: it's not about us. Everybody that's watching the stream right now and has watched the stream,
thanks everyone,
is exceptionally intelligent. Everybody here, congratulations! You have the gift of pattern recognition, and you notice an inconsistency in the pattern, and that is what genius is actually measured by: is your pattern recognition. And all of you that have found your way here to my show tonight have that. So it's a blessing and a curse. And I hope you learn how to live with it like it took me a long time to live with it. But you're just never going to fit in. You're a square peg in a round hole, right? So With that being said, the masses, the tipping point of humanity, are easy to confuse and fool, and they're not going to find a black swan in a video, right? They're not going to even take the time to look that deeply into it, because in order to look that deeply into it, you have to already know that the earth is flat. So we're talking about the average people who are just going to dismiss it, and they capitalize on the simplicity of the psychology of the average person. And they do it in many ways with school, medicine, everything. And that is another example. So with that being said, I'm sure they made Jaron's statements look bad. And when I've heard him speak about it during debates and other things that were going on, he sounds sincere. But for somebody who has his following and stuff like that, I could see where it would arouse suspicion. And everybody should be a critical thinker. So he should actually appreciate that people would be critical about that, because I honestly don't think Jaron's in on anything, but I can understand, and I do appreciate people who question it, because that's why we are where we are right now with this whole subject, is because people question things.
Would you agree that science can only prove or disprove what you suppose the cause of an effect is? Would you agree that that's generally, or we can go detailed into what a hypothesis is and if it can only or not?
We don't, but here's the thing. Science sometimes can only fall short of something.
No,
right?
Listen. Unless it causes the effect or not,
here's the thing.
Can only, no, what you said, I want to help you.
No, you don't have to help me. You didn't let me finish my statement. Science can fall short of proving something, but that's why we have scientific theory. And then when there's a certain there's a certain point when we should
is a validated hypothesis. It's a specific term that has a meaning, and the only thing, I'll give you a hypothesis that's really simple. And so I seen water boiling at a hot spring. Right. And right. So I seen water boiling in nature. I observed something happening in nature. So I presuppose that heat causes water to boil, and I build a fire and I put a pot of water on it and it boils water. So I now know that heat causes water to boil. Right. And then if I were to try to, put rocks in the water in the pail and it didn't cause it to boil, I would know that rocks plus water does not cause water boiling. Well, it can only be either it causes it or it doesn't.
Do you believe in a creator? I won't ask you your religion.
Oh, hey, yeah. No, yeah, definitely. Do you want to hear my favorite proof of a creator that Quantum Eraser gave me? I love this. You'll appreciate it once you hear it.
No, you quoted Bible verses. It was a rhetorical question. Okay, I just wanted for the audience. I just want to point it out there. So let me continue my train of thought.
Okay, go ahead.
So you believe in a creator, right? As do
Absolutely.
I. I don't believe in a creator. I know it.
I know it.
But at a certain point, exactly. I know it. At a certain point, that knowing can only come from personal experience, and science can never objectively give the evidence that a person would need through personal experience to show them that there's a creator. Science can go. Hold on, stop. Let me speak.
Okay, there kind of is though. I want to give it to you.
I'm gonna give it right now. There's a lot of evidence to suggest that obviously, if anybody uses common sense, right, it takes more faith to believe that we're a product of random events and happenstances that happened under such randomly perfect conditions in order to produce pond scum that ultimately evolved into monkeys that evolved into mankind. Well, first of all, just even starting from the earth point, this random gas decided. First of all, you start with something exploded out of nothing, which nobody listening to this can even conceive of. Nothing. You cannot conceive of nothing. Nothing is an alien concept to you. You can only use an association to the concept of nothing, like there's no food or there's no something, right? Because there's nothing there in your presence, but it still exists somewhere else. You can't conceive of nothing objectively, right? Secondly, you want something to have just spontaneously erupted from nothing, okay? Spontaneously erupt from nothing. And then everything that did erupt from nothing happened to to come together and coalesce under such perfect random, because there's no creator, conditions to cause, say, gas to form into a ball inside of a vacuum, which I assume that they assume the vacuum is nothing, but that's still something.
Well,
because there are no opposites and something is only defined by its opposite, which means that there are only two extreme degrees of the same eternal something. So the whole thing is asinine, right?
yeah,
And
all
then,
upside down and stupid. Yeah,
and then
all of
you go further, right? You go further. Believe this, that you evolved from pond scum and monkeys and all this stuff, right? That takes more belief than just to say, yeah, there's a creator, I can't understand him. But here's the thing: a science cannot prove without a doubt to the average atheist. You see what I'm saying? So there's no, so for your definition of science,
they just say nah.
No, listen.
I'll give you proof.
But I'm pointing out.
I'll give you proof.
Hold on.
I'll give you.
Stop.
Okay, check it out. Listen, information.
No, listen. You don't get
proof.
to interject when I'm saying something. You speak after I'm done speaking. I try to give you the same respect. Okay.
You're right. All right.
So here's the thing: is for there to be, by your definition of science, for there to be scientific evidence of God, there has to be literally like something written or some sort of miracle that happens to everybody all at the same time that says, I am God and I exist. That would be like objective, irrefutable evidence that God exists. But that, because of the nature of God and because of the nature of free will and choice and duality and all the things that are necessary for this place to exist, will never happen. So therefore, science, if you're a scientist and you objectively, critically think about the evidence for a God versus the evidence against it, you will come to the conclusion that there is a God. But again, there's not enough evidence to make it a scientific fact, because if there was, right, like a scientific fact of evaporation, condensation, and precipitation, we know how that works. Right? Because science identified it. It was, what causes it to rain? Well, it gets hot, water evaporates, condenses into a cloud, and gets so heavy that it precipitates. And we were able to figure that out. And we can actually repeat it and demonstrate it. You can't repeat and demonstrate God. And that's why I say sometimes science can only go so far in proving something. But, also
it only proves.
When you look at the antithesis. Exactly. And I agree, but you're coming from a place of a believer. And that's why I disagreed with your previous statement, right? Only for that reason. It's because anytime you try to take an instance of something, you always have to take it to its most extreme scenario in order for that to be an absolute, if that makes sense. So sometimes science can, but so like take gravity, for instance, or fluid pressure system without containment. There's zero evidence to even come close to supporting anything that could be called a theory. And that obviously is just a result of the power structures, influence, wealth, and control over the institutions that program societies. Because there's nothing. When you really break it down, you break free of that spell, there's nothing. There's no evidence of mass attracting mass anywhere in the world, ever, anytime. You can never, like dust doesn't collect more heavily on my large couch versus my chairs, right? Because mass is attracting that. It doesn't happen on a and if it doesn't happen on a microcosmic scale, it doesn't happen on a macrocosmic scale. Go ahead.
Well, even a bigger problem you spoke to earlier was the water cycle, and that's material that went up, right? The water went from the ground up. So that's right. Do you follow why that's a problem for gravity? If all things are pulled to center of mass, things can't go up.
Well, it's the same,
right?
it's the same thing with helium. Yeah, absolutely. It's the same thing with helium. Yeah, there's things, that's the whole thing, is we're not, so this show tonight isn't about, everybody here is presumed to know something about, or at least be open to looking into themselves. We're talking about about flat earth. What we're talking about is this the depth of the intricacy of the deception that is being pulled by, this is a huge red flag. man. Like, and you got to
All
remember,
the institutions support the globe garbage. Every one of them.
Gave the eulogy at Bob Enyart's funeral.
Who did?
Will Duffy.
Oh, yeah. Well, see. Yeah, it's this cast of characters, man. And then there will be
cast of characters. So let me explain it to you like this. My father and I, we have had this theory because we both like to just smash globe trolls on Facebook. It is a hobby of mine. It's a hobby of his. When you use logic against their pseudoscientific arguments, it's easy, and they eventually rage quit or just resort to ad hominem, whatever. But you notice something, that not only is there a multitude of bots created to specifically troll flat earth, because of the significance of understanding where you are and what you are has on the average person. You have no choice but to wake up if you realize they lied to you about that. You have no choice but to discover the law and everything else. It's literally the fundamental glue that holds everything together. It is. And then it works in a dynamic.
It makes people think up is down. It's stupid. Like
it works in a dynamic relationship with the law, because the law teaches you to never question authority. So authority tells you that you live on a spinning ball. And then because you believe you live on a spinning ball, you never question authority. And it's a self-perpetuating cycle. The two are interrelated on such an intimate level. It's unbelievable. But
and to deny your own senses and things too.
Yeah, absolutely.
Like you're moving, you're not moving, right? That type of stuff.
Yeah.
And that up can be down, and the water sticks to something that says free. It's just all backwards, and it was always meant to be.
The depths that they will go to make sure that you never realize that. We have evidence tonight. If Jaron and Austin Whitsitt, if they even catch wind of this stream, because I know they associate with my dad, probably have no idea who I am, but if they don't take a look at some of this evidence and be like, whoa, dude, you're sketchy as fuck. You're sketchy. And think about this. This dude comes out of nowhere. He comes out of nowhere, right? Who the fuck is Will Duffy? I've never seen him debate anybody. I've never seen him on Jaronism. I've never seen him on modern day debate. I never seen him on nothing before, a month or two ago?
Yeah.
Comes out of nowhere. Says he's a pastor, which is the most unassuming profession that you could possibly claim. And it looks like they scrubbed to make it look that way.
If you want
to spend six figures, man, over $100,000 on something you don't believe. So here's the thing with the globe mentality. If it's so ridiculous, like the average person will tell you, it's fucking crazy. When I first heard flat earth, I said, that's fucking crazy, dude. Another psyop to make people like me look crazy.
Yeah, that's what I thought too.
Group me in with the flat earthers and all that stuff. I thought it was ridiculous as shit, right? But at a certain point, you should question, why is it an argument? Why don't they just snap a picture from one of their satellites or something, right? Here's the thing. For somebody who's supposedly a glober, doesn't believe the earth is flat, which I think Will Duffy knows it is, a topographical plane, right?
It is a plane.
Who is supposed to think it's ridiculous to spend over $100,000 for other people, not even himself, to go, that raised the first red flag for me. I'm like, what? That doesn't even make sense. Nothing psychologically about that. Because one thing I know about rich people, and I have some very wealthy friends, they are cheap. They don't spend money. They don't. They'll pick a vacuum cleaner up out of a fucking garbage pile and use that shit instead of buying it. You know what I mean? Not literally because they want a clean house, but you get what I'm saying. Like,
the money spent at this point is just a story, right? The whole thing is just a story. Whether or not anybody even goes anywhere ever is just a story too.
That's what I'm saying. Objectively, though, if you look at this and believe it on the surface, this man's going to spend over $100,000 to send it, not himself, but other people, to Antarctica, using the very company that founded the International Association of Antarctic Tours, which keeps all this shit under control when you know what's going on, to go to Antarctica and see if there's a 24-hour sun. Do you think that under any circumstances they're going to let this happen? No. What they're going to do is, I thought solar simulator at first, but that'd be way too expensive, costly, and hard to pull off. So what I'm thinking now is that they would just MK Ultra these dudes and make them think they seen one or something like that. Or it's just not going to happen. Or the ship or something. It's just every outcome of this is bad, and I wouldn't go on it. If you're a
I wouldn't go on it. They would never invite me to even talk to them. None of them. If you've been around, if I could impress a couple things. One, proof for me for God is information, because for, say, your DNA to function, for the fact that your cells are working right now and that you can live, you have to have information, and for the sender and the receiver to be able to communicate, there had to be a knower that wrote it. Now, information it's supernatural, and I'll explain why. It doesn't have energy. It doesn't have location. It needs a medium to ride on, but it doesn't have an actual location. It doesn't have weight or mass or spin or anything to quantify it as physical, right? However, we know that it's organized as information. So we know that somebody wrote it, just like us hearing each other and seeing each other, right? And I'll try and explain. And
but here's
it's the most cause to an effect science. Actually, we can know this because we know it, that for a person to see a thing, there has to be a knower of the which way path of the light.
But here's the thing, though, what you're explaining,
it's a big deal.
It's fundamental stuff that we're assuming for the sake of this stream that everybody viewing either knows or is willing to look into themselves, because enough suspicion has been raised. We're talking about what we're talking about tonight on this stream is not whether or not the earth is flat, right? What we're talking about is this situation with Will Duffy, and obviously being connected to somebody that either A, is powerful enough to have a group of fucking armed thugs go harass somebody, or B, was part of something powerful enough that in order to keep him in line could make it appear that way. And either one is bad. It's very bad. And it just shows you the level and depth of connection into this. Like, they don't know particularly how to attack this movement. They don't. They know that for the law, it requires somebody smart enough to understand the law and be able to orate, explain it, and put it simply enough for everybody else to understand. And that's few and far between. I'd like to think I do that to a certain degree, but when it comes to flat earth, that's the most obvious. And it doesn't take much to get somebody thinking about, how would a fucking rocket work in a vacuum? So they're actually willing to go through these links to stage this Antarctic expedition. And I think that they wanted it to take off more than it did, but it hasn't. I mean, I'm not sure what they were thinking behind doing it, or maybe it could just be to off the, but the point is it goes back to we're talking about like Podesta, Clinton, Pizzagate level cult. I don't even want to call it a cult because they're organized, they're powerful. I would say it's society. I would call them a society. Go ahead.
Have you ever read Thessalonians, where it says that God will make them believe a lie, and that it has to do with the grand deception? It's in that category of end times grand deception, and it feeds the alien invasion, which I don't know what that'll be. I don't want to really talk about, but it does support this idea that there's these planets and aliens and go ahead.
A couple times you've strayed away from wanting to talk about certain things, and you say it's for the sake of getting me in trouble.
No.
But I remember earlier in the stream you had brought up a comment about you have to be careful who you tell things to, or something to that effect. And to me, that was suspicious. So, sure. Are you worried about saying something online that you might get in trouble for?
Not me personally. No, your channel.
It is my channel.
Hey,
I already got my last episode taken down, so it's still on Rumble. dual stream. Go ahead.
Do you want to hear the first thing I experienced with internet censorship? It's an interesting thing because it's what you talk about. It was a website called the Common Law Venue. And it went back to before 9/11, but they were hacking it and attacking it, and it was being messed with. And it was one of the first introductions I got to this, what exactly you talk about. And it was a bunch of lawyers across the country talking in the way that you talk, except for trying to support and bring out this thing where we can get back to common law.
Yeah,
but it was attacked.
Everything they've
It was
done
massive. It was shut down. It was the first. It got censored. It got hijacked and censored.
I talk about that stuff as well, and I know exactly why you can get back to common law and how. First of all, it starts with massive lawful non-compliance. And second of all, the reason you can non-comply is because the only way they're able to enforce commercial code, which is actually under Article 1, Section 8, congressional powers to make uniform rules concerning bankruptcy. And they do it under military tribunal by invoking the martial law that Abraham Lincoln issued under General War Order Number 1, which was the first executive war order. It only applies and has only ever applied to United States citizens, which is wholly a creation of the 14th Amendment, and something you actually have to agree to contract to, because it places you out of the realm of living people and makes you a corporate enfranchisement and a non-living trust company, widely held fixed investment trust company, actually. But all of that requires your consent. And when you start questioning them about it, when you know the common law procedure. So it's in the Constitution what the common law procedure is. You have the right to face your accuser. And in order for there to be a crime, there has to be a victim. What's the nature and cause of my offense? And where's my accuser? Where's the signed sworn affidavit that I committed harm against somebody else? I need both of those things, please, before we proceed. Because all the rest of the commercial stuff that you're trying to enforce, which is essentially slavery and theft by making me liable for
rent everything we own to everything we own to.
Exactly.
Subject to seizure.
Have you watched my channel before tonight?
Oh, I've been on this topic for a long time. I'm impressed with you. I'm proud of you. I'm glad you do it.
Have you watched my channel before tonight?
Yep.
Okay.
I've been hearing these arguments since before 9/11, literally.
Okay.
I promise
Have you ever seen where I talk about something I personally have never seen anybody else talk about? Which is House Congressional Record, March 9th, 1933. Make sure specifically House, not Senate, page 83, second paragraph, where it says they mortgaged the property of all the people in all the nation, which translated means they mortgaged your right to property, because anything you will ever buy automatically has a lien on it. Have you ever seen that? That I said that, and that's a thing, and I've shown it on here many times, and I've never seen, for whatever reason, and I'm not patting myself on the back, I'm just saying this is something other people need to pick up, because when something is mortgaged, it creates a trust indenture. Okay, so if I use my farm as collateral for a loan, then while that loan is outstanding, the person who lends me the money has all the rights to my farm and everything that's grown on it. That's what they did to us. We're the farm. They loaned us out to international investors and bankers, and everything we produce and everything we own and all of those things belong to those people, and they have beneficial use of it. And the beneficial use is manifested as traffic code, revenue code. Actually, traffic code is just a sublet of revenue code. It's all revenue code because it's the administration of bankruptcy. Everything you do in society is commercial because of that trust indenture, because of the mortgage of your property rights. And they never had the right to mortgage them in the first place. And I have proven this over and over and over again. All I'm waiting on is for it to be out there long enough for it to get traction, because it is the nexus of this enslavement program we have in this country. There was a time in this country where your land was your land, you're king of your land, and anybody who came on your land without a warrant could be shot. Doesn't matter who it was, right? Because you were free. You don't have to participate with government. You didn't have to participate. And there definitely wasn't such a thing as fucking income tax. okay, or anything like that. There was no paying for permission to hunt, fish, none of that stuff. No, you're free. On your land, you can do whatever the hell you want to do. If it's on somebody else's land, you can work it out with them to let you do whatever the hell you want to do, and that would take the form of a contract. Like we were actually free as you can be in this fallen world, right?
Right.
And they let it slip, and they took your right to property, which is the fundamental right that makes you free, is your right to property. Like that is when your children are your property, your labor is your property, your home and your land, it's your property. Everything comes back to what is yours, what belongs to you. And they mortgaged
And there was
bankers.
a much higher value on the property, and the position of the government to defend your property with you as you being the property owner. They've been dissolving that.
Listen, the government should never defend your property. You defend your property.
Well,
See,
but the legal structure of what is my property, where are the boundaries, what limits they had. To also the arresting authority, if someone were to steal your horse, they would hang that person.
So
they had a much higher standard of value on the property. Was what I mean.
In 1933, it changed in 1933 when they mortgaged your fucking property. Because here's the thing: what did you buy your property with? If you own property, you bought it with, they'll say money, right? Or dollars. Well, you didn't buy it with money or dollars. You bought it with Federal Reserve notes, which are debt securities. They're contracts. Okay. And all it is a contractual promise to pay at a future date by the United States. Now, in order for the United States, which has always been a corporation, a company, not a nation, the United States that we're talking about right now, and that's referenced in the United States Code and all the law books going back since 1863, essentially, since Abraham Lincoln issued that executive order. They're talking about the corporation, okay? And that company, in order for it to receive a loan, right, it had to have something to put up as collateral. Well, that's why the 14th Amendment was ratified unlawfully, mind you. They excluded 15 out of 36 states from the ratification process because they didn't agree with it. Even the president at the time, Andrew Johnson, vetoed it. And there's a congressional record, House Congressional Record, July 13th, 1967, page 1054, I believe, but I've shown it on my show many times. And the whole conversation is about 14th Amendment, equal protection law, or tool of usurpation is the headline. They created the 14th Amendment to create a class called the United States citizen. Prior to the 1860s, 1868, I believe it was, there was no such thing as a United States citizen, as in a federal citizen, as in someone who is under the jurisdiction of the federal government without being in the District of Columbia or a federal territory. Did not exist. Even Black's Law, 4th, 5th, 6th edition, probably 3rd and 2nd too, they both will tell you 14th Amendment created or at least recognized for the first time a concept of a citizen in the United States. They passed the 14th Amendment so that this corporation can now have collateral to use to obtain loans from a private central banking cartel who actually own the government and have always owned the government. And when they mortgage your property rights as collateral for that loan, they placed you in the position of an indentured fucking servant. And now the beautiful thing is you are the only source of credit in this country, and that's why they're always after you. You are the only thing of value in this country, truly, in order to produce all the other things we perceive valuable. And that's what the officer's trying to do when he pulls you over, is create an attachment to your trust estate. Okay. And the reason he wants to create an attachment, he's too stupid to know what he's actually doing. Generally, that's why he became a cop, because he's not skilled or smart enough to do anything useful to society. So he became a pirate. But when he is creating attachment to your trust estate, that's on behalf of the Bar Association, which is a private guild of merchant attorneys that didn't even have an organization in this country until the 1860s. At least not a national one. There's like one state bar association. I think it was New York. That may have been before the 1860s. No American Bar Association. They didn't run our fucking judicial branch or anything. right? In fact, there was a constitutional amendment that forbade anybody holding a title of nobility that mysteriously disappeared and they said, oh, it was never ratified after the Civil War. When I have law books from like 1819, like all the way up until the Civil War, this amendment was enforced. You can't have a title of nobility. Well, if you're wondering why that matters, it's because a bar member is esquire, which is a shield bearer or an attendant to a knight. Now, in Webster's 1828 dictionary, a Templar, which is a knight, right, is a student of the law, and an esquire is his attendant. Okay, now the temples are what control the bar association. They're over in the unincorporated, or in the Sovereign District of London, which is the city of London, right, the Crown District, and they're in the old Templar building. And the four inns of court are who control the bar association. Okay, and the International Bar Association. So my point is, they're doing this on behalf of the Bar Association. The Bar Association are Phoenician pirates who use language to trick and rope everybody into slavery through contract so they don't get retribution from God for enslaving everybody. Well, they agreed to it, and it works, right? Because you did agree to it. And that's why I say lawful non-compliance is the only answer. Stop consenting. Here's the thing, that cop gives you a ticket. That ticket is attached to your driver's license. Your driver's license is attached to your social security number. Your social security number is actually a social security investment account that underwrites your trust. And they need that number. That's why it's attached to your driver's license number in order to use you as surety to generate their own form of Federal Reserve notes called tickets and bonds. And then they sell those to private investors. It's called an asset-backed security. And the whole thing is securities farming. That's why I say, if you don't know any of this stuff, go watch my episode on securities farming. It explains it. That's exactly what they do. The court is a bank, and the court is trying to issue its own currency. In order to issue its own currency, it has to have something to back it. There is no money in this country. You are the only thing valuable. So they create these pretended commercial offenses to use you as security to generate their own currency, and that's all our court system is now. Period.
I say there's justification to prosecute, things that, like damaging property, injuring a body, these sort of things. There's a justification for that, for a government for that, for punishment of crime. So we don't have
crimes
people
require victims.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, you would have to have somebody injured.
I'm not anti-law enforcement. I believe that there should be punishment for hurting people. Absolutely.
But what's happening
also,
is
you should have the right to defend yourself above waiting for a responsive force that does nothing but try to generate securities. Cops don't prevent anything.
No,
but
they never help either. I haven't called the police and ever ended up in a better situation.
If I left town for a week or two, I would want a town sheriff to make sure nobody steals my property or hurts my family. And that's what sheriffs were for.
Yeah.
Or justices of the peace. But there would have to be a victim for him to take action. There'd have to be actual threat of danger to a person. You can't claim injury for me not registering my vehicle. You claiming injury for me not registering my vehicle translates as such. You are claiming victimhood as a corporation for me not conveying the right of my property to the state to be used as collateral for a loan taken out by a foreign corporation that I neither subscribe to nor agree with. That's called
Tell me about it. I'm supposed to have my dang registration done in a week, man, or 10 days now or something. And it's a new Cadillac, and they'll take the thing. You know what I mean? It's lame. And I've got a smog check I would have to do too. So another little, wrench in the
What
thing.
What state are you in?
California.
Oh my God, really?
Yeah, there's people that are at least, think they're conservative, if that meant anything, actually. But it doesn't, but
how have you not fled yet?
I'm in a quiet small town area that's peaceful and not insane. Like, the cities are nuts. The cities are nuts here. Like San Bernardino or San Francisco or LA or any of that. That's nuts. I wouldn't be there. That'd be stupid. I'm too old for all that mess.
I think we should give California to Canada and just let them all do their own thing. even though they don't touch. We could just make it like they're Alaska, because you guys are fucked up over there. For real.
I'm not really from here. It's a long story, but I'm here now. It's a long, stupid story, really, but I'm here now, and I'm working and making life work. But I don't have the money for the tabs right at the moment, and there's other issues with even.
Honestly, you want to know something? California is actually it's a beautiful state. I stayed there for a brief period of time myself. It has pretty much every climate, so much wealth and natural resources and stuff. The people of California need to come together and get rid of your governor for sure. You see what I'm saying? Lawful non-compliance, everything.
Yeah.
Did you know that in your state you don't have an income tax, do you?
I believe there is, yeah.
No, yeah, it is. It is technically an income tax, but it's called a franchise tax.
Okay, well, all right, well, but yeah.
Yeah,
so but I mean, they can call it whatever.
So this is the cool thing about California. You know why they call it a franchise tax? Because the income tax or taxing your wages is forbidden by the original Constitution. That's what's interesting about all your states.
Oh, wow, yeah.
Yeah, it's interesting about all of our states is the original Constitution is the one that stands supreme. Like mine in Michigan, it says that any act that is passed contrary to anything in this section or any other section of the Constitution that violates or breaches this Constitution is null and void. So I can go back to the 1835 Michigan Constitution. Anything in today's Constitution that violates that original one is null and void. It's null and void. You know what I mean? This is
then they know they're criminals then. I mean, and the whole lot of them must, because they study law. They know what that means, right? I mean, but we let everything happen and believe their lies and thank them and ask for more stupid stories, and don't complain in mass enough. I don't understand what more to do to point out that we're being.
Well, here's the thing, and this is why
the show is being run by the most worst people ever. Go ahead.
My channel, and I'm not. If I sound like a braggart, I promise you, I'm not trying to be. For whatever reason, God has blessed me with the extraordinary gift to be able to research to the point where I've been able to explain what I just explained about law. Right? It's in me. Yeah. I didn't do it. I can't take credit for it. It's an obsession. It actually causes problems. Like my wife hates it sometimes, and I'll spend hours and hours, days, sometimes months even at points in our relationship. I would spend just digging into this shit where it caused fights and everything, but it's just in me to do this, and I can't take credit for it, right? And that's why I'm saying my show is not normally about this flat earth subject, but I feel like it is equally, if not more important, because you could never fall for this commercial law deception if you believe in a creator and you know what you are and where you are. And that's why I believe that the two work dynamically. They work dynamically. They do. 100%.
It's an atheistic religion that says that the Bible is fundamentally denies what we've learned, and what they propose that we can claim knowledge of is rooted literally in fallacy.
Well, here's the thing.
All of it, the whole thing.
What the largest religion in the world is?
Well, in regard to evolution in space. Okay, go ahead.
No, I'm agreeing with you. Absolutely with what you just said. Do you know what the largest religion in the world is?
I mean, Muslims? I don't know.
No.
Catholics?
No.
Christians?
No.
Oh, atheist?
No.
Okay, I don't know.
Money.
Oh.
No, I'll explain that. I'll explain that.
Yeah,
because
sure.
when we stopped using items of actual value and we started using contracts, which are only promises to pay, that's all a Federal Reserve note is. It's got the Secretary of the Treasury and the Treasurer himself, their signature. They're independent, and they represent two parties to a contract. That's why they're independent. And that dollar, what you call a dollar, which is a misnomer, it's actually a Federal Reserve note. That Federal Reserve note is a contract. And the only thing that gives it value is your belief that it has it. That's why they call it fiat. Fiat, which like fiat lux means let there be life, but light, but fiat actually is etymologically rooted in the same place that the word faith is. Fiat and faith are the same thing. And so basically the dollar, all currencies are just faith currency. The only thing that has actual value is not gold, it's not silver, so it doesn't have intrinsic value.
Well, hold on.
Eat it. No, what? Go ahead.
Just real quick, but doesn't God say he sets the value for gold? So then it couldn't have a value and not have value at all, right? I've just always used
it doesn't have value. Here's how it has value. Its value is your enslavement. So the cops are who provide value for the Federal Reserve note. The cops ensure your compliance to the trust indenture that these investors invest in. The cops ensure the compliance. That's what it is. It's cops actually give money value. That's the only thing, is because if somebody invests in say a prison bond or say a court bond or something like that, they know that they're going to get their money, which they buy at a discount. They know they're going to get their money and their interest because the cops are going to enforce compliance to the trust indenture that's created. That's why I've done shows on trust indentures, stuff like that.
Do you want to hear another expense that goes with court? Is the county charges and the city charges as like a bill of invoice for every step of the process. So like if they pick up the phone, or if you get your fingerprints done, or if you get offered clothes, or they change your clothes, or they gave you food, each and everything is billed like massively. And the federal government also subsidizes each state. So based on their previous budget for the prisons is what they'll give, so that if they increase the budget, it incentivizes increasing the budget basically, and offers job security across the board to do the things that we know that they've done, which would be say like bring drugs in and all that. So like it's so bad what they're involved in also for the mental.
Do you want me to explain to you guys, totally off topic, but I'll explain to you guys the depth of the multi-billion-dollar prison industrial complex, right? So it's like this. First of all, it starts when the cop arrests you, okay? And the cop is taught to arrest you. Cops are taught to escalate every encounter with the public into an arrest. That is their goal. That's why they fish. That's why they ask so many invasive questions. They want to escalate this encounter into an arrest any way possible. And at the very least, give you what's called a citation. And the reason it's called a citation is because they're citing a code that is not law. They're just citing a code as part of a contract that you agreed to. So it's a citation. They're citing it, right? Fuck off. And so it starts with that. And then they take you to jail, right? For pretended offense, whatever. You got a little weed on you in a state that it's illegal, right? So they fucking take you to jail. Then you wait to get arraigned, okay? When you get arraigned, the judge tells you the charges that you've been charged with and then assigns a bond. Now, where have we heard the word bond before? Oh, that's right. Wall Street, right? That's because that bond is currency. He assigned that bond. He's using you and your social security number as surety to issue it. And it's to get people to invest in the trust indenture to come. So say you get probation. When you get probation, that's a trust indenture. In the same way that they mortgaged our property rights in 1933, and they actually have the Trust Indenture Act of 1939, which ultimately spawns all of these compliance-based codes that require, that generate asset-backed securities. He's going to create a trust indenture. So if you get probation, he's going to issue this trust indenture, which you are now the trustee to the estate of this trust. And you're going to perform the obligations specified in this trust as the trustee. He's the executor, right? And the investor ends up being the beneficiary. And you're going to comply with your drug testing. You're going to comply with your classes and all this stuff. Now, at the same time, you've got these counseling places, like say drug counseling. They're going to make money. They know it. The drug testing place is going to make money. They know it, right? And there's all kickbacks that happen too. Right, and all that stuff. And then there's court costs and fines that you're going to pay, which I've literally seen them issue that to somebody in the form of a coupon, which is a financial instrument, right, that you invest in. So, and you're going to pay this off. So that's one. And the bond itself that they issue, say it's a $10,000 bond, they're going to sell that off cheaper than 10 grand. So what do you need to get out of a bond? You need to either provide that amount of money as surety for the security that they just, which we don't have money, so let me rephrase that, provide the amount of debt securities that they've posted as surety in place of your actual self, or they're going to keep your actual self as surety to make sure that you comply, right? So that they don't lose out. They don't want to lose out. So then they generate securities off that, right? And it's in the form of coupons and bonds and all that stuff. And there's only a specific class of people that are allowed to invest in this. And these are the wealthiest people, you know, and they basically make a game off of investing in the outcomes of what we do. And that's kind of how that works. Or the alternative is you get sent to prison. And when you get sent to prison, there's a prison bond issued. Right. And there's a shit ton of money to be made off of taking care of you, which is provided for by your state Department of Corrections or whatever the case may be. And then when we start with that and the prison bond, there's investors for that. But then you also have the corporations that get involved with you being incarcerated, such as the commissary, which supplies you with food that you can buy with money that your family sends, the phone systems, because you're going to want to talk to your family, right, which they'll charge you like $1 a minute in some places, and you'll pay it because you want to talk to your family and you're in a dungeon. Well, more specifically, your family will pay it because they love you. Capitalizing on their love for you is what's happening there. The commissary, which is usually doubled, like for instance, Oakland County, Michigan, they've got a contract with Airmark where they will, where they take 50.5% of the profits made by Airmark's commissary, which means that the jail itself is financially incentivized to arrest people because every person that's in there, they get over half of the money that they spend in there to survive. And then the same company that runs the commissary supplies the food, Aramark, and they're going to underfeed you so that you have to buy commissary. Okay. And then you've got clothing and all these other different contractors, like in the instance of prison, they'll sell you shoes, off-brand New Balances, Nikes, whatever the case may be. They're going to sell them to you at highly inflated prices. Oh, and as a byproduct of that 50.5% that the Oakland County, and that's a fact, I know it for a fact, I've got it from an Airmark employee, I know that they make 50.5% of the profit that Airmark takes in. So Airmark just basically charges triple. So if you got a 75-cent bag of chips, it's going to be like $2.25, right? And then you're going to pay it because you're starving to death. You're going to pay it. And then you're going to pay the fucking $1 a minute to talk to your family or whatever the case may be, wherever it's at, right? And then if people get together and they try to sue, like that's unjust, they have enough money because you've been paying that for a while to tie it up and litigate. It's the most satanic system on the planet. Let me tell you something. I was on the phone, or I was on a video call. I've told my regular subscribers, and I know I've significantly more than I usually do in here, so I appreciate you guys, but I tell them, like, I have a picture somewhere, and I wish I could find it. I think it was on my old phone because I snapped it, but you can believe me or not, this is a fact. I promise to God, I'm telling you the truth. I was on the phone with friend of the court, and it was a Zoom call, and I was in my car, and it was hooked up through my car. I had Chrysler 200, right? And it was hooked up through my car, and I was on the phone, and the court's phone number would display on the dashboard, right? And it would like move along, like kind of like a ticker, like you see at the airports or like sports games or whatever, is a ticker, and it would just run along. And the area code to Oakland County, friend of the court, Zoom, is 666. No bullshit. It's 666. That's their area code. These bar members, these bankers, they are, if not directly demons, they're heavily influenced by them. You know what I mean? I don't know where. Oh, he must have gotten. What's up, man? Sorry about that. Didn't see you back there. You there?
Gotta unmute. Sorry, I was muted. I didn't want to interrupt you there. Yeah, Lumpy bumped himself off accidentally. Those things happen. Can you hear what I'm saying?
Yeah, sorry, I
Okay,
was
good.
monologuing. I despise the correction system in this country.
Oh yeah, it's definitely corrupt as hell, man. I know a couple of prison guards, and yeah, the whole system is rotten inside and out. It's been for a long time.
Dude, it's not even that. That's not even. Listen,
the half of it, yeah, I know.
Aside from the pharmaceutical industry and the military industrial complex, I would say that the most profitable industry in this country. Did you know that the United States? Did you know? Let me tell you something. There's this book. I want to say it's called Texas Tough or something like that, and they talk about it and they cite these statistics. But Texas alone has more of its own people incarcerated than Germany, Belgium, and the Netherlands combined. Just Texas.
Oh, nice. I didn't know that. No.
Yeah, but just Texas.
Doesn't surprise me at all, to be honest.
No, well, it makes sense when you realize that each state is its own country in actuality. That my nationality is not the United States because that's a foreign corporation and everybody that works for it or wears its flag is a foreign agent. My nationality is Michigan. I'm a Michiganian.
Mm-hmm.
That's a fact. It was even in the what do they call that? Wow, can't believe I'm having a brain fart. The code of the hell is that called? Damn, you can tell it's getting late and I've been streaming for a while. The Oxford Code of, or Oxford, where they tell you what, like they lay out the way things are supposed to be worded. Somebody in the chat help me out. Like they lay out the way things are supposed to be worded and how things are supposed to be presented. Styles manual. That's what it is. Oxford Styles Manual, the Styles manuals and that's what lawyers use to know how to refer to certain nationalities, people, stuff like that. It used to list the entirety of our nationalities state-wise in there. Michiganian, Californian, New Yorker, all those stuff are actually lawful national designations.
Yeah, I get you. And I like Sovereign's name. He threw it out there. We're sovereign citizens. Most people don't understand that part of it. I don't think we're sovereign citizens underneath the government we're under now at all. I don't think we're sovereign. They don't give us any kind of sovereign rules at all or let us rule ourselves. That's what sovereign is, if I'm not mistaken, right?
Well, see here, I have a different understanding because like there's a great book. If anybody watching gets a chance to read it, it's called The 5,000-Year Leap. It's Constitutional Law 101. And it's the mindset that the founders, who were brilliant people, especially Thomas Jefferson, they drew from William Blackstone and John Locke and various natural law philosophers. And of course, all of this requires a understanding of and complete knowing of the creator, that there is one. They realize that there is no law or judge higher than the creator.
One nation under God.
And that everything has to align with the creator. And so that's why it says we the people with a capital P. And when you read various, like back when courts were semi-honest, because they were never completely, the Bar Association has been trying to take us over since we started. But when they were semi-honest and you had good ones, they say that the people referred to in the Constitution are basically what's the word I'm looking for? They're basically co-owners of sovereignty. It's not the word, but so the people are sovereign as a collective. Each person is not sovereign. We're sovereign as a collective because the truth is we're accountable to each other, which meant that we're equal in sovereignty. So sovereignty was not an idea in our country because we were equal in sovereignty to one another and we couldn't violate each other's natural rights or harm one another. So the people as a collective body, and this is true in every nation, and during the lockdowns, other nations had shown it, that people are only sovereign as a collective. The idea that a single individual could be sovereign is ridiculous. It's absolutely ridiculous. Like a king or queen or fucking dictator, president, whatever, like you're an ass. Like how can you be Sovereign, if you're still accountable to us, and if we want to, we can go ahead and take care of you. And that's how that works. So we're always accountable to each other, and we are, why can't I think of the word?
But doesn't that kind of take God out of the picture?
Absolutely not, because we're all equal to each other
Okay.
and under God.
I thought you were talking about our relationship with kings and queens, though.
Absolutely not. That's what I'm saying is asinine. The idea that one person is higher than everyone else. Unless you're God, you're not higher than anyone else.
So our founding fathers were absolutely God-fearing men.
Yeah, absolutely. They 100% knew there was a creator. Not all the founding fathers were good, and some of them were on the dark side of the force, if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
Like even Benjamin Franklin, they found bodies under his house later, you know.
I know who you were talking about already. that was obvious.
Yeah,
Good old Ben.
you know, Alexander Hamilton. You know, there was a lot of scumbags, but you had like Thomas Jefferson. George Washington's a tough one to pin down when it comes to that subject, because he was very reserved. He never put anything out publicly in letters or anything that would give us any real insight to his understanding. His actions support the fact that he was a deist, but not specifically adjoined to any one single religion. In fact, he was quite disinterested in his church, and it was more like it was appearances. But he did believe in a creator. He just had a different idea of it.
Yeah, but looking for him in writing and stuff is hard to do, man. He didn't publish anything, or he had to be really private, because there's even questions whether he actually existed because of that.
Well, there's founders.archives.gov. So when you guys ever want to learn about history, this is what I say to you, is that history, law, and finance are intimately intertwined. Because law is binding, it actually, I'm going to do a show on this soon. It comes from the Italian legare, right? Legare, and R and L are interchangeable when you get to etymological roots of the letters. L and R are interchangeable, and legare means to bind. Okay, and because law is binding, and law can only evolve from previous law. It can't just start out somewhere like this is the law. It has to start out in a form that people accept. Like even when this country, the United States, started, we didn't just invent a new law. We agreed that we were a common law country under our republic under the Magna Carta, and that we were going to borrow from English common law, which was founded on natural law, which respected the natural rights and ideas of consent and contract and all that. And then so like the first cases in this country that were decided in the late 1700s by the Supreme Court were decided based on common law cases from England. So it only evolves and builds upon itself. So if you ever want to know about history, and because it's binding, it has to always be accurate and available to you to know what it is.
If you want to put a link in there, I'll look at it. That sounds cool. When I was a kid, our family associated with a lot of West Point people, and I had a friend by the name of Donald Bergeron. He was a West Point lawyer, and he kind of schooled me in court when I got to be a teenager. He gave me the heads up what to do if I ever got busted doing this, or it told me how to not subject myself to the law. So I kind of had a heads up coming into the world. I'm interested in the subject. Did you catch any of that?
Well, what I mean by if you want to learn history, you have to learn the law, is this: because it builds on itself, it's legally binding, and it has to be traceable in order for it to be binding. That's what a lot of people miss about this system, is that they're like, oh, well, what do you mean that they have to follow? I tell you that everything the government does in our country, in the United States, and if you're in another country, it's the same thing, because they have to do it, is actually constitutional or lawful according to the founding documents. What has happened is they found loopholes that you have agreed to. because there's like, this is one of those universal natural laws where they cannot do anything without your consent. This is where predictive programming comes from. That's why they show you things in movies and television shows and all that stuff, is because your silence is consent. Like Mark Passio says, if I'm selling apples and they're poison apples, and my intention is to kill you, right? And I'm selling apples that are poison, and but I only put up a sign that says apples, just regular apples, and you come up and eat one and die, I murdered you, and then I am accountable to God and to this universal systems of karma, laws of karma. But if I put up a sign that says poison apples, and for some reason I can convince you to still come buy it, even though it says poison apples, then you killed yourself, because my sign says poison apples. Just like, that's why I stay away from that water that they sell called liquid death. I'm not going to try that. I believe you. I believe you that that's liquid death. You got a skull on it. I'm not going to drink that shit.
Yeah, but all the cool kids are drinking it, dude.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. That's how they do it. And so everything has to be consented to. So if you want to know about a certain era in history and you're having trouble because of various CIA, counterintelligence operations on what to trust or believe happened, go look at the laws around that time regarding what you're looking into. Go look at the laws. Look at contemporary accounts of the people that were alive when in the era that you're talking about. You know what I mean? Like, I found out that the Black Plague was actually a poisoning operation done by the Small Hats. Did you know that?
I've never heard that one. No.
Oh, yeah. Look it up. Just use keywords. Look it up. The Black Plague. Yeah. Hell yeah. They went on a big campaign trying to fucking exterminate everybody in Europe.
Huh.
Yep.
Yeah,
and there was a shit ton of trials and a bunch of them executed for it, too.
Nice. At least they got it coming. That brings me like to labels, like on bottles, any kind of a product they sell, all those labels and all the ingredients and stuff they put on the labels, no matter what it is, that's kind of legally binding too, right? Like if you buy a product, use it, and it says on the label this, that, and the other, if you're responsible for reading the label before you take the product, right?
Exactly. And that is exactly, Roger, that's exactly right. And that's how they look at it with laws. Like, take the whole COVID thing, right?
Mm-hmm.
So January, I think it was 26, 2019, they introduced the CARES Act into the law, right? Or into the House of Representatives. Do you know what CARES stands for?
No, I don't.
Coronavirus Aid, Relief, and Economic Security Act. January of 2019, they introduced that into the House. It's your fault you didn't see that. And that's actually what paid for the hospitals listing COVID deaths and all that. I can show it. I'm pretty sure I have it somewhere. Let me see if it just pops up.
It's kind of like the pandemic bonds, Event 201. They rehearsed it in front of everybody before they did it. And if you didn't know about it and you took your vaccines, you're still responsible for what happens to you legally, right?
No, that's literally what I think it was. Australia came out and said, when the people of Australia were like, oh, so they came out and said, yeah, this shit's actually dangerous. It's killing people, this and that and stuff. But hey, nobody forced you to do it. That's literally what they said. Nobody forced you to do it. I watched the press conference. I'll have to bring that up sometimes. So nobody forced you to do it. You went and took it. And the truth is, nobody did force you to do it. Even if they threaten your job and all that stuff, right? They didn't force you to do it. Because this is how I looked at it for people who were threatened with their jobs. And I'm sorry if you fell into that trap of the golden handcuffs, but you can't make money if you're dead. So, you know.
Sorry,
what I mean?
I had a phone call just come in. I missed all that.
I said for people that got trapped into the golden handcuffs extortion, where they're like, oh, you need this to keep your job. It's like, you still should be like, no, because you can't make money if you're dead.
Yeah, you can't. No,
you know what I mean?
So let's sign up now.
Yeah, you can't. You know what I mean? So it's like, no, I'm not going to take that because that's experimental gene therapy, and we don't know the side effects. And just from the tests and stuff, you know what I'm saying? It's not looking good. People, people that are awake already knew what it was before it even was implemented. Check this out. The whole idea was to get the vaccine. Actually, my last show got struck down by YouTube because I played an episode of Conspiracy Theory with Jesse Ventura that featured Alex Jones and Dr. Rima LeBeau, where they actually predicted exactly what happened, even to the point of faking a pandemic to implement a vaccine that would cause people autoimmune disease. And that episode was aired in 2009.
Whoa. Yeah. It's like that movie Contagion. You ever seen that one?
Yeah. Check this out. Oh, go ahead. Say what you're going to say.
Yeah, Contagion. They did a bat fell into a trough in some rural city in China, and it caused a worldwide pandemic, and people died all over the place. That was the whole premise of the movie. It's weird.
Well, actually, it'd be more akin to there is nothing actually even going on, but they use their immense power over media and corporate institutions and government institutions to convince everybody, even though objectively, just like denying your senses with the globe, right? Objectively, you can see nothing going on to warrant the measures they're taking in government and with the economy. What they were doing, you should see truckloads of people, like wagon loads of people on the side of the road. You know what I mean? Like people should be dropping left and right. Everybody you know should have at least been sick, and you should know people that have passed. But none of that was happening, yet people still believed it. There was nothing. If you turned off the news and you turned off the TV and you looked around outside and you went around the stores and in society, you would see nothing that would have given you the impression that there was a major pandemic. Right.
No, I didn't see anything.
No, nobody did. We know that, Here's the thing. 116th Congress, the CARES Act. Now, again, CARES stands for Coronavirus Aid, Relief, and Economic Security Act. I can even show that if people don't believe me, but it does. Just look up what does CARES stand for. So this was introduced into the House January 24th, 2019. Look at that. But they figure it's your fault. You should have seen that.
I can't really see the screen. I'm on my phone, so it's kind of hard to see it.
Oh, here.
I take your word for it, though.
Can you see it now?
That's better. Yeah, I can see it.
Yeah. Introduced January 24th, 2019. It's check this out. So if we do this and we present window.
I have one quick question. Just on a constitutional level, isn't our representatives supposed to watch stuff like this and make sure stuff like this doesn't happen to the public?
No, absolutely not. The people are.
Okay, so we need to start reading legislation left and right.
Absolutely. You want to know? So I've never been able to find concrete evidence of this having been said, but I've read that it was said. And James Madison was asked, what type of government is it that you've given us? And he said, a republic, if you can keep it. And George Washington, standing nearby, heard the conversation. And he said, and in order to keep it, every man must learn the law. Which means every person of mankind, ladies, Joyce and Barb and everybody. I'm not just men, but you know what I'm saying. So, mankind. What cares? What missed a word there? What does CARES stand for? What does CARES Act stand for? Let's look at this. Coronavirus Aid, Relief, and Economic Security Act. And then we have over here the CARES Act that was introduced January 24th, 2019. Right?
Nice. Uh-huh.
But it's your fault for not knowing. And honestly, it is. That is the only people to blame are the people themselves. But here's the thing, not even this generation, because this generation's so hopelessly fluoridated and indoctrinated and drugged up in their food and assaulted on all levels by external stimulation, by social media and, various other propaganda. that, like, it's very hard to expect the average person to wake up, and the fact that so many people are waking up is a very promising thing, right? But at some point, one of the generations of our ancestors were either so just shell shocked by whatever traumatic events, say like the World War II, Great Depression, well, not in that order, Great Depression, World War II, stuff like that, that they allowed this system to take root. And I think that it happened during the Civil War, that they tore this country up so badly during the Civil War that people just wanted to move forward and were willing to accept anything, that they put the very basic framework of this corporate oligarchy into our system that allowed this to happen.
Yeah, but we're mere puppets, though. I think they think like that, especially the upper people. They think we're just pawns or puppets, whatever you want to call us, and they think that they can just push us around whenever.
Well, the truth is go ahead.
Sorry, they get us to believe. They get us to believe all kinds of weird stuff, dude, and that's why they like religions and cults so much, and they like to present it in the media constantly, and then rub our nose in it on the regular. I
agree with that. But not puppets. We're not the puppets. See, the government's the puppets of the corporate oligarchy. I tell people all the time that the three main branches of government, you'd think they're judicial, legislative, and executive, right? But they're not.
That's what I was taught, yeah.
They're banking, pharmaceutical, right, and oil. That's the three main branches of government, because the truth is the government is and has long been puppets of the corporate oligarchy who can buy them, right? We're talking about people that makes, if Bill Gates gave away his wealth and still kept enough to stay wealthy himself, everybody would be wealthy on the planet.
Yeah. Oh, like the Morgans, Chrysler family. Yeah.
Here's the thing. He could afford to give $1 billion to every single person on the planet and still be a multi-billionaire. And so you're talking about people that powerful, right, that can buy governments. And Bill Gates himself, is just a puppet. The true rulers are the ancient Phoenician, Babylonian bloodlines, like the Massimo, Aldobrandini, Farnese, Orsini. These families are, especially Orsini is one of the big ones, but so is the I believe it's the Maximo family is probably the top, and they're called they claim Italian now, but they're actually Venetian, which Venetian is just a subtle play on Phoenician, like Phoenician, right? Which is where language comes from. So you see where the word magic actually comes from, because we call the study of words what? Phonetics, right?
Yeah.
Etymology is the root of it, but phonics, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's where, and that comes from Phoenician. So they are the word sorcerers, and there are these few families that have been around for thousands of years, their bloodlines, and they're still in power, and they ultimately run everything. Probably panicking a lot now because, well, we're having shows like this. We'll see if it stays up on YouTube, but it'll still be up on Rumble for now.
You got Rumble? I'll check you out on Rumble too.
Yeah, it's, the channel's exposing bar pirates and the central banking cartel. Yeah.
Well, the Phoenicians were sea-bearing navigators too, so they know the truth. You want to? They mapped the seas and plotted the stars long before many races did too. The same with the Portuguese.
Well, that's where maritime law ultimately comes from. So Phoenician and Babylonian and Canaanite are all, which Canaanite were child sacrificers, cannibals, all that stuff. They're all synonymous to me, because they gradually progressed from one into the other through time. And these people, these sodomites that are still running the world and trying to infect everybody with their negativity and their deception.
Well, I can tell they're definitely going after the family unit and Christianity in itself, because that seems to be where the rubber meets the road with these people. They don't want a family value occurring in society. They want society like they had it. It's ruthless. Yeah.
Well, Riley Studio said Massimo family as a pope. Yeah, and I believe most of the families I listed at one point in time had a pope, and it's tough to tell. Just like kings and queens, they all go under another name, so you never see the actual bloodline being put in power. But right now, Pepe Orsini, at least last I knew, Pepe Orsini is the gray pope, and the gray pope is theorized to be above the black and the white pope. And we're talking about Jesuits. If you're watching this and you haven't figured out that Jesuits run the world at this point, just read a book called Vatican Assassins. And this guy gives you all the evidence you need to. You can go look it up and verify it for yourself. Vatican Assassins. I forget the author. It's fantastic. Fantastic book. I've done a show on it. And yeah, they control they control the Council on Foreign Relations, which controls the other roundtable groups. And yeah, they run the shit for sure.
Like the Bank of London, and they have their hands in maritime law too, right?
But check this out. Let me see if it'll come up. So everybody knows about the Rothschilds, right? You guys all know about the Rothschilds. Let me see. Yep, it comes up. So this is the Jewish Encyclopedia. See, this is one of the 1,000, and I'm not exaggerating. I literally have like 1,000 tabs open on my computer. It crashes all the time. I have to reboot it and just open the pages because I'm not willing to let go of all of the research I've done. And that's all in my tabs. And I save. I've got a bunch bookmarked, but it's kind of stupid to not have it more secure. But tons of research done on this computer. So, and there literally is like 1,000 tabs. So
burn your hard drive. Sorry.
This is the Jewish Encyclopedia, right? So check this out. Control find, and we'll do papal, right? Treasure. Ah, there it is, right? So we can get rid of that now. So this is talking about when the Vatican tried to start its own thing, but that was just a show because there was already. So it says something analogous occurred in England when the century-long competition of the Barings and the Rothschilds culminated in the failure of the former in 1893. But in this case, the Rothschilds came to the rescue of their rivals and prevented a universal financial catastrophe, which is their usual problem, reaction, solution, Hegelian dialectic shit that they do. Says it is somewhat curious. It is a somewhat curious sequel to the attempt to set up a Catholic competitor to the Rothschilds that at the present time the latter are guardians of the papal treasure.
That's quite a guardianship, dude. It's got to be quite a treasure too.
What that actually means is that how the central banks own every developed nation in the world and how each nation is under a trust indenture through a bankruptcy caused by said central bank, that the Vatican is actually in charge of all of that. In fact, the Set the KV trust that most people hear about but can't quite place their finger on, which I'll do a show on at some point, is funded by the Vatican as like a charity. It's a charity. It's called the Public Charitable Trust, the PCT. And it's funded by the Vatican. All of this, that's why I say that, well, sometimes I put the tagline up there, all lawyers are Vatican pirates. They are. The Bar Association works. You can even go through history and look at the history of the temples and the administration of law. So prior to, I think it was the late 1200s, I'll have to look up that article. I've shown it on my show before. Law was administered by the clergy. And people also have to remember prior to the Protestant Reformation in the 1400s, there was no other church other than Catholic. So when you talk about Christian kings and queens in the 12 and 1300s, 1100s, you're talking about Catholic. We only make the distinction now because of the Protestant Reformation. And the clergy, the priests, were actually in charge of administering law. And then one of the popes issued a papal bull, which forbade the clergy from administering law. So they outsourced it to what became the Bar Association through the Templars. And they still controlled it. They just put a degree of separation between them and the actual control of law. Now, so the bar is a Vatican institution. And people need to realize that. It is in the four inns of court are in the old Templar building. It is a Vatican institution. It is and always has been.
Even the structures look like Rome to start with. All the banks have the Roman statues, columns, all
Look
the
at
Latin
this.
writing. Yeah.
I'll show you guys something.
Okay.
So we go to one of my favorite dictionaries, Webster's Dictionary 1828. This is Webster's 1828 dictionary, obviously. This is the word attorn, as an attorney, to turn or transfer homage and service from one lord to another. So it's conveying the right of your consent, your property, and everything. That's why you need an attorney. You need somebody with a title to be able to convey your service to the court. Otherwise, you can do it otherwise, and they do it otherwise. It's just binding when you use an attorney. It's more binding because you're ignorant, you're incapacitated, you don't know what you're doing. So it's like a gray area when you consent to being in their service. And that's what you are doing. Like I said, they generate securities off of you. So the reason that, so there's three entities in a courtroom. You have you, the living you, the United States citizen corporate enfranchisement, which is not you, but it's a facsimile of your name. It's a legal entity identification. And then you have the court constructive trust with your name that has a docket number after it. And that's the third one. And what they're doing is they're hiring that person that's based on you to do business with yourself as the United States citizen to avoid the unjust enrichment clause. And then they hire you as a contractor and let you go after the trust is satisfied and keep all the money and profit. Yeah. That's what they do. So the attorney is there to transfer your service from the United States to the court.
Yeah, this was written by a psychopath, right?
By a non-human.
Yeah.
By the devil. Absolutely. Yeah. Or what people would consider. So check this out. Let's look up Templar.
We're going to do a show on the Templars soon, I think, on Flatfoot's channel. Yeah.
Hold on. I'll let you plug your channel in a second for sure.
That's fine.
I didn't know you had one. All right. So
it's not mine. It's Flatfoot's channel. It's Keith.
Flatfoot?
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
We'll be doing a show on the Templars here real soon.
Well, he can include this.
Okay.
A student of the law is the number one definition in 1828 dictionary of Templar. So what is it that the Templars were really doing? Right? Student of the law. And then, of course, Templar, Knights of the Temple, religious military order first established at Jerusalem in favor of pilgrims traveling to the Holy Land. And we know the story of the Templars, or at least you should. A student of the law is what a Templar is, because you're a member of the temple. You're in one of the inns of the temple, right? Inns of court. And then, so you've got attorney, Templar, and and then Esquire. Check this out. So all attorneys are Esquire, okay? Every single one. That's why they got rid of the original 13th Amendment, which I can actually prove existed. So actually, before we even go into that, let me prove that to you guys. Okay. See if I can pull it up.
I bet you have it memorized, don't you?
I have the actual amendment, yeah, but the case, here it is. So this is Legiscan, bringing people to the process. And so in New Hampshire, there was a Representative Tremblay, right, who actually resigned right after introducing this. And of course, you can see that the bill went from introduced to dead immediately. And it said an act recognizing the original 13th Amendment to the United States Constitution. It says in 1810, this is actually a bill that was proposed. In 1810, a proposed amendment to the United States Constitution, which prohibited titles of nobility and which later became known as the original 13th Amendment, was introduced, passed both houses of Congress, and was sent to the states for ratification. Okay, let me zoom in on this. It occurs to me that you guys might not be able to see this so well. It's too much. I'm going to have to read it to you. Definitely going to have to read it to you. So, states for ratification. On December 9th, 1812, shortly after ratification by Virginia, New Hampshire became the 13th state to ratify the amendment. The amendment was therefore ratified by the requisite number of states and became Article 13 of the United States Constitution. During the war between the states, otherwise known as the Civil War, the country was under martial law. And keep in mind, this was actually introduced in New Hampshire because this is a fact. During the Civil War, the country was under otherwise under martial law, and all executive orders made by President Lincoln were in effect law. After the war, laws made during that period were abated, yet vestiges of martial law remained, and presidents continued to write executive orders. And that's true. The very first executive order was by Abraham Lincoln when he destroyed the republic and made it a corporate union under the corporate United States company.
Yeah,
right? So
I've got a question about that. Which party was he elected under to start?
Republican.
Okay, that's what I thought. So why did he destroy his own party after he got in?
You're associating Republican with Patriot, and that's part of the brainwash propaganda shit.
Okay.
Yeah, no, both parties are two wings of the same eagle. And yeah, so the District of Columbia Organic Act of 1871, otherwise known as Act of 1871, created a corporation in the District of Columbia called the United States of America. The act revoked prior legislation relative to the district's municipal charter and most egregiously led to the adoption of a fraudulent constitution in which the original 13th Amendment was omitted, meaning removed. Today, what appears to the public as the United States Constitution is not the complete document, as it was never lawfully amended to remove the 13th Amendment. Instead, the document presented as the United States Constitution is merely a mission statement for the corporation unlawfully established in the Act of 1871. And we're going to just take a look at this one real quick. Let's see if it pulls it up. The definition of the United States. If you look up in the United States Code, the United States is a federal corporation. A United States business is a United States citizen. So it is a corporation. A United States business is a United States citizen. You are a business. You are a trust company. Okay. So
in 1933, didn't they change something immensely to the Constitution?
Nope, they just mortgaged their businesses, meaning their citizens. They mortgaged their businesses. This all was done during the Civil War to set this up, and the Bar Association is responsible for it because the Bar Association wasn't even allowed to operate in this country under the original 13th Amendment, which did exist. This was actually, you guys can look this up and verify, this was actually introduced in the House of Representatives in New Hampshire, Representative Tremblay, who knows this for a fact, just like I do, and I can prove it in other ways too. I can actually show you. Let me see if I can do this one. Revised Code of the Laws of Virginia from 1819. Okay, and this is Hathi Trust, like one of those historical document websites. Okay. And we're going to go down. So every law book of every state also listed the federal constitution because it was organized under, in accordance with the federal constitution. That's part of the agreement between the states and the federal constitution. And Article 13 from 1819, says if any citizen of the United States, let me get rid of this shit. If any citizen of the United States shall accept, claim, receive, or retain any title of nobility or honor, or shall, without the consent of Congress, accept, retain any present pension, office, or emolument of any kind, whatever, from any emperor, king, prince, or foreign power, such person shall cease to be a citizen of the United States and shall be incapable of holding any office of trust or profit under them or either of them. Article 13 of the federal constitution that was adopted and ratified in 1812.
So it's actually there.
It's actually there, man. I'm telling you. It's a fact. And you know what a lawyer is?
No. In regards to the 13th Amendment?
Lawyers are esquire.
Yeah, okay.
Esquire is a shield bearer or armor bearer, scutifier, an attendant on a knight. Remember Templar, because Templars are students of the law, and the temples control the Bar Association, and esquires are attendants to knights. A title of dignity, a title right there, title of dignity next in degree below a knight.
So they're working for the church, basically.
Right, and these titles are issued by the church because the church is above the monarchs, the crowns. In fact, check this out. teach you something. I'm glad I got this bigger audience tonight of people that normally only look at flat Earth, because this is just as important. Treaty of Paris, 1783. This is the treaty that finalized our peace with England after the Revolutionary War. Listen to how this is on archives.gov, in case you question the validity of this as well. Not you, Roger, but anybody watching. This is how they introduced King George. Everybody knows about King George, right? It having pleased the divine providence to dispose the hearts of the most serene and most potent Prince George. Wait a minute, what happened? He's a prince now? Oh, that must mean he's under somebody else. The third, by the grace of God, King of Great Britain, France, and Ireland, Defender of the Faith, Duke of Brunswick and Lunenburg, here we go, I'm going to give this its own highlight. Arch Treasurer and Prince Elector of the Holy Roman Empire.
So he's the head lawyer.
No, he's the treasurer for the Roman. He's under the Roman Empire. He only has his crown because the Pope gives it to him. And he's not only the arch treasurer, the Prince Elector of the Holy Roman Empire, and of the United States of America.
Hi. Did they crown George Washington king at one point?
They were coming up with titles, but I'm gonna let you guys read that for a second. I'll be right back in 2 seconds. Bear with me. Seriously. Go ahead, Roger. Try to
fill the air. How you doing, guys?
Yeah, exactly.
No dead air here. Oh, I'm glad I've never studied law, but I'm learning. So how is Barbara doing tonight? I think I've already asked that question in chat. And Riley, yeah.
All right,
Roger, I'm not the best, dude. Sorry.
No, that's the problem with streaming for 4 hours. People have to understand, right? So here's the thing, though. Yeah, so this guy is acknowledging the Vatican as a superior to him in a treaty that actually solidified the peace between the United States. And we're going to do this too, just in case you guys have never seen this.
This reminds me of the A song. How long has this been going on, dude?
So this is gov.uk. Okay, gov.uk. It's Company's House. Let me give you guys a little history about Company's House. So have you ever heard of the Virginia Company?
I haven't heard of it till now, personally. No.
Okay, they're who colonized Virginia and ultimately led to the creation of the colonies. Have you ever heard of the East India Trading Company?
I definitely have heard of them, yeah.
Yeah, Pirates of the Caribbean, they talk about them, right? So what a company is, an East India Trading Company was colonizing and pillaging India. And what a company is different from a corporation in a significant way. So a corporation is created under the powers of a government through charter, and it has it has powers that it's able to delegate within the structure of that government whose authority created it, right? A company is created by royal letter patent, and a company is able to exercise sovereign power to wage war and colonize and act as a government of a specific area on behalf of a higher power. That's what the East India Trading Company was, and that's what a Virginia Company is. And of course, you have all these wealthy cocksuckers that invest in this stuff and profit off the suffering of the people that are pillaged. Well, the United States of America, so prior to the creation of the Company's House, it was letters patent that created a company. And then England created the Company's House, or the Crown, or whatever you want to call it, created the Company's House. And this is how companies are created now. And this is the United States of America as a company. Now you go under people, right? And I'll put this in the chat for anybody who's interested. Okay.
Well, I think this is why they do a lot of the political topics. Like they go, let's go abortion. You got to choose a side in it. But in the grand scheme of it, these are the people that write these laws that throw these smoke screens up at everybody all the time. And they run away with your money later, right?
Yeah, no, but it's not even about the money. The money is just a mean a means to control you. Money isn't. They have more money than they could spend in 10 lifetimes. Okay, they have access to wealth and resources and everything. It's not about the money for these people. It's about enslaving you, controlling you, the power of making sure that their successive generations always have control over you. It's just about power at this point. There is no money. There hasn't been money in this country since Nixon took us off the gold standard. There's nothing that could even be remotely referred to as money. We don't have money. We trade debt. We trade debt. That's it. And in fact, the United States was declared insolvent in the 70s because it didn't have enough credit on par to pay for the debt that it has outstanding. It could never pay for the debt that it has outstanding. In fact, our economy is established as such that if the United States, this company that I'm showing right now, were to pay off all of its debt tomorrow, there would be no currency because its currency is debt that it owes. That's what we use as money. So if
I realized, I'm sorry that you're
with me on that. Yeah.
That like when they print a bill, it's actually interest that it accumulates right away.
It's not just interest, it's debt. When they print a bill, it's money that the United States doesn't have right now. Fuck the interest. The interest is just added onto it.
So on top of that,
right now, and the amount of money that's in circulation and that we owe like foreign corporations and nations and stuff like that is never repayable. And in fact, if the United States did somehow repay it all tomorrow, we would have no currency to use in our economy because our economy is based on the debt of this company.
It's that glass ceiling.
It's a big ass game of hot potato.
Who's got the most debt?
No, it's I'm going to pass this debt to you. You pass it to somebody else while it still has value before everybody figures out that it doesn't have any
value. Okay.
Yeah. Do you get what I'm saying? It's hot potato. Here, you, no, you, give me that. You, give me that. You, give me that. I'm going to trade you this. Yeah, boom. And then whoever ends up holding this Federal Reserve note when everybody discovers that it's worthless loses the game of hot potato.
Damn it.
Yeah. Do you see what I'm saying now?
Yeah, I do. But the real wealth, where is the real wealth? Where are the actual treasures that
the gold and all that? So the real wealth is, first of all, us as a society. And if we could collectively come together, we are the source of credit. Secondly, it's in our land and our resources. And then thirdly and last, it's in our valuable and precious metals, gold, jewels, stuff like that. But first and foremost, in us, as our energy and ability to produce and create and thrive and strive and cause things to grow, we are the most valuable commodity that they profit off of. Secondly, it's our land that produces the things we need to live. And then third and last, like I said, precious metals, stones, things that actually have intrinsic value that cannot be diluted by inflation unless they dilute the metals of the gold, which people can usually find out pretty quickly. But the system that they've set up now, it's pretty tough for people to figure out the game that's going on because it's just you have faith in paper right now. You have faith in a paper contract. Yeah. And you believe so. People who collect these, it's a big game of hot potato. And one day it's going to end. And if you're left holding a hot potato, it is what it is.
It's a zero.
It's a zero. It's a less than zero. In fact, it's negative. It's a negative. It's a negative. Like every dollar, every federal, because people call them dollars. They're not dollars. A dollar is a measurement in Spanish silver. Okay. Mm-hmm. And it used to be backed by the equivalent of dollars and gold and silver certificates back when the Federal Reserve was quasi-constitutional, which it still wasn't because it's a private third party that Congress chose to issue and control our currency. But you used to be able to redeem it no matter what. You'd get the equivalent of 5 Spanish dollars in gold. If you had a $5 gold certificate, you'd get that. There's no amount of inflation that would change that if you chose to cash it out in gold. When they put us on the notes and it's not redeemable in any lawful money and it's backed by our slavery, yeah, There's no money, and there wasn't since then. But see, the reason that I said until Nixon took us off the gold standard is because internationally, the United States had to pay their debts in gold if that participating country required it. But then Nixon took us off the gold standard and said, no, we're not going to pay you in gold if you want it. We don't have it. And then so the only reason the other countries went along with it, because Nixon simultaneously made a deal with OPEC, which is the Organization of Petroleum Exporting Countries, such as Saudi Arabia, that they would only sell their oil for the American currency, USD, basically is what they call it, but it's not a dollar. Like I said, it's Federal Reserve note. So if you're in France or Belgium, Netherlands, Italy, Russia, whatever, well, Russia has its own shit, but you would have to convert your national currency into United States currency in order to purchase oil from Saudi Arabia. Now you see the gravity of what Saudi Arabia is doing and dropping the dollar. So only thing that gave our dollar international value is that countries could only buy oil from them with the United States currency. And that's not the case anymore.
Well, if you don't want to play anymore, they bomb the hell out of your country, right?
Exactly.
Like Libya?
That is the cause of all of our wars. They're oil wars because the oil backs our currency. Yes, that's exactly right. And now you guys see, yes, exactly, Roger. Yes, that's exactly why. And so that's the cause of anybody who doesn't play ball, Gaddafi, Saddam Hussein, all these people, the primary crime they were guilty of is selling their oil for gold instead of the United States currency. And that was why we took them out. And that's absolutely correct. That's 100%. So check this out. United States of America. First of all, this is on an English website, right? gov.uk. 1 active beneficial owner. 2 active statements. The statements just say basically that nobody has become or ceased to be a beneficial owner during the update period, right? And this first one, all beneficial owners have been identified and all required information can be provided. It will not be provided to you or me, Roger. It will not ever be provided, but they're just telling you that they can, and that's their statement. So this is a full name, the government of the United States of America. Its correspondence address is 33 9 Elms Lane, London, England, which there's that 33 again. U.S. Department of State oversees building operation. That's his principal office in the District of Columbia, which is one of Rome's properties. And here's when, that's interesting. They changed this. They did change that.
Well, they changed it.
Go to my previous videos and see that they changed it. It used to say notified on the 3rd of July, 1776. Now it's the 2nd. That's weird.
What's that one day going to do? Just change the 3, 2?
I don't know why they changed it, but you guys can literally look on my previous videos. And if it has changed, that's for sure, Mandela. I know this like the back of my hand, but that's crazy that they changed that. So they're saying it was notified on the 2nd of July, 1776. Either way, you guys get the idea. It was definitely the 3rd, which would make more sense because then they declared their independence on the 4th, right? So, and basically independence just means we don't rely on you for our continued growth and expansion, but they're still under the crown, and the crown is under the Vatican, and that's how that works, right? So when you get into this stuff a little bit more deeply, filing history, right?
Mm-hmm. There's a lot of bones under the Vatican. I know that much. They buried a lot of people.
Interesting. That's new, but yeah, there's for sure a lot of bones under the vest. So you go to registration overseas entity and you look at this guy, right? The same information up here, but it says name of person with overall responsibility, David Costel.
Who the
And
heck
this
is that?
guy's in charge of giving financial advice and managing trusts. That's what his law firm is. And the whole thing's a big trust indenture, man. You're a legal entity identity, legal entity identity when you supply your driver's license or any of that stuff. That's why cops are willing to literally arrest people for not identifying. That's the most important thing to a cop, is to get your identification, because your ident, and notice the similarity between identification and indentification, like indentured servant, is because that identity is your indenture, and they need it to generate securities. They need it to create an attachment to your account in order to generate securities. Now, they're not nearly smart enough to even know how to tie their fucking shoe, let alone know what they're doing, right? All they know is that their authority needs to be obeyed, okay? When you don't obey their authority, they get all butt hurt and shit, right? But the truth is that's drilled into their heads to get the identity, because they can't generate securities. They can't generate their currency without that identity, because that identity is what is attached to the trust that was created by the Vatican in order to enslave you and enrich the people enslaving you.
So this
It's
is
an
where they came up,
incentive-based program, and you're not invited.
and this is where they came up with the idea for the Matrix, kind of, in a way, because you're basically like a binary number to the government, and you're
They
plugged
didn't
into
come
that.
up with the idea. They figured out how to put it into a metaphor where they could profit off it, and it would resonate with you because a part of you knows it's true, but the conscious you would never make the connection.
Like Truth in the Movies kind of thing, but it's
That's exactly what it is. That's what they do all the time. Yeah, absolutely.
And people just associate with it because it's something's there, And there are a lot of people in these groups here that identify with the Matrix too. They love the idea of it. I think that they're in love with their captors almost. It's like
Joyce,
Stockholm,
you know about safe harbor? I didn't know that. Joyce just commented, said they were gonna. So safe harbor is basically like, this stuff doesn't apply to me. I'm not in your commercial system. I cannot be pirated, and I'm under the safe harbor laws. And yeah, because again, harbor, just like a harbor at the beach or whatever, It's all maritime. Yeah, absolutely. That's interesting. I'm gonna have to look into that, because that's the truth. We're all in a pretend fictitious system that and you're ignorant to it. And everything I just explained to you, I can prove in depth, and I have on other episodes. The thing is that, first of all, I'm heavily shadow banned. I don't even get a notification on my phone for my own show till like an hour after I start it. And the faster we can get this information out there, I don't even need the credit for it, guys. The stuff I just told you is damning, from the Will Duffy stuff all the way down to the way the law works. Like, this stuff is, I have been blessed and gifted with the ability to just dig up whatever on anybody, right? Because it all exists in a big web, a big sea of information. It's there. Something's always there. There's always a thread to pull, right? And when you get to the law, this shit has to have a thread, because, like I said, it evolves over time. It can't just come out of nowhere and be what it is now. It had to get that way somehow, and they have to have a record of it for it to be lawfully binding under God. You ever look at a dollar bill or a coin or whatever? What's it say at the top?
In God we trust. Is that what you're looking for?
Yes, in God we trust, right? But
which
here's
God
the
is
thing.
that?
You're thinking about trust as in fidelity, like I trust you to, pay me back, or I trust you to whatever, right? But the trust, it means that, especially in the sense of paying me back. But they're talking about the trust,
like a trust fund, like for a bank. Yeah.
In God we trust. What that means is, under God, this contract is legally binding. So in God we trust, you and I, in God. So there's a caveat in the Bible that that they miss. And it just came into my head one day, and I realized that it's the source of authority for all contracts. Do you know what that is?
What is it?
That which you bind on earth,
it's bound in heaven, right?
And that which you loose
on earth is loosed in heaven, right?
That's the authority for contracts. In God we trust, right there.
So they're going straight to the Bible for their authority.
They always do. If you ever think that they don't, they 100% do. They use the Bible as a black magic tool, and they find the loopholes in it and they use it against you. That's the summary of what they do.
So they get you coming in and get you going out, right out the womb, right to the grave.
100%. Continue to sell your securities up to 100 years after you're dead, because the lease is for 99 years. So,
yeah. Well, most of the leases in commercial, like I'll give you, for instance, Billy Graham. You know who that is, right?
Mm-hmm.
He signed a lease with the company that my dad worked for when I was a kid. He worked for Mount Mitchell Group, and Mount Mitchell Group owned all the radio stations in North Carolina. My dad serviced them. But he signed a contract, and the contract was drawn up, and I got to see it. And it was 99-year contract for him to broadcast Billy Graham's radio program over, and he owned the radio station, Mount Mitchell radio station. He owned it. Well, not owned it, but he leased it for 99 years. And the next contract he would sign would be a 99-year contract. It just leaped over as it went, just like that. It's weird, but yeah. You ever heard anything like that before?
I have not, but I found in the United States code, when they're talking about mortgages and leases, I'll have to pull it up sometime. I'm not even going to begin to look for it, because like I said, when I tell you I literally have 1,000 tabs open, I literally have 1,000 tabs open. That's not any bullshit. Like, look, I'll bring this up on screen.
Okay.
That's all the windows. That's all the windows I have.
It is. Yeah. I was going to tell you one more thing about Billy Graham, though. Billy Graham, Henry Ford, and
but they say that so there's two terms. There's two terms. Fee simple. Fee simple means for life, and that they're long-term security, or their long-term or it's, I forget what mortgage it is, but like when they mortgage our birth certificate, it's for 99 years. I know that. So
they got like a set program with this stuff. But I was going to touch on Billy Graham since I brought him up. Billy Graham, Henry Ford, and a couple other people during that era, they were all associated with the Nazis.
100%.
They funded a Hitler Youth in America, promoted it all throughout the whole war. There were a lot of people rooting for Germany on this side of the pond to begin with.
Well, here's the thing about that is Henry Ford, and he wrote an expose on the Jews called The International Jew, which is fantastic. And he talked about how they're trying to infiltrate and corrupt every nation. And he supported so there's been this war between Aryans and Jews for a long time. The Jews don't like the Aryans don't like the Jews, and they keep going at each other, and the Jews obviously are winning that war at this point in time. And as awful as that sounds to anybody hearing it without any knowledge of what I'm actually talking about, I advise you go look into it and just read like The International Jew by actual Henry Ford. And yes, he did support the Nazis. Now, I don't support the Nazis because the Nazi party was complete totalitarian government control, which I oppose. But the things that the Nazi party were doing for their country were very similar to what Trump did when he was in office. And in fact, the way that they project Trump to the public is much like they projected Adolf Hitler to that public during World War II. I mean, the similarities are actually uncanny if you actually look into them. In fact, they even during Trump's presidency, they invoked World War II legislation, executive legislation, to implement certain things for respirators and vaccines and all that stuff. So, I mean, they don't throw the playbook out unless it's broken, and they're using the same playbook on you because you don't know.
Yeah, you're not reading the playbook.
What I will say is that at the highest levels, I think the Jews and the Aryans are in collusion with each other to create a dichotomy of polarity shift that allows them to move closer to world domination. I think that's the case. And when it comes to Henry Ford, I don't think he was always corrupted, but I think towards the end of his life he was, and that's why he implemented certain things. I think he had a good heart initially.
He did build an empire, you know.
Yeah, and that's my point. I think at the end, like, you can only get so far without signing up for what they have, because at the end of the day, whether you're Christian or not, these people do believe in the Bible. They use it, like I just referenced, and they do serve the God of this world. And, you know, so when you know that they take the Bible seriously, that's why they bash Christianity so much and try to convince you so fervently that the Bible is fake, even though they follow it and believe in it and bash it all the time. They do that because it's the keys to life. It is literally. So there's a lot I'm not going to get into tonight, because that's a whole discussion on itself, but the Bible's meant to, it's accurate metaphorically, it's accurate literally, and it's accurate symbolically. You know what I'm saying? So, which would apply to metaphor, I guess. So it's kind of redundant, but you know what I'm saying. So here's the thing, though. When you read in the New Testament, Jesus was tested, right, in the desert by Satan, by the devil. And what was the greatest temptation of that temptation, that moment, that period of temptation?
Didn't he offer him all the kingdoms of the world?
And what did Jesus say?
Can't remember the exact quote. I'm sure you have it on hand, though. What did he say?
Well, actually, I don't have it on hand, but what I know he didn't say was, those are not yours to give.
That makes sense. Yeah.
Do you see what I'm saying?
Yeah. They were his father's. His father made him to start with.
No, he didn't say. He did not say that those are not yours to give. In fact, there's only two gods that Jesus mentions at all in the New Testament, and that's his Father and then the God of this world.
And that was referring to Satan or Lucifer, right?
Exactly.
In that context. Yeah.
Well, Lucifer and Satan, I actually personally believe, are different entities. And also, ultimately, I believe they both work for God. And I think that this is a matrix of oscillation between positive and negative polarities that manifest in a three-dimensional reality. It's a constant ebb and flow between positive and negative that ultimately manifests, even when you look at the very basic mechanics of existence. When, you know, it comes to, I mean, if it applies at the lowest, it applies at the highest. And what is needed to generate energy is a positive and negative connection. I don't know if the atom's a real thing. I never seen a picture of it, but they talk about electrons and protons, which are positive and negative. It would make sense if an atom was real, but what I do know is batteries are real, right? Mm-hmm. I do know that gender is real. I do know that there are many examples I can give from the highest to the lowest where there's a force of attraction and a force of a drawing away, which would be negative. And the force of attraction is always pulled towards the force of drawing away, being negative. And that the interplay between those two dynamics manifests itself from the highest form to the lowest form in human existence. Even the ebb and flow of societies and the rise and fall of civilizations are all due to the same fundamental mechanic force.
I watched a documentary on that, let's say about 10 years ago. And what they were doing, they were drawing current out of certain saline solutions and stuff, and they were getting these arcs. And they formed symbol when they jumped from one conductor to another, and they were forming like the Star of David, the swastika. You could actually see it burn into the conductor. It would burn these symbols into it. Current actually made these symbols.
Well, here's the thing, is like cymatics, right? So they put BBs on a speaker and play different frequencies and it forms sacred geometry, and you can watch that live. You know, but what is a frequency? What is even quantum mechanics? What do they use? Even the shit that they use to manipulate the weather is based on an oscillation between positive and negative. Everything is about controlling the oscillation, because I have studied Hermeticism deeply, and I'm sure some people have a field day with that, but it is actually a true science, and it does not disprove God or the Bible. It's merely a study of the mechanics of how God created everything, is how I look at it. And Hermes being associated with Mercury, being associated with Thoth and all that stuff, I get it. But the messenger, but then you could even take that and extrapolate it into being the Word. In the beginning, there was the Word, which would be associated with Mercury. And the Word was with God, and the Word was God. So here's the thing. There's a principle called rhythm. And I guarantee anybody watching can scarcely deny this. The further a pendulum swings in one direction, it will swing an equal amount in the opposite direction. And that is life, the ebb and flow, right? So I call it the preacher's daughter syndrome when you apply it to you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Explain to me what you think I mean by the preacher's daughter syndrome.
Let's see. The preacher's daughter is going to go all the way, right? And then come back to her father later. That's what I was thinking of. Going to run back home and then come back to you. You can go back home, back to the church, back to you.
We can hope that she would come back to her father and to the father, but here's what actually happens, because generally a preacher's daughter is so oppressed.
She runs away.
Well,
I got
she
you.
swings in the complete, because she's forced to be so pious in her upbringing, especially through the years of rebellion, which would be the teenage years, and they are, that she ends up, once she's able to have freedom, she goes wild and strays so far away from being a preacher's daughter that nobody would ever be able to guess that her father was a preacher, right?
I got you.
Because of the amount she was forced to swing in the one direction, she swings in an equal and opposite direction. You find, if you look into it, that is the case. You know, think about breaking addiction. If you like sweets and you abstain from sweets and you force yourself and you're super strict on yourself and you don't find a balance for an extended period of time, and then finally you break that discipline, right?
Yeah. I was going to tell you.
Then you overindulge, and you do it naturally because you're trying to compensate for swinging in the other direction. You don't realize that's why. But that's why a lot of addicts and alcoholics they feel so bad during their recovery, is when they relapse, they indulge so deeply because they force themselves to swing in the other direction. You see, it's an interesting dynamic, but you can witness it between the ebb and flow of the tides to the ebb and flow of the addict, to the ebb and flow of relationships and societal situations where things go from, what's the saying? Nothing good lasts forever, right?
Yeah, I've heard that. But I've also...
nothing bad lasts forever either, because of the principle of rhythm.
Mm-hmm. Well, and Newtonian mechanics too, basically the same principles applied there. I think he applied a lot of Hermeticism into his...
They did. And see, they like to apply stuff that could actually benefit humanity into stuff that completely diminishes humanity. You can't apply Hermeticism into any theory of space or gravity or any of that. So you just can't. You can't. There's no way you can apply anything. I'm very well versed in the 7 Hermetic principles and the understanding of those things, and you can't apply a single one of them to in fact, the 7 Hermetic principles can only be applied to a flat Earth with a negative polarity in the center called Polaris, which Eris is actually the goddess of chaos and discord, also called Discordia by Greeks, I believe.
I subscribe to the Golden Dawn too. I mean, I've been kind of an off member for a while. I haven't really studied it enough.
I've read nothing of the Golden Dawn. I was just telling you stuff I know through research and my understanding. I don't.
Well, I'm on their Facebook page. I get posts from them. I've looked into their dogmas, and they go from the ends of the earth, man, from Egypt to Siam. They adopt all the principles, where I think it came from the Hermetic.
No, it
Dogma,
all does. It's all
yeah.
this ancient knowledge. When you start talking about, that's what I hate about people who dismiss occultism as evil. They want you to believe it's evil because they don't want you to ever learn about it, because it's actually what frees us. It's our nature, the nature of creation, the nature of God's creation. It's actually evidenced all through the book of Genesis. Like even when you talk about good and evil, so you say, what is the root word of evil? Eve.
Yeah, I got you. No,
As the negative polarity. It doesn't mean that women are evil or anything. It means that they are the attractive force. And to be the attractive force, you have to be the negative force that draws in the positive force. Men are fertilizing and active, and you see what I'm saying? So it's the same dynamics of magnetism expressed in the book of Genesis. It's right there, man, and nobody sees it. You know, it says, oh, the tree of good and evil, right? And then he goes on to say, oh, Adam and Eve, and oh, now the serpent, and all that stuff, right? And the whole thing is, it's talking about the interplay between the active and receptive, not to look at it through terms of like more morally good and evil actions, but it's talking about the interplay, because neither men or women as humans, which we're not man, we're just the color of man, human. I think we're all in the mind of the original man, and that man, that's Yaldabaoth of the Gnostics. But no human is entirely one or other polarity. We're a mixture, but our gender is manifested based on the larger proportion of our mixture. Do you see what I'm saying? So yeah. It doesn't mean that, like, you know, I'm not giving credit to any kind of like tranny or weird shit. I'm not saying that at all, because that's unnatural. What I'm talking about, and that's their satanic inversion of a sacred, ancient occult knowledge that we used to all know at one point in time, is that the women are the drawing force. Women don't chase men, men chase women. That's how it works.
That's why all this attack on gender right now, you think?
Yes. Oh, yeah, absolutely. That's the attack on gender. Yes, 100%. It is a satanic inversion to make it some kind of sick freak show. Yeah, no question. You know, and that's the whole thing. It's like the Hermetic principles are derived from the Bible. They are not, you know what I'm saying, opposed to it at all. Like, they're derived from it. It's encoded in it. In fact, they knew it when they put it in the language. The Bible isn't even supposed to be written, in my opinion, because that's an engraving.
Mm-hmm. Engraving. That's one of the commandments that Christ said not to do, didn't it? Like, don't have any engraven images.
God said that, yeah.
And the likeness of me.
Yeah, so that's the, you know, it's embedded, and people are taught to ignore it because of their own superstition, for one thing, and then programming of other people. That's why I tell people all the time, why, like church, for instance, I won't say it's unnecessary, because the fellowship and the communion of like-minded people in a setting that is wholly dedicated to the Creator is absolutely a positive thing, and I would never speak against that. But what the enemy has been able to use church for, to create systems of government in a way, and authority that control large masses of people, it wasn't too hard for him to do it, because you don't read your Bible. You don't study spirituality. You don't actually seek God. And if you seek God, you're going to look for God in everyday life and notice patterns, and then it's going to cause you to look to sources that would be deemed heretical in a sense. But you got to remember, the Bible that you read was compiled by the Council of Nicaea, controlled by the Church of Rome, where they took out the Book of Enoch and Jubilees.
Mm-hmm.
You see what I'm saying? So, like, how can you how can anybody not want to look at everything associated with where we come from and what we're doing here?
Yeah. Well, I'm gonna leave you now. I'm sorry, it's getting late. And
No, brother, it's 3 o'clock in the morning. I am also going to shut the stream down. I appreciate you coming on.
oh, it's no
Thank you.
problem.
And
It's
I
too bad
appreciate-
Lumpy didn't stay. Lumpy could have had fun here.
I agree.
Yeah.
And thank you everybody for joining me. I know it kind of got convoluted. Sorry, Jaronism just popped in here. I'm glad to see you, Jaron. Thank you for showing up. Yeah, I did say something of substance. I'm sure the other viewers will agree. You should definitely watch this from the beginning, my friend, and also look into it yourself. I wouldn't go on that trip if you offered to pay me $1 million. So, thank you everybody for joining me tonight. I know I had people from my dad's channel. We tried to joint stream this. We're experimenting with it. We're trying to figure it out. We're probably going to reach out to people who know how to do that next time. It didn't work out that way. But thank you for coming over and listening to the evidence we presented. I think that we have made a very decent case to the testifying to the shadiness. For lack of a better word, all the words I just thought there for 10 seconds, and I can only come up with shadiness. But of Will Duffy, man, like he's connected to some high level elite suspicious activities, and Jaron, go back and watch the rest of it, man, and I'm interested to see what you think. I did a lot of research on this and I spent a lot of time on it. I'm going to continue to dig, man, but I wouldn't go if I was you. Anyway, everybody, have a great night, and I will see you next weekend. Bye.